Chapter 973. 3 months later, in the first Divine King building in 100,000 mountains. In the basement, the great light Bodhisattva, Bujia, and the Venerable Father had been moved to this place by Wang Ke. Since the abyss had been exposed, they couldn't stay there any longer. At this moment, the lust was standing beside Wang Ke. They were looking at the great light Bodhisattva and the rest. "You've reached the immortal state." Wang Ke looked at the lust. "Of course, I could have reached the immortal state 2 months ago. I've been training my blood sea for the past 2 months. The lust's eyes flashed with a sinister look. "Just say what you want to say. There are no outsiders here. Why are you showing such a fierce expression?" Wang Ke glared at him. "I'm thinking about how to save Wei Wei. I might have to fight Miyagi Shanhai and the rest. That's why I couldn't control myself." The lust said, "You've reached the immortal state. 2 months ago, there was an immortal tribulation outside the reincarnation divine capital. I'm afraid Miyagi Shanhai has reached the immortal state as well. You can't go there like this." Wang Ke shook his head. "That's why I'm waiting for the great light Bodhisattva." The lust said solemnly, "The great light Bodhisattva's aura is getting stronger. He should be at the immortal state now." Zhang Lier said, "Buzz." Suddenly, the great light Bodhisattva emitted a dazzling golden light that lit up the entire basement. "The great light Bodhisattva is about to wake up." The lust's eyes lit up. Boom! All the golden light was absorbed into the great light Bodhisattva's body. A golden ripple of water wandered in the basement for a while before disappearing. Amitabha. The great Bodhisattva of light suddenly spoke and slowly opened his eyes. "The great light Bodhisattva." Wang Ke said solemnly, "Wang Ke, thank you for your help 3 months ago." The great light Bodhisattva smiled. "Great Bodhisattva of light, so you know about the situation back then. You're too polite. This is nothing. You're just a mere immortal ascension state. I can crush you to death with one hand." The great Bodhisattva of light's smile stopped abruptly. "You killed a mere immortal ascension state with just one hand? Are you mocking me?" "Ah, great Bodhisattva of light, don't take it to heart. I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about the Red Lotus Demon God. We're on the same team." Wang Ke, the great light Bodhisattva's face Bodhisattva, the lust Bodhisattva's Bodhisattva asked Bodhisattva, "Bodhisattva, still not waking up? How long are you going to pretend for?" The great light Bodhisattva suddenly asked, "Ah, Master, are you calling for your disciple?" Amitabha. Bujia immediately woke up. Venerable Bodhisattva also opened her eyes and blushed. "Bujia, you woke up long ago? Have you been pretending all this while?" Wang Ke asked in surprise. "No, I just woke up. Bujia immediately replied, "If you woke up just now, why did you pretend to be in meditation?" Zhang Lier asked in confusion, "What other reason could there be? Isn't it because I wanted to touch Venerable Bodhisattva's hand for a while longer? Don't look at how wretched Bujia looks. He only knows how to take advantage of small things. He's a wretched person." Wang Ke whispered, "Wang Ke, don't try to slander this poor monk. Benefactor Zhang Lier, this poor monk is just and honorable. Don't listen to Wang Ke's slander." Bujia glared. "I believe in Wang Ke." Zhang Lier said with disdain, Bujia, if you like, I'll let you touch my hand every day. You don't have to do it secretly." Venerable Bodhisattva suddenly looked at Arhat Bujia. Arhat Bujia's face froze. He immediately clasped his hands together and made it look like he was 1,000 miles away. At the same time, he secretly looked at the great light Bodhisattva, as though he was worried that the great light Bodhisattva would blame him. The great light Bodhisattva looked at his disciple and his face twitched. "Great light Bodhisattva, logically speaking, you're my grandmaster. Disciple lust, please save my wife, Gong Wei. Lust said respectfully. Great Light, Bodhisattva, please save my sister and Xiao Wei. Venerable Bodhisattva immediately knelt down. Grandmaster, junior sister Yuan Miao was killed by Gong Shanhai and has been refined into a puppet. Thanks to Grandmaster's help, not only did I recover my cultivation, I even reached the peak of the martial god realm. Grandmaster, please save junior sister. I'm willing to help. Bujia also knelt down respectfully. The Great Light, Bodhisattva, pondered for a moment. Great Light, Bodhisattva, what are you hesitating for? These are your disciples and grand disciples. You've already recovered to your peak. If you go together, you can solve this problem easily. Wang Ku persuaded. Wang Ku, you're anxious too? The Great Light, Bodhisattva asked curiously. Of course I'm anxious. Lust still owes me a divine flame. I have to save Gong Wei to get it earlier. Wang Ku said immediately. You need the divine flame? The Great Light, Bodhisattva asked curiously. Of course. This concerns my happiness, and the divine flame is very important. Wang Ku said solemnly. Zhang Lier, the Red Phoenix, nodded vigorously. The Great Light, Bodhisattva, frowned slightly. Obviously, he did not understand, but he did not ask further. Gong Shanhai? It's nothing. The only trouble in the reincarnation holy capital is my negative clone. The Great Light, Bodhisattva frowned. The Great, Dark, Bodhisattva? Wang Ku asked curiously. The Great Light, Bodhisattva nodded. Isn't the Great, Dark, Bodhisattva a clone of yours? How can a clone be more powerful than your original body? Wang Ku was surprised. She has an immortal body. The Great Light, Bodhisattva said. Oh, everyone was surprised. In a hall in the reincarnation holy capital, Gong Shanhai was entertaining Morpheus, the White Lotus Demon God, and the Black Lotus Demon God. Don't worry. In the reincarnation dynasty, I make all the decisions. No one can refute me, even if you are exposed. The officials of the reincarnation dynasty will not dare to make things difficult for you without my orders. Gong Shanhai said confidently. Your officials? Let them make things difficult for me. Do you think we will be afraid? The Black Lotus Demon God sneered. All right, Black Lotus Demon God, this is not the time to say such things. Morpheus said in a low voice. The Black Lotus Demon God nodded. Gong Shanhai, you asked us to come over because the Great Light, Bodhisattva, has come out of seclusion. Morpheus said in a low voice. Yes, my master, the Great, Dark, Bodhisattva, sensed that the Great Light, Bodhisattva, has recovered to his peak and has awakened. I have a feeling that she will come over at any time. Gong Shanhai said solemnly. The Great Light, Bodhisattva, has recovered his cultivation? Does that mean that the Lord will come out of seclusion soon? The White Lotus Demon God's expression changed. Morpheus ignored the White Lotus Demon God's anticipation and looked coldly at Gong Shanhai. Gong Shanhai, don't lie to us. Why would I lie to you? My goal is the same as yours. I want to kill Wang Ku. I have sent people to investigate the abyss. Wang Ku has already emptied it. Wang Ku will definitely come with the Great Light, Bodhisattva. Let's kill Wang Ku together. Gong Shanhai said. Morpheus and the White Lotus Demon God looked at each other. Gong Shanhai shouldn't be lying to us. In the past 3 months, the evil dynasty has undergone a great purge. The White Lotus Demon God said in a deep voice. That's right. The spies that were arranged to be around Wang Ku's relatives have been uprooted. Wang Ku's actions are so fast and thorough. The Black Lotus Demon God said with a gloomy expression. In the past few years, Wang Ku has removed our power in the demonic Tao bit by bit. In the past, the demonic Tao was under our control. Although the evil emperor had the title, the authority of the evil dynasty was in the hands of you, Morpheus, and the authority of the 4 Lotus dynasties was in our hands. But now, Wang Tinfeng has taken over your authority, Morpheus. Our 4 Lotus dynasties have completely become history. The authority of our trusted subordinates has been completely taken away. The subordinates who were arranged to monitor Wang Ku are all gone now. We have almost no authority. The White Lotus demon, God, said with an ugly expression. That's right. After taking away our authority, Wang Ku and the others are still scheming against us. They want to kill us. The Purple Lotus demon god and the Red Lotus demon god are already dead. We can't just wait for death. This time we must kill Wang Ku. The Black Lotus demon god said in a deep voice. Although the 3 of them had reached the immortal ascension realm, they felt that they were in more danger now. Does anyone know that the 3 of you have come? Gong Shanhai asked. Don't worry. I have already arranged for my trusted subordinates to cover up for the demonic Dao capital. No one will know. Morpheus said confidently. That's good. Gong Shanhai nodded. However, I want to see the great, dark Bodhisattva. Morpheus said in a deep voice. See my master? Gong Shanhai's expression changed. That's right, Gong Shanhai. It's not that we don't trust you. We also came with great sincerity. We don't want any accidents. The great, dark Bodhisattva is a righteous person. You are willing to cooperate with us. But is he willing as well? I want to see him with my own eyes to dispel our last bit of concern. Morpheus said solemnly. Gong Shanhai muttered to himself for a moment and finally nodded. All right, I will bring you to see my master. The 3 of them immediately wrapped themselves in black robes and followed Gong Shanhai to another gloomy hall. The hall was filled with a special black aura, causing the entire hall to be filled with a dark aura. Master, the 3 of them have agreed to my request. However, they would like to see my master one last time. Gong Shanhai said respectfully, Come in. A soft voice came from the hall. Quang. The door opened and Morpheus, White Lotus demon god and Black Lotus demon god slowly stepped into the hall. The hall was pitch black, but there was a black lotus in the north. A woman sat on the lotus. The great light Bodhisattva, White Lotus demon god's expression changed and he became alert. It's not the great light Bodhisattva. The great light Bodhisattva does not have such an evil aura. This evil aura is not Buddhist aura at all. It's somewhat similar. Black Lotus demon god looked at Morpheus. Morpheus's expression changed at this moment. He reached out his hand and the black aura that surrounded the hall fell into Morpheus's hand. Morpheus stared at the great, dark Bodhisattva for a moment, disbelief flashing across his face. Emoba? Emoba's aura? You are Emoba? The sky demon that we suddenly lost contact with 1,000 years ago. You are Emoba? Morpheus suddenly exclaimed. Sky demon? You said the great, dark Bodhisattva is the sky demon? One of us? White Lotus demon god's eyes lit up. P.S. End of night. Chapter 974. Reincarnation Holy Capital in a large hall. The White Lotus demon god and the Black Lotus demon god looked at Morpheus in confusion. Morpheus, what are you worried about? That great darkness Bodhisattva is a sky demon like you. Didn't you say he was Emoba? What's there to worry about? The White Lotus demon god asked. That's right. If that's the case, there's nothing to worry about. The Black Lotus demon god said. Morpheus frowned. I don't know. I have a feeling that Emoba is different from 1,000 years ago. 1,000 years ago? The White Lotus demon god asked. 1,000 years ago, before the righteous sects sealed the master, the diabolism had made preparations. Even the 3 sky demons hidden in the Buddhist sect, Taoism sect, and War God Temple were ordered to be mobilized. They enticed the top experts of the Buddhist sect, Taoism sect, and War God Temple to participate in the sealing of the master. Their goal was not to seal the master, but to use this opportunity to wipe out the righteous sects. Morpheus said, What do you mean? The two looked at Morpheus in confusion. The plan back then was to coordinate with the outside and drag all the top experts of the righteous sects into the central divine continent battlefield. They would work together with the master, Wang Gushin, to ambush and massacre all the top experts of the righteous sections. At that point, the righteous sects would no longer be able to resist. Morpheus said, 1,000 years ago? The Black Lotus demon god asked in surprise. You two were not strong enough back then and were not qualified to know the inside story. Back then, Mo Ba was in charge of the operations of the Buddhist sect. He was to lure all the top experts of the Buddhist sect and then ambush them. With the master's cooperation, the Buddhist sect would be wiped clean. However, Mo Ba mysteriously disappeared back then. Morpheus frowned. Mo Ba disappeared? The White Lotus demon god asked curiously. Yes. Before the war, Mo Ba, who was in charge of the Buddhist sect, disappeared. Mo Jiu, who was in charge of the Tao sect, also disappeared. Mo Chi, who was in charge of the War God Temple, was also detained by the War God Temple. This caused the plan back then to fail. Morpheus said. Then, I don't know what's going on either. I don't understand how Mo Ba became the great, dark Bodhisattva. Morpheus frowned. Can Mo Ba still be trusted? White Lotus demon god asked with a frown. Just now, Mo Ba also said that he encountered some situations in the past 1,000 years. He said that I'm not qualified to know about it and that he will personally report it to the heavenly axiom. That was why I didn't say anything. As for whether or not they can be trusted, you don't have to worry about that because all sky demons were created by the heavenly axiom. They would never betray the path of demons. Morpheus said solemnly, Then, what's there to worry about? Black Lotus asked puzzledly, I don't know. I just feel that something is wrong, but I can't tell what's wrong. This Mo Ba seems a little different from back then. If I hadn't asked her about the secret of being together back then, I would have thought that she was lying to me. Morpheus frowned. It's been 1,000 years, people change. As long as it's Mo Ba. Black Lotus demon god said, I still feel uneasy. Morpheus said with a frown. Just as the three of them were talking, a figure suddenly flew toward the Samsara Palace. Stop! A shout was heard. It was the guards of the Samsara Palace who immediately activated the array to stop the figure. My lord! The black figure shouted. Morpheus's expression suddenly changed. He looked outside the palace. He saw a group of guards of the Samsara dynasty outside the palace, and they were about to rush into the sky. Gong Shanhai, it's my man. Let him come over. Morpheus suddenly shouted. Let him pass. Gong Shanhai's shout came from the palace. Yes. The guards of the palace immediately retreated and allowed the black figure to fly to the palace where Morpheus was. As soon as the black figure entered the palace, he immediately bowed and said, My lord, something is wrong. You have been tricked. Let's go. What did you say? Morpheus suddenly raised his eyebrows. Who are you? Black Lotus demon god asked with a frown. He's my man, Xiabingjia. Morpheus immediately explained. The black-robed man immediately took off his hat and revealed Xiabingjia's face. Xiabingjia, didn't I ask you to keep an eye on us in the capital of the demonic gods? Also, you asked our stand-ins to show up every day to mess up the audition? Why are you here? Morpheus stared at him and asked. My lord, I've been keeping an eye on Amethyst, Wang Tinfeng, and the others so that you wouldn't be exposed this time. However, just yesterday, I suddenly found that someone was spying on us. I gathered the experts under your command and took him down. After interrogating him, I found that he was sent by Gong Shanhai to spy on us. Xiabingjia immediately said, What did you say? Morpheus widened his eyes in surprise. Gong Shanhai sent someone to spy on you? Why? White Lotus demon god's expression changed. I don't know, but I feel that something is wrong. Since you're working with Gong Shanhai, why would he spy on us? He must have an ulterior motive. Perhaps he invited you here to ambush you, my lord. Xie Bingjia said. Gong Shanhai is ambushing us? The three of them raised their eyebrows. Ridiculous. Who are you? How dare you sow discord between us? A shout came from outside the hall. They saw Gong Shanhai glaring at Xie Bingjia. Gong Shanhai was already suspicious of the sudden appearance of the newcomers and naturally paid attention to this place. The door was not closed and there was no sound isolation. With Gong Shanhai's means, he naturally heard it. When he heard the conversation, his expression changed. My lord! Xie Bingjia quickly hid behind Morpheus in fear. Gong Shanhai, what are you doing? This is my confidant, Xie Bingjia. Morpheus glared at him. Your confidant? But your confidant can sow discord between us? Gong Shanhai glared at him. I didn't sow discord. I'm telling the truth. Xie Bingjia immediately said, You didn't sow discord? Then where is he? My subordinates have been captured by you. Where are they? Someone is framing me. Can't you think about it? Gong Shanhai glared. He is already dead. Before he died, he self-detonated. However, I brought his belongings. Take a look for yourself. Xie Bingjia immediately threw out a pile of tattered clothes. You dare to frame me with just these tattered clothes? How can you be so sure that I sent him? Gong Shanhai glared. He is Chao Xiong. How can I not recognize him? When I was undercover in the Daesan dynasty, I was the Minister of War and he was the Minister of Justice. Is Chao Xiong your subordinate? Xie Bingjia asked. Chao Xiong? Gong Shanhai was stunned. My lord, Chao Xiong is Gong Shanhai's subordinate. This subordinate was worried that they would ambush you, so I rushed over. Xie Bingjia said. Morpheus looked at Gong Shanhai and frowned. Gong Shanhai, this Xie Bingjia is my confidant. He would not lie to me. I did not send Chao Xiong. Also, Chao Xiong was severely injured during the chaos in the Dragon Palace. He has been cultivating in seclusion on Arhot Island. Are you lying? Gong Shanhai narrowed his eyes. I did not. It is Chao Xiong. It must be him. Xie Bingjia said firmly. Morpheus frowned. You said Chao Xiong did not go? Xie Bingjia and Chao Xiong have known each other for many years. It is impossible for him to be mistaken. Then, Gong Shanhai, why don't you call Chao Xiong over? You don't believe me? Gong Shanhai said. I don't doubt you. However, Xie Bingjia is also my confidant. Even if you do not suspect yourself, you can't make me suspect my confidant, right? Morpheus said. Men, call Chao Xiong over. Gong Shanhai shouted. Immediately, the soldiers of the Reincarnation Dynasty rushed to Arhot Island. Arhot Island had almost sunk due to the previous war. However, with the help of Gong Shanhai and the others, it had recovered. However, there were many changes to the buildings on the island. Arhot Island seemed to be very far away, and there was still a distance to the west across the sea. However, for a group of top-notch experts, it was just a short distance. Very soon, a soldier returned. Your Majesty, Chao Xiong is in seclusion on Arhot Island. He has set up a formation. He does not allow anyone to disturb him. We are worried that we will hurt Chao Xiong if we force our way in, so... The soldier said, Your Majesty, listen to them. They are making an excuse. Chao Xiong is no longer on the island. They did it on purpose. Xie Bingjia shouted. Gong Shanhai stared at Xie Bingjia. Gong Shanhai, shouldn't you give us an explanation? Morpheus said. At this moment, not only Morpheus, even the White Lotus Demon God and the Black Lotus Demon God realized that something was wrong. Between Gong Shanhai and Xie Bingjia, one of them must be lying. If Xie Bingjia was Morpheus' confidant, then... Gong Shanhai also realized that he could not explain it clearly. He said gloomily, Let's go. We will go to Arhot Island together. I will open the place where he is in seclusion. Please, Morpheus said. Gong Shanhai, Morpheus, the White Lotus Demon God, and the Black Lotus Demon God flew towards Arhut Island together with Xiebingjia. The group stopped at the entrance of a cave on Arhut Island. Chao Xiong is inside. I will open it, Gong Shanhai said. All right, Morpheus nodded, just as Gong Shanhai was about to open the cave. Wang. Above their heads, a green light descended from the sky. Instantly, it enveloped Gong Shanhai, Morpheus, the White Lotus Demon God, and the Black Lotus Demon God. The four of them froze as though they were frozen by a huge force. No, there is an ambush. Gong Shanhai, you schemed against us? The Black Lotus Demon God exclaimed. Boom! At that moment, the ground rumbled. There seemed to be a huge force spinning rapidly on the ground. It was as though something was breaking out of the ground. At the same time, it was as though a huge bowl was descending from the sky. Not good. Quick, break free! Morpheus exclaimed. Boom! The group of Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators immediately took action and broke free from the green light. However, it was too late. With a loud sound, the huge bowl enveloped everyone. At the same time, it emitted a bright golden light. Gong Shanhai, Morpheus, the Black Lotus Demon God, and the White Lotus Demon God were all trapped. It's the Daluo Golden Bowl, the Reincarnation Disc, and the Rui Divine Needle? The Rui Three Treasures? Morpheus exclaimed. It's not Gong Shanhai's ambush. It's Wang Ke's ambush. The green light that trapped us was the light-fixing mirror? Not good. We fell into a trap. The White Lotus Demon God exclaimed. How did Wang Ke know that we were coming? Is there something wrong with the Rui Three Treasures? How can it seal us Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators, unless there are a few Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators activating it? The Black Lotus Demon God exclaimed. Rumble! The entire Arhut Island rumbled. Bright golden light shone. It was Lust, Amethyst, and Wang Tinfeng. The three Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators activated the Rui Three Treasures at the same time. In an instant, the Rui Three Treasures unleashed a powerful force and trapped the four Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators. No matter how the four Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators attacked the Rui Three Treasures, they were in a stalemate and no one could escape. What? Not good. Quickly save your majesty. Arhats of the Arhut Palace, attack! One of the soldiers who came with Gong Shanhai suddenly exclaimed. Generals, keep an eye on Arhut Island for me. Wang Ke shouted loudly. Yes. Instantly, a large number of soldiers emerged from the depths of the sea. Some of these soldiers were wearing kindness armor, some were wearing Yiksha armor, and some were wearing ghoul armor. In an instant, the experts from the three empires surrounded Arhut Island. As for Xiebingjia, he flew to Wang Ke's side. Wang, Demon God Wang, this time I... Xiebingjia said in an ingratiating tone. Xiebingjia, thank you for providing me with information about Morpheus's residence, so that I could make preparations in advance. Wang Ke said with a smile. It's my duty. A few years ago, I was already loyal to Devil Lord. No, it should be Princess Longyu. At that time, I kept providing Princess Longyu with all kinds of information about Morpheus. Princess Longyu was in seclusion, and I couldn't pass on a lot of information to her in time. So I wanted to pass it on to you. I hope Demon God Wang will not hold a grudge. Xiebingjia immediately said politely. In the past, Devil Lord had mentioned to Wang Ke that he had a spy by Morpheus's side. Wang Ke didn't know who it was until recently that he realized it was Xiebingjia. Although he didn't know how Devil Lord had subdued Xiebingjia. As long as he was Devil Lord's subordinate, he naturally wouldn't show any displeasure. Take off your armor. Let bygones be bygones. I didn't expect it to be you. Or rather, Emo, sure, San, didn't expect you to be able to. Ha ha ha. Take off your armor. Don't worry. I'll protect you. You don't have to show your face. Wang Ke said. Thank you, Demon God Wang. Xiebingjia was overjoyed. It's just that Princess Long, you said that she would take care of my family. Jia Bingjia looked at Wang Ku expectantly. It turned out that this was also Devil Lord's method of controlling Jia Bingjia. Your great merit this time is worthy of a family reunion. Don't worry, I will do my best to help you. Wang Ku promised. Yes, thank you, Demon God Wang. Jia Bingjia immediately retreated to the side. Not far away, the weak Chao Xiong was dragged over. Wang Ku, I did as you said. It's none of my business. Chao Xiong shouted with a face of despair. Chao Xiong was also unlucky. More than a year ago, he was seriously injured and almost died in the Dragon Palace. Since then, he had been in seclusion on Arhot Island. But who would have thought that just yesterday, he was suddenly found by Wang Ku and his men. Then he was captured and forced to set up a trap on Arhot Island. I am innocent. Take him away first, Wang Ku said in a deep voice. Yes, sir, the soldiers replied. Chao Xiong was immediately dragged away by a group of people. P.S. I have something to do these 2 days, so I won't explode today. I will resume tomorrow. Please forgive me. Chapter 975. The combination of the Daluo Golden Bowl and the reincarnation disc created a rotating force that made the inside of the lunchbox feel like a boiling pressure cooker. It quickly attacked Miyagi, Shanghai, Morpheus, and the others. In an instant, the 4 of them were turned upside down. The 2 wishful divine needles were injected with a powerful force and stabbed at the 4 of them like a pair of chopsticks, causing them to be exhausted from dodging. Miyagi, Shanghai, you set up an ambush on Arhot Island? Is Chao Xiong one of your men? Black Lotus Demon God roared. I didn't expect Chao Xiong to betray me and set up a trap here. Also, didn't your soldier armor also cause us to be ambushed? Miyagi Shanghai shouted. Stop arguing. Let's think of a way to get out first. Morpheus glared. This is the Rui Triad? Our spies in the Buddhist sect have already informed us that the Rui Triad isn't very powerful. However, it depends on who is using it. The stronger the user, the more powerful it is. I'm afraid there are 3 Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators using it. Otherwise, they won't be able to trap us. White Lotus Demon God frowned. 3 Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators? How is that possible? Where did the 3 Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators come from? Black Lotus Demon God asked anxiously. How would I know if Wang Ku was the one who found him? Miyagi Shanghai, don't you have a doppelganger? Quick, come here and break the Rui Triad from the outside. Otherwise, we might die here today. White Lotus Demon God said anxiously. All right. Miyagi Shanghai said. At the same time, a dragon's roar sounded in Reincarnation Fairy's capital. Roar! A black dragon soared into the sky and shot towards Arhot Island. At this moment, outside the Rui Triad, Amethyst was controlling the wishful divine needles. Lust was controlling the Daluo Golden Bowl. Wang Tin Feng and Yasushi Simon were using the reincarnation disc. The 3 of them were having a hard time using it, but they were excited to trap for Immortal Ascension Realm cultivators at once. Wang Ku, they can't get out. Wang Tin Feng laughed. Old Huang, thank you so much this time. Wang Ku smiled. Thank me? I'm here to listen to your Majesty's orders, not to help you. Wang Tin Feng said firmly. Ha ha ha, Old Huang, you better put away your thoughts. Wang Ku laughed. None of your business. Wang Tin Feng glared at Wang Ku. Right at this moment, a dragon's roar suddenly sounded from afar. Instead, he saw a black dragon charging straight at him. Vivian! Lust exclaimed. Wang Ku looked at the black dragon flying over from afar and naturally recognized that this was the body of the Dragon Emperor Gongwei. Unfortunately, he had been refined into a clone by Gong Shanhai. As soon as the black dragon got close, it opened its eyes wide. It saw the soldiers of the Great Kindness, Ghoul, and Yiksha empires above the sea, as well as the soldiers of the War God Temple. None of the people from Arhot Island could escape. They were all trapped. Wang Ku, you dare to scheme against me? The black dragon roared ferociously. Haha, Gong Shanhai, what you said is funny. So, only you can scheme against me, but I can't scheme against you? If you didn't ambush me here, how could you have fallen into my ambush? Wang Ke said coldly. Humph, just you wait. I'll show you later. The black dragon roared. As it roared, it charged towards the 3 Rui treasures in the air. Ning! A phoenix cry sounded. Zhang Lier transformed into a huge fire phoenix and charged towards the black dragon. Hong! With a loud bang, the fire phoenix was knocked back a little. However, it was not completely defeated. There was still a gap between the peak of the martial god realm and the immortal ascension realm. The fire phoenix was naturally weaker, but not by much. That was because the fire phoenix cultivated the Tao Gate's top cultivation technique, the Jade Lake Divine Skill. It also had more than 20 types of divine flames around it, which increased its power by a lot. Jade Lake Divine Skill? Peak of the martial god realm? So what? You can't stop me. The black dragon roared and charged again. War God Slash! A shout came from behind the black dragon. Boom! The black dragon swung its tail and blocked the attack from behind. Huang Yuanjiu? The black dragon said in surprise. Mistress, be careful! Wang Ke shouted. Don't worry. I've seen all kinds of situations. I'll give in to you. Ha ha ha. You'd better tell Zhang Lier to be careful. Wang Ku, you're really bold. You've pissed off Xianghua when you went to the good deity's capital. Huang Yuanjiu laughed from afar. How could Xianghua not be angry? Long Yu's matter had not been resolved, and now Zhang Lier popped up? Damn it, didn't you want to marry Serene Moon? Why did you bring your girlfriend to piss me off every day? Xianghua? Sai, forget it. Let's not talk about it. Wang Ke shouted. He had gone to the good deity's capital to ask Xianghua for help. Unfortunately, Xianghua had not agreed. Wang Ke could not do anything about it. Don't blame Xianghua. Xianghua is protecting Miss Wang. Xianghua can't leave. Huang Yuanjiu shouted. I know. It's fine. Xianghua doesn't need to step in to deal with Miyazaki and the others. I can deal with them. Wang Ke nodded. In the distance, Black Dragon, who was being pincered by Zhang Lier and Huang Yuanjiu, looked at Wang Ke with a dark expression. Wang Ke, you can deal with me? Do you think my immortal ascension realm is a decoration? Do you really think the two of them can deal with me? Dream on. Black Dragon roared ferociously. Lier and my master's wife are definitely not enough to deal with you. However, some money is enough. Wang Ke said, What? Black Dragon was stunned. Spend some money? Are you trying to bribe me? Do you think I'll go easy on you if you give me some stinky money? Wang Yoli! Wang Ke shouted. Coming. Wang Yoli's shout came from afar. Instantly, a green light shone on Black Dragon, Zhang Lier and Huang Yuanjiu. Light stabilizer mirror. Black Dragon's expression changed. The scene of the light stabilizer mirror fighting the red lotus demonic god in the deep abyss a few months ago was still vivid in his mind. Black Dragon naturally knew that he was in danger. Immediately, his body twisted rapidly. At this moment, although the Black Dragon was still able to twist and struggle, its movements had become much slower. Black Dragon seemed to be restrained in all aspects. Black Dragon was restrained in all aspects. However, Zhang Lier and Huang Yuanjiu each had a sea calming pearl. Hence, they were not restrained at all. Instantly, they exploded with a powerful force and were in a stalemate with Black Dragon. Wang Ke, you darn it. If you have the ability, come and fight me. Black Dragon roared. Fight you? Your body belongs to Gongwei. If I attack, I will definitely cut it into two. If I break it, what will happen to Gongwei? Wang Ke immediately rolled his eyes. You. Black Dragon said disdainfully. Stop talking nonsense. Go to one side. Wang Ke said impatiently, "You are courting death." Black Dragon roared angrily. However, Wang Ke ignored him as expected. That was because Light Stabilizer Mirror, Zhang Lier, and Huang Yuanjiao were already in a stalemate. Black Dragon could not move for a while. "Wang Ke, why don't you add another sea calming pearl? This way, you can restrain Black Dragon even more." In mid-air, Wang Yuli shouted. Wang Ke stared at Wang Yuli. "Did my money grow on trees? Use another sea calming pearl? Do you know that every time Light Stabilizer Mirror adds a sea calming pearl, the consumption of spiritual stones increases exponentially? Damn it, I can't even kill this Black Dragon. Why should I waste my money? Wang Yuli, don't waste my spiritual stones." "I will try my best. I will try my best." Wang Yuli stared at Wang Ke. "You stingy Wang Ke. I am helping you, and you are still stingy with money? Don't tell me you are stingy with the payment you promised me." At that moment, Black Dragon was in a stalemate. Miyagi Shanghai also saw everything clearly. Miyagi Shanghai's main body also described the situation outside. "Wang Tinfeng? Wang Tinfeng is here too? Damn it, Wang Tinfeng. Aren't you afraid that the evil emperor will blame you for cooperating with the righteous path?" Morpheus roared in shock and anger. In the outside world, Wang Tinfeng was activating the wheel of samsara while staring inside the Daluo golden bowl. "Morpheus, is there something wrong with your head?" Inside the bowl, Morpheus was stunned for a moment before he understood everything. Perhaps Wang Tinfeng's arrival today was ordered by the evil emperor. How could the evil emperor blame him? It was also because he was mad that he said the wrong thing. After all, he had wanted to kill Wang Ke, Amethyst, Zhu Hongyi, and Ye Qingqing, but he had never thought of killing Wang Tinfeng. Now that Wang Tinfeng had suddenly attacked him, he was a little stunned. "Wang Tinfeng, you have conspired with the righteous path to deal with me. My lord will not let you go. If my lord finds out that you have colluded with the righteous path, you will definitely die." Morpheus cursed and threatened. Wang Tinfeng rolled his eyes. "Do you think I will listen to Wang Gushin? Why should I care about Wang Gushin's feelings?" Morpheus was speechless. Wang Tinfeng was indeed not on good terms with their lord. The more he threatened Wang Tinfeng with his lord, the more rebellious Wang Tinfeng would be. What should he do? What should he do? "Miyazaki, you are the one who set this trap. Now that we have fallen into an ambush, what do you think we should do?" Morpheus glared. "Don't worry, I still have a clone. I still have an army in the reincarnation god's capital. I will send them over immediately." Miyazaki immediately said, "Hurry up, hurry up." Morpheus said anxiously. At this moment, in the reincarnation god's capital, Arhut Yuan Miao stepped out. "Soldiers, heed my order. Head to Arhut Island immediately and assist my clone in killing these traitors." "Yes," countless soldiers responded. At the same time, Arhut Yuan Miao held an imperial seal in his hand and looked up at the sky. "Citizens of the reincarnation dynasty, I, Miyazaki, hereby request the people of the world to raise your right hand and lend me your strength. I want to kill these demons. Everyone, please help me." Arhut Yuan Miao shouted. Rumble, rumble, rumble. Miyazaki's voice immediately reached the ears of all the citizens of the reincarnation dynasty. For a time, the citizens of the reincarnation dynasty were in an uproar. Your Majesty was borrowing their strength. Countless people immediately raised their right hands. Surges of energy gathered like a river toward the merit cloud. Then they turned into a golden dragon that charged toward Arhut Yuan Miao. Boom! Arhut Yuan Miao's body immediately swelled, and an extremely powerful energy spread out. The might of an immortal ascension realm cultivator? Arhut Yuan Miao's eyes lit up. Arhut Yuan Miao turned his head and looked at a large hall not far away. "Master, you should know about what happened outside, right? Master, please help me." Arhut Yuan Miao looked at the large hall. I know. The great, dark Bodhisattva's voice came from the large hall. Thank you, Master. Arhut Yuan Miao bowed respectfully. Arhut Yuan Miao turned his head and charged toward Arhut Island with the power of a nation. He was so fast that he arrived in an instant. When Arhut Yuan Miao saw the 3 Rui treasures from afar, his eyes lit up. As long as he could break the 3 Rui treasures, his side would be able to control the situation. As for Wang Ku's side, there should be no immortal ascension realm cultivators. Break! Arhut Yuan Miao charged over with a powerful energy. Just at this moment, a figure dressed in dragon robes stepped out and charged at Arhut Yuan Miao with ferocious might. Hong! The 2 experts clashed in the air, sending out a torrential shockwave. The difference in strength seemed to be about the same. The impact forced Arhut Yuan Miao back. Then he glared at the man in dragon robes blocking him. Jiangping, the Yaksha human sovereign? Arhut Yuan Miao said in shock. Wang Ku, this clone can mobilize the power of a nation? Jiangping looked at Arhut Yuan Miao in shock. How would I know? However, they are both Miyagi Mountain Sea. It should be possible. Wang Ke said. However, Arhut Yuan Miao glared at Jiangping. The Yiksha human sovereign? You can mobilize the power of a nation as well. You can mobilize the Yiksha dynasty's power? P.S. 2 updates today, 3 updates tomorrow. Chapter 976. The Yiksha Mortal Monarch? You also mobilized the power of a nation? You mobilized the Yaksha dynasty's power? Arhut Yuan Miao said angrily. Nonsense. If I didn't mobilize the Yaksha dynasty's power, how could I block you? Jiangping said with a glare. Damn it, Wang Ke, you've really been scheming. You mobilized the power of 3 dynasties to deal with us? Arhut Yuan Miao said with a glare. I am still too merciful to deal with a lunatic like you who won't even let off your wife and daughter. Wang Ke said, disdainfully, what are you all standing there for? Attack! Capture Wang Ke! Arhut Yuan Miao roared. Yes. A large number of soldiers immediately raised their weapons and pointed them at Wang Ke, who was not far away. Arhut Island's monks, do you see this? Even now, he still refused to realize his error. Arhut Island's first seat, Arhut Yuan Miao, has long since been refined into a clone by Mia Shanhai. Most of you have benefited from Arhut Yuan Miao. Now, are you still going to help Mia Shanhai, who plotted against Arhut Yuan Miao? Wang Ke suddenly shouted. The expressions of Arhut Island's countless monks changed. Although the countless monks were respectful and obedient to Gong Shanhai, many of them were Arhut Yuan Miao's disciples and grand-disciples. When they saw Arhut Yuan Miao being refined into a clone, many of them fell silent. If Arhut Yuan Miao did not mobilize the power of a nation, it could not prove that Gong Shanhai refined him. Now he mobilized the power of a nation, which explained everything. After all, only the ruler of a nation could mobilize the power of a nation. Don't listen to Wang Ke's nonsense. Arhut Yuan Miao willingly became my clone. Once we kill the evil demons and beat back these people who colluded with the evil demons, my clone will naturally come out of Arhut Yuan Miao's body. At that time, Arhut Yuan Miao will wake up. Arhut Yuan Miao agreed to be refined into a clone for the sake of mobilizing the power of a nation. Gong Shanhai explained with a change in expression. However, at this moment, the countless monks suddenly sat down cross-legged, no longer blocking Wang Ke's army. The people that Wang Ke brought did not harm the Arhut Palace disciples. They just did not let them go. Although the monks obeyed Gong Shanhai, not everyone was stupid. Arhut Yuan Miao willingly let Gong Shanhai refine him? Why wasn't there any news before? We don't have any proof, but we can choose not to believe it. Countless monks suddenly abandoned their duties, freeing up countless soldiers under Wang Ke's command. 4 great sword gods, Zhao, Qian, Sun, and the other 3 great martial kings, lead your men and block these ordinary soldiers." Wang Ke shouted, "All right." The four sword gods from the Wang family of the Yuxia dynasty unleashed their power. The three martial kings of the Corpse dynasty also attacked. In the blink of an eye, all the soldiers of the Samsara dynasty were suppressed. There were also many martial gods in the Samsara dynasty. However, some of them suddenly quit in the Arhut palace. How could the rest of them resist? The four great sword gods and the three great martial kings had all come out to help Wang Ke. The guards of the two imperial empires must have been quite empty. However, what did it matter whether they were empty or not? Would the demonic Dao's army take advantage of the situation? Impossible. Wang Ke had already done his work in the demonic Dao, without the evil emperor's orders, who would dare to attack. Furthermore, the countless officials of the evil dynasty were sent by the Wang family disciples. Would they undermine him? For a time, Arhut Yuan Miao became isolated. "Old Zhu, old Nya, help Jiangping and block Arhut Yuan Miao." Wang Ke called out, "All right." "Huh." Immediately, a fierce battle erupted around Arhut Island. Seeing that Wang Ke's side had gained the upper hand, Wang Ke no longer hesitated. He stepped towards the Samsara dynasty's divine capital. The experts of the Samsara dynasty's divine capital had all come out. The place was already empty. It was no longer a dangerous place for Wang Ke. Wang Ke rushed over to meet up with the great light Bodhisattva. At this moment, the palace was empty. Wang Ke came quietly. Even so, it wasn't easy to sneak into the palace. However, with the help of the great light Bodhisattva, Wang Ke easily entered the palace. "Great light Bodhisattva, what did you do just now?" "Those guards didn't seem to see me at all. Did I turn invisible? How did you do it?" Wang Ke looked at the great light Bodhisattva in surprise. "It's a forbidden technique of the Buddhist sect. If you join the Buddhist sect, I can teach you," the great light Bodhisattva said. "Join the Buddhist sect? Forget it then. We'll talk about it later." Wang Ke waved his hand. "I haven't married and have children yet. Why should I become a monk? Do I want to be a lecherous monk like Bujian Lust?" The great light Bodhisattva didn't say much. Instead, she looked at the pitch-black palace in front of her. In the palace, there was a faint aura of fear that made Wang Ke feel as if he was facing a great enemy. Quang! The door of the palace suddenly opened, and a gush of black gas gushed out from within. Wang Ke looked inside and saw a pitch-black lotus platform. On the lotus platform sat a woman. She looked exactly like the great light Bodhisattva, except that her body was filled with black gas. "Great darkness Bodhisattva." Wang Ke's eyes flashed with surprise. "You're back?" The great darkness Bodhisattva suddenly said. The great darkness Bodhisattva stared at the great light Bodhisattva as if she was looking at a mirror. One of them was emitting black gas while the other was emitting light. It was as if one represented the night while the other represented the day. "I said that I'll be back when this is over. Now I'm back. The grudges between us should be settled by ourselves. I just didn't expect you to let others do it." The great light Bodhisattva looked at the other side. "You've been gone for 1,000 years. 1,000 years is different from before." The great darkness Bodhisattva's face was gloomy. "No matter how long it is, you're a part of me. Only when you and I combine can we be complete. Now that I'm back, it's time for us to combine." The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, "Merge into one. Ha ha ha, I'm your negative consciousness, your dark side. You're now shining brightly and your heart is like Bodhi. Are you willing to combine with me?" The great darkness Bodhisattva narrowed her eyes. "Buddha isn't incomplete, it's complete. You're my negative consciousness. Abandoning you won't solve the problem. Abandoning you will only make me incomplete. Only when we combine can we be complete. Only with negative consciousness can we be considered human. Only by controlling negative emotions can we become Buddha. The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, "You want to become Buddha." The great darkness Bodhisattva narrowed her eyes. Who doesn't want to become a Buddha? The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, Ha 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 ha, you're dreaming. You haven't even reached the immortal realm and you're already thinking about becoming Buddha? The great darkness Bodhisattva said sarcastically, Only with a goal can we move forward. The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, Don't you know the consequences of becoming an immortal? You can't even become an immortal. So how can you talk about becoming Buddha? Have you forgotten the great demon? You can't do it. The great darkness Bodhisattva sneered. Whether I can do it or not, we'll talk about it in the future. Whether you do it or not, you can do it now. The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, It's been 1,000 years, 1,000 years. Do you know how I've spent the past 1,000 years? The great darkness Bodhisattva said fiercely, why do these words sound so familiar? Wang Ke said with a strange expression. The great darkness Bodhisattva glared at Wang Ke. You think you can separate and fuse as you wish? Things are different now. I won't agree to it. The great darkness Bodhisattva said coldly. Why? The great light Bodhisattva asked solemnly, Who will be the master of the fusion? The great darkness Bodhisattva asked solemnly, Me, of course. I'm the master. The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, I just said that it's been 1,000 years. Do you still think it's 1,000 years ago? If you want to fuse, sure, but I'll be the master. I'll destroy your consciousness and take control of the body. The great darkness Bodhisattva said solemnly, You've been contaminated by the sky demon? The great light Bodhisattva said coldly. The great darkness Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes at the great light Bodhisattva. Contaminated? 1,000 years ago, Mo Ba came to us and tried to bewitch us. We captured and suppressed him. At the same time, you split your power and negative consciousness to fuse with Mo Ba. In order to refine Mo Ba, you pried out the deepest memories in Mo Ba's mind. You wanted to learn all of the great demon's secrets by refining Mo Ba. Then I was split and was in charge of fusing with Mo Ba. You suppressed me there. I was waiting for you to come back. Yes, I went to deal with Wang Gushin. You were in charge of opening all of Mo Ba's memories. Did you do it? The great light Bodhisattva asked solemnly. I've already grasped most of Mo Ba's memories, but there's still a core part that I haven't grasped. Mo Ba is in my body, but I know that he won't die so easily. The great darkness Bodhisattva said solemnly, Fuse with me, and we'll be stronger. We can completely pry out all of Mo Ba's memories. The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly, why should I fuse with you and be willing to disappear? The great darkness Bodhisattva sneered. What did you say? We're all doing this for the good. The great light Bodhisattva said coldly, Why should I sacrifice myself for the good? The great darkness Bodhisattva said coldly, You, me? We cultivate the path of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. If I don't go to hell, who will? But I've changed my mind. I can go to hell, but why should I die there? I want to walk out alive. From Mo Ba's memories, I found out that what's wrong with Buddhism? So what if I'm a demon? Who says that demons are bad? Why should I slay demons? I can cultivate both Buddhism and demon. I'm the demon Buddha. The great darkness Bodhisattva said solemnly, You. The great light Bodhisattva's expression changed. Back then, you and I were 7th tier Immortal Ascension Realm. After the split, you and I were weakened to 6th tier Immortal Ascension Realm. But it doesn't matter. In the past 1,000 years, I've made up for it. Not only did I recover to 7th tier Immortal Ascension Realm, but I've also reached 8th tier Immortal Ascension realm, which is higher than you. If I can get Mo Ba's final secret, my cultivation will improve further. The great darkness, Bodhisattva, said coldly. 8th tier Immortal Ascension realm? The great light, Bodhisattva's expression darkened. You didn't expect this, did you? 8th tier Immortal Ascension realm? You didn't even dream of it, did you? Ha ha ha. The great darkness, Bodhisattva, said savagely. In 1,000 years, your cultivation has improved by 2 minor realms? Your cultivation is too slow. Wang stared at the great darkness, Bodhisattva, in disbelief. The great darkness, Bodhisattva's expression stiffened. He stared at Wang Ku and said, Do you think cultivation is easy? Yes. I don't want to cultivate. My cultivation is still improving. I also want to ask the great darkness, Bodhisattva, for advice on how to slow down my cultivation. I've racked my brains, but I can't do it. Great darkness, Bodhisattva, can you help me? Wang Ku asked expectantly. The great darkness, Bodhisattva, stared at Wang Ku. He wanted to scold Wang Ku for his nonsense. How could he want to cultivate slowly? But when he recalled what Maya Zamasi had said about Wang Ku's situation in the Blood Sea, he was speechless. Damn, there really was such a lunatic. So you've been completely contaminated by Mo Ba's memories and forgotten our promise? The great light, Bodhisattva, narrowed his eyes. It's been 1,000 years. Anything is possible. Why should I sacrifice myself? Why don't you sacrifice yourself? Come on. If I don't refine you today, you will refine me. The great darkness, Bodhisattva said ferociously. Buddha's light illumination. The great light, Bodhisattva yelled. Demonic Buddha's destruction. The great darkness, Bodhisattva yelled. Around the two of them, one shone with golden light and the other with black energy. The two bodhisattvas instantly charged at each other. Boom! The two of them fought fiercely. P.S. First update. Chapter 977. Boom! With a loud bang, the entire reincarnation, holy capital, shook violently. If not for the great light, Bodhisattva protecting the entire city, the entire reincarnation, holy capital would have been shattered. The light, Bodhisattva, and the darkness, Bodhisattva, flew up to the sky after their first clash. Wang Ku followed suit. Rumble. In the clouds, the two top experts clashed again and again, creating a storm that blew in all directions. Even though they were far away, the entire reincarnation, holy capital, could feel the huge storm. Wang Ku, who was standing not far from the battlefield, had an ugly expression on his face. The power of the Immortal Ascension realm is indeed earth-shattering. If they hit the ground again and again, won't the ground shatter too? Wang Ku said in surprise. Wang Ku did not dare to get close to the battle of the Immortal Ascension realm because the power was too terrifying. It was at least several times stronger than the Purple Lotus Demon God. How is this possible? How is this possible? You've also reached the 8th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm? Didn't you activate the tripartite Emperor Sealing formation? Shouldn't you be getting weaker? Even if you recover to your peak, you'll be at the 6th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm at most. Why are you the same as me? The great darkness, Bodhisattva, roared in anger. You'll know when I refine you. The great light, Bodhisattva, said coldly. Boom! The two of them started fighting again. Wang Ku watched from a distance. Why did Wang Ku come here instead of helping at Arhot Island? This was because Wang Ku understood that as long as the great Bodhisattva of Light won, the outcome of the battle would be decided. Most of the people there had just entered the Immortal Ascension realm. How could they compete with an advanced Immortal Ascension realm expert? Once they won, the great light, Bodhisattva, would be able to suppress them. However, if this side were to lose, then all their efforts would be for naught. Wang Ku was also taking precautions in case the great Bodhisattva of Light was defeated and he could lend a helping hand. However, the good thing was that the two of them were locked in battle. In fact, it seemed like the great Bodhisattva of light had the upper hand. The 8th tier of the immortal ascension stage? You've been in the abyss for 1,000 years, so how did your cultivation increase? No. The great, dark Bodhisattva roared. Amitabha, you will understand everything once you merge with me, said the great light Bodhisattva. Dream on. Refine me? Why should I let you refine it? The great, dark Bodhisattva said savagely, I can see that the will of Devil 8 in your body is very strong, isn't it? Has he always wanted to possess you? The stronger you are, the stronger he is. You have been unwilling to leave the reincarnation God capital all these years because you want to suppress the will of Mo Ba in your body, right? The great light Bodhisattva said, If it wasn't for the will of Devil 8, do you think you would be my match? The great, dark Bodhisattva admitted this fact. You can't go on like this. The stronger you are, the stronger Devil 8 will be. One day, you will be possessed by him. When that time comes, you will no longer be your own. Only by merging with me can we completely suppress Devil 8. The great light Bodhisattva said, Ha ha ha, you're making it sound so dignified. Didn't I refine it for you? Yes, Devil 8 is a threat to me, but his threat is in the future. You want to refine me, so your threat is now. Why should I listen to you? The great dark Bodhisattva said coldly. Then I'm sorry. The great light Bodhisattva said. The great light Bodhisattva's primordial spirit Dharma form suddenly appeared. With a wave of his hand, countless arms appeared behind him. 1,000 arms, Ksitigarbha. The great dark Bodhisattva's expression changed. That's right, 1,000 arms, Ksitigarbha. The great light Bodhisattva shouted. The 1,000 arms of the Ksitigarbha Dharma form immediately rushed forward. The terrifying power was like 1,000 giant hands that covered the sky. No, the great, dark Bodhisattva's face changed. Suddenly, the Ksitigarbha Dharma form appeared around him and rushed forward. With a loud bang, the great, dark Bodhisattva was instantly sent flying. The dark Ksitigarbha Dharma form on the surface of his body shook and many cracks appeared, as if it would collapse at any time. The attack also stirred up a gust of wind that blew away all the clouds in the sky. Within 10,000 miles of reincarnation, holy capital, it was raining heavily. It's in the bag now. Wang looked at the battle in the distance and smiled. The great light Bodhisattva had completely suppressed the great, dark Bodhisattva. It was obvious that the result would be out soon. Just as Wang felt that victory was in sight, a large amount of black fog suddenly appeared in front of him. What? Wang exclaimed. Bam! Suddenly, Wang was caught in the palm of a big hand in the black fog. There was no way he could escape. What are you doing? The great light Bodhisattva was shocked and angry. Boom! Wang saw himself and the big hand being sent flying into the sky. The great, dark Bodhisattva, weren't you guys fighting over there just now? When did you come to my side? Wang exclaimed. Let go of Wang. The great light Bodhisattva withdrew his primordial spirit Dharma form and shouted angrily from afar. The great, dark Bodhisattva also withdrew his Dharma form and held Wang tightly in his palm. However, the great, dark Bodhisattva's face seemed to have a large number of cracks that looked like ceramic cracks. It looked extremely strange. Ha ha ha! The great, dark Bodhisattva suddenly laughed eerily. No, you're not my negative consciousness. You are. The great light Bodhisattva's face changed. Ka. The cracks on the great, dark Bodhisattva's face slowly peeled off like a layer of skin, slowly falling off and then vanishing into thin air. Gradually, the great, dark Bodhisattva's face changed into that of a woman. Mo Ba! The great light Bodhisattva exclaimed. Thank you, great light Bodhisattva. I was in a deadlock with the great, dark Bodhisattva for 1,000 years. She suppressed me for 1,000 years, and I couldn't get out. Just now you helped me get out. You helped me seriously injure her and gave me a chance to get out. Ha ha ha. Emoba laughed ferociously. What are you laughing at? If you want to get out, then so be it. Why did you catch me? Are you crazy? Wang Ku, who was caught, glared at him and scolded. Emoba looked at Wang Ku, who was imprisoned by the palm, and sneered. The great, dark Bodhisattva refined my memory, and so did I. Everything she saw was everything I saw. Wang Ku, you are so famous. Then you don't have to catch me. Wang Ku glared at him. Emoba, don't involve others in our fight. Let go of Wang Ku. The great light Bodhisattva frowned and shouted. Let go? Why should I let go? This kid has ruined so many things for the diabolism. I have to catch him so that you won't harm him. Emoba sneered. You want to use me to threaten the great light Bodhisattva? Wang Ku frowned. What do you think? Emoba looked coldly at Wang Ku, who was in his palm. What do I think? I think you don't have to be so extreme. You can't beat the great light Bodhisattva, but I can help you persuade the great light Bodhisattva. We are all civilized people, so there's no need to fight. Wang Ku immediately comforted him. You'll help me persuade her? Emoba narrowed his eyes at Wang Ku. That's right. Don't mess around. I'm afraid of pain. I'll help you persuade the great light Bodhisattva. Just don't hit me. Wang Ku said nervously. I'm already at level 2 Martial God Realm. I don't want to advance any further. Don't hit me. After saying that, Wang Ku looked at the great light Bodhisattva and said, The great light Bodhisattva. As you can see, I'm under someone's control now. Why don't you give me face and let it go today? Let it go. The great light Bodhisattva stared at Wang Ku. Yes, I'm afraid that she'll hit me. I've saved your life before. Give me face. When I'm safe, you can deal with Emoba. Wang Ku said. Wang Ku, do you know how much I've sacrificed for today? Do you think you can stop the battle at Arhut Island just because you wanna? The great light Bodhisattva stared at him. I didn't expect Emoba to be so unruly. Let it go. I'll think of another way next time. I'll persuade her. Wang Ku said anxiously. The great light Bodhisattva's face darkened. Haha, you're really afraid of death, aren't you? Emoba laughed sinisterly. More or less. Calm down. Let's talk about it. I'll help you persuade her. Wang Ku immediately comforted him. I didn't expect to be trapped for no reason. I was preparing to attack you from behind. How could I have expected that you would suddenly attack me? No need. Emoba suddenly sneered. What did you say? Wang Ku was stunned. I said, I don't need you to persuade me. I have an immortal body. I'm not afraid of the great light Bodhisattva. Emoba laughed. As he laughed, he suddenly exerted force with his palm. Boom! The energy from his energy palm shot toward Wang Ku, who was in the center. No. Wang Ku cried out. Stop! The great light Bodhisattva also cried out. Boom! The great light Bodhisattva instantly sent Emoba flying with a palm strike. However, it was too late. Emoba's energy palm had squeezed Wang Ku with all its might. Crack! As Emoba flew backward, he stared at his palm. Emoba did not feel anything when his chest caved in from the great light Bodhisattva's attack. However, his energy palm had squeezed Wang Ku with all its might. Why did it crack? That was right. The energy palm had cracked as though all its energy had suddenly dissipated. A loud bang came from Wang Ku's body as a gust of air surged. Rank 3 Martial God Realm. Wang Ku's expression changed. Did I break through again? I've already been very careful. I've already been very polite. Why can't you understand human language? Why did you help me improve my cultivation level? Are you crazy? You're fine. Ba cried out in shock. Just as Ba was distracted, the great light, Bodhisattva, appeared in front of him in an instant. His palms pierced through Ba's chest like blades. Huh. In the sky, Missouri Ba exploded from the impact of the great light, Bodhisattva, creating a huge mushroom cloud. Wang Ke finally landed on the great light, Bodhisattva's energy palm. Wang Ke, are you all right? The great light, Bodhisattva, asked worriedly. At that moment, Wang Ke looked like he had nothing to live for. My cultivation level has increased. How can I be all right? I've suffered a great loss this time. The great light, Bodhisattva, was speechless. At that moment, Ba, who had exploded, suddenly turned into a puff of black gas. He gathered in the air and came back to life. Ba had come back to life. However, he was looking at Wang Ke in amazement. How is this possible? After being hit so hard, not only did you not die, but your cultivation level has also increased? Why does your physique look like what Master once mentioned? No, Wang Ke, there's something wrong with you. Ba's eyes lit up as he pounced on Wang Ke. Again, Wang Ke's expression changed. How dare you? The great light, Bodhisattva, pounced on him again. Boom! The two of them started fighting again. Unlike before, Wang Ke had only launched a sneak attack outside the battlefield. Now, Wang Ke was sandwiched in the middle and was being snatched away by the two of them. Wang Ke could not keep up with the two peerless powerhouses at the 8th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. He was being flung around like he was on a crazy roller coaster. He felt dizzy and was about to vomit. Can't we sit down and talk? I can't stand this. I don't like roller coasters. Ugh. Wang Ke retched as he was thrown around. P.S. Second update. Chapter 978. Wang Ke was held in the hands of the great light, Bodhisattva. During the battle with Ba, Ba was also frantically trying to snatch Wang Ke away. This caused Wang Ke to be flung around and snatched away. The hand speed of an 8th tier Immortal Ascension expert was not something Wang Ke could handle. Can't we sit down and talk? I can't take this. I don't like roller coasters. Ugh. Wang Ke retched. Wang Ke, shut up. I'm trying to save you. The great light, Bodhisattva, shouted. Save? You can't save him. Do you think you can protect him? Ba shouted. Rumble. The two peerless experts fought in the air. Fortunately, they were high up in the sky. If the shock waves were on the ground, it would have caused huge earthquakes and tsunamis. Black gas and golden light surrounded the two of them, making them look extremely blurry. My negative will come out. Are you willing to be controlled by Ba? The great light, Bodhisattva, roared. Come out? Do you think it's just now? She can't come out. Ba sneered. What did you say? The great light, Bodhisattva, looked at Ba coldly. Why can't the great, dark Bodhisattva leave the divine capital of reincarnation? It's to suppress me. She knows her will and my body. As long as she comes out, she won't have the chance to come out again. Ba said coldly. Can't come out. The great light, Bodhisattva's expression changed. That's right. I've sealed her in the core of my memory. Unless I die, she'll be trapped in my memory cage forever. But will I die? I'm the sky demon. I have an indestructible body. So, she's gone and I'm the only one left. Ha ha ha. Great light, Bodhisattva, I have to thank you for suppressing her will. Thank you for helping me come out. Ba laughed. How? How is that possible? You changed. The great light, Bodhisattva's expression turned ugly. How did I become so strong? It's because I've mixed some special things into the memories I gave her. All these years, she has unknowingly made me stronger, and she has also become stronger. However, she doesn't know that the stronger she becomes, the stronger I become. All these years, she didn't dare to go anywhere for fear that I would take back my body. Now it's all over. Ba sneered. No, impossible. The great light, Bodhisattva's expression changed. Nothing is impossible. The great light, Bodhisattva? Humph! 1,000 years ago, I was kind enough to give you a chance to join the demonic path. But you actually deceived me? It's time to put an end to this. Ba said coldly. I don't believe it. My negative can't resist at all. I don't believe it. The great light, Bodhisattva, said ferociously. Boom! The two peerless experts fiercely clashed against each other. Wang Ku, who was held in the palm of Ba, had just rested for a while. Once again, he was faced with an endless roller coaster. Who could stand being thrown back and forth like this? Great light, Bodhisattva, let me out first. I'm dizzy. Ugh! Wang Ku cried out gloomily. Rumble. Just like that, the battle went on for half an hour. Boom! The great light, Bodhisattva, who was injured, suddenly pierced through Ba's chest. Ba instantly exploded. Huff, huff, huff! The great light, Bodhisattva, gasped for breath. Ba, who had exploded, turned into a black mist and came back to life in the blink of an eye. Don't you know that we're Sky Demon? Ha ha ha, you want to kill me? Killing me won't make me weak. Every time I come back to life, I can absorb energy from being killed to become stronger. You can't kill me. The great light, Bodhisattva, the righteous path is on the decline. Soon, the world will be filled with demons. The whole world will be demons. Ha ha ha, Ba laughed. Why? Why does the great demon want to turn the whole world into demons? He's already the strongest. Why does he want to turn everyone into demons? The great light, Bodhisattva, frowned. That's not for you to know. Great light, Bodhisattva, surrender. Also, give me Wang Ku. Ba said ferociously. In your dreams. The great light, Bodhisattva, glared. Then don't blame me. Ba glared. Rumble. The two peerless experts fought fiercely again. During this time, Ba died 3 more times at the hands of the great light, Bodhisattva. However, he quickly came back to life again. This made the great light, Bodhisattva's expression turn even uglier. His body tensed up as if he was facing a great enemy. Moreover, Ba was getting stronger and stronger. Why? Why can you come back to life? Why can you return to your original form after dying? The great light, Bodhisattva, exclaimed. We can come back to life because the heavenly axiom is in us. If the heavenly axiom allows us to live, we can live. Great light, Bodhisattva, you've lost. Ba suddenly sneered. While the great light, Bodhisattva, was listening to Ba's explanation, he suddenly felt goosebumps all over his body. He had a bad feeling. The Ba in front of him suddenly turned into a shadow and slowly faded away. The black fog behind him suddenly condensed and turned into Ba. Boom! Ba struck the great Bodhisattva of Light's back with all his might. The great Bodhisattva of Light's back immediately caved in, and he spat out a mouthful of blood as he flew forward. The great Bodhisattva of Light unconsciously loosened his grip, revealing Wang Ku. Smack! Ba grabbed Wang Ku with his palm and looked coldly at the great light, Bodhisattva. You! The great light, Bodhisattva, clutched his chest and spat out blood weakly. You're at the 8th tier of the immortal ascension realm, and so am I. Our cultivations are the same. Do you really think you're much stronger than me? That you can kill me over and over again? What a joke! I deliberately exposed my weakness, just now. Ba sneered. You deliberately let me kill you? Why? The great light, Bodhisattva, clutched his chest and cried out in shock. Why? Don't you think so? I can come back to life infinitely, but you only have 1 life. I'll be fine even if I die 100 times, but you'll die once. If you fight me with all your strength, I don't know how long it'll take. You'll attract more righteous path cultivators and put me at a disadvantage. If I don't die a few times, how can you be careless? If I don't die a few times, how can my black fog silently approach your back? Ba sneered. You, the great light Bodhisattva's eyes widened in shock. I'm right. You only have one life. Just now, I successfully hit your heart meridian with my palm. You only have half of your life left, right? Now I'm at my peak. If I attack again, you'll definitely die. Ba laughed complacently. No. The great light Bodhisattva's expression changed, and he turned around, wanting to run away. Boom! The black fog suddenly converged and turned into a huge cage, enveloping the two of them and blocking the great light Bodhisattva's escape route. Great light Bodhisattva, you have nowhere to run. I have an immortal body. Today, you can't escape even if you have wings. Today, let me make up for the regret of 1,000 years ago. You suppress me for 1,000 years, and I'll suppress you for 1,000 years. How about that? As long as the righteous path is not destroyed, you won't succeed. The great light Bodhisattva clutched his chest and said with an ugly expression, Ha, won't succeed? At this moment, who can save you? No one can save you. In the central continent, other than Wangushin, no one is my match. No one. I have an immortal and indestructible body. Ba laughed arrogantly. Xing. It was also at this moment that a beam of golden light suddenly emerged from the palm. Ba's hair stood on end. What? Wang Ku? Ba's expression changed. A terrifying threat emerged from his astral palm. This was impossible. Wasn't Wang Ku in his astral palm that he was holding? How can he threaten me? Can he kill me? What kind of joke is this? Ba did not believe that it was Wang Ku. However, the golden sword had already cut his arm. At the same time, a golden light pillar descended from the sky and instantly enveloped Ba. It was as if a threat from beyond the heavens had rushed into Ba's mind. No, this is impossible. What kind of aura is this? Ba was shocked. Despite his shock, Ba did not lose all hope. After all, he did not have an immortal body. He could resurrect. Xing! The sword descended from the sky and slashed at Ba's head. The moment it touched him, Ba's expression changed. No, it's cutting off my connection with the heavenly path. No. Ba was so frightened that his soul almost left his body. He wanted to dodge. At that moment, the shadow of the great, dark Bodhisattva appeared on Ba's face. The great, dark Bodhisattva's face was ferocious, as if he was restraining Ba's body. No, great, dark Bodhisattva, how did you escape from my memory cage? No, let go of my body, let go of my body. Ba roared in horror. Ha. The great, dark Bodhisattva only laughed sinisterly. He did not agree. Boom! The golden sword energy slashed through Ba's body in an instant, cleaving him in half. The moment he was split in half, Ba was speechless. His eyes widened as he stared in disbelief at Wang Ku, who had raised his sword to attack him. Wang Ku! This Wang Ku, who was caught in the hands of the great light Bodhisattva, and I, who could not escape, killed me? How could he kill me? Moreover, I can't be resurrected. Am I dying? No. I'm immortal. No. Ba's last thought disappeared completely. This time, Ba did not resurrect. The two halves of his body floated in the air as if they were emitting a faint black light. Not far away, the great light Bodhisattva clutched his chest and spat out blood as he watched the scene unfold before him. Dead? That's impossible. The sky demon can't be killed. How could he be dead? The great light Bodhisattva said in horror. The great light Bodhisattva had fought many times with the sky demon over the years. Even the weakest sky demon could not be killed. However, before his eyes, how did this happen? How did the sky demon die? Is he really dead? Buzz! Not far away, a golden light, rushed into Wang Ke's body from Mo Ba's corpse. Devil Slayer merit? That's right. Only by being completely killed can one obtain Devil Slayer merit. Mo Ba was really killed by Wang Ke? The great light Bodhisattva flew closer in disbelief. At this moment, the great light Bodhisattva was filled with doubts. How could Wang Ke have such great strength? Even I wouldn't be able to withstand that sword strike, right? Why, Wang Ke, you killed Mo Ba? How did you do it? The great light Bodhisattva asked with a trembling voice. Blurg. Wang Ke, who was dizzy and disoriented, finally felt the aftereffects of the roller coaster ride. He could no longer hold it in and vomited. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 979. Even with the great light Bodhisattva's strength, Wang Ke still managed to avoid this bite. Sorry, great light Bodhisattva. I'm dizzy from all of your shaking. I'll be fine after a while. Wang Ke wiped his mouth and said in a daze, It's okay. Are you feeling better now? How did you do it just now? Why did Mo Ba die? The sky demon is immortal. How did you do it? Great light Bodhisattva asked excitedly. What's there to do? Maybe she lied to you? Wang Ke rubbed his head and said, Lied to me? Great light Bodhisattva was stunned. Yes, it's not that she's immortal. Maybe she would have been killed just now. She lied to you that she's immortal. In fact, she'll die too. I just killed her by coincidence. Wang Ke said. Great light Bodhisattva was stunned. Is that so? You killed her by coincidence. She was about to die this time. You killed her? Impossible. The sky demon has never been killed in the past 3,000 years. And the more you kill, the stronger it gets. Great light Bodhisattva stared in disbelief. If the more you kill, the stronger it gets, then the sky demon's daily training routine can be solved by constantly committing suicide? Why don't I see them committing suicide every day? It can't be like what she said. There must be a secret. Wang Ke stared. Great light Bodhisattva. But just now you. Great light Bodhisattva frowned. It's a coincidence. She died at this time. Also, great light Bodhisattva. Don't tell anyone about Mo Ba's death. I don't want to be targeted by other sky demons. Wang Ke said immediately. If he killed one sky demon, what if a group of sky demons came? Mo Ba was already so powerful. What about Mo Chi and Mo Lu? And Gamma Origi and Alpha Capricorni? They must be even more powerful. I've broken the sky demon's immortal persona. If they know, they'll definitely come looking for me. If the great demon comes, won't I be in big trouble? Great light Bodhisattva, don't let it slip. My cultivation is weak. I can't withstand the punishment of a group of big bosses. I'm innocent. Wang Ke immediately tried to persuade him. Your cultivation base is low? The great Bodhisattva of light had a strange expression on his face. Mo Ba. Even if he was about to die, he was still an 8th tier immortal ascension cultivator. How could you kill him with a single slash? You call that weak? Wang Ke had no choice. Long Yu had given him 2 human emperor merits. One had been used on the purple lotus demonic god, and the other had been used here. Now, other than God King coins, he only had some demon slayer merits left. Great light Bodhisattva, you saw it. The great, dark Bodhisattva came out to help me. It's not just me who did it, Wang Ke said immediately. My negative will. The great light Bodhisattva's expression changed, and he turned to look. He saw that the 2 halves of Mo Ba's corpse were emitting black gas in the air. It was as if his whole body was turning illusory. The great Bodhisattva of light immediately covered his wound and went forward to check. After checking, his expression changed. Ew. How did you do that? My negative will was also severed. Even Mo Ba couldn't get rid of my negative will. It could only be trapped in the memory cage. Although she's my negative will, she's also shrouded in Buddha's nature. What kind of sword is that? The great Bodhisattva of light screamed as he turned his head to look. He saw Wang holding the grand solar undying sword and slowly stuffing it into his mouth. "What are you doing?" I just want to take a look at your sword. Why are you in such a hurry to put it away? Do you think I'm going to take it from you?" The great light Bodhisattva said with a strange expression. "Cough, cough, cough." Wang clutched his throat. "What's wrong?" The great light Bodhisattva was puzzled. "Cough, cough, cough. It's okay. The hilt was stuck in my throat. I'm fine now." Wang shook his head. The great light Bodhisattva was speechless. Did he have to be so secretive? He didn't even want to take a look. Is the great, dark Bodhisattva dead? Wang was surprised. "That's good. Although my negative has been destroyed by you, I can take the opportunity to absorb and refine it." The great light Bodhisattva said. As he spoke, the great light Bodhisattva opened his mouth. Whoosh! The two halves of Moba's corpse were swallowed by the great light Bodhisattva. The great light Bodhisattva quickly refined it. Buzz! The great light Bodhisattva suddenly shone with golden light. Great light Bodhisattva, refine it. Why don't you wait a little longer? The battle at Arhut Island still needs your help. Wang immediately called out. The great light Bodhisattva shook his head. "No, you deal with it yourself. Now that Moba's corpse is broken and my negative will is destroyed, it's time for me to absorb and refine his memories. The secrets of the Sky Demon clan and the Great Demon are about to be revealed. I can't leave or delay. I have to refine Moba's memories. I want to know everything about the Great Demon. I'm not going anywhere now. Namo Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva." The great light Bodhisattva put his palms together. Buzz! The primordial spirit of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva appeared on the surface of the great light Bodhisattva's body. The two merged and sat cross-legged in the air. For a moment, the Dharma form of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva bloomed with dazzling golden light. Wherever the golden light passed, the black gas dissipated. Wang stood at the side. "I'm not done with my work yet. Are you going to quit?" Wang stared at the huge Dharma form of Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in front of him. He thought that he could just hide and sneak up on the side. However, he had to raise his cultivation by 1 level and consume a large amount of human emperor merit points. Yet the great light Bodhisattva didn't help him fight? Isn't this a big loss? If the great light Bodhisattva didn't help him, he could only go back himself. Turning around, Wang rushed to the Arhut Island with a heavy heart. The battle on the Arhut Island was still going on. However, the Miyagi Mountain Sea was completely suppressed. Zhang Lier, Huang Yuanjiu, and Wang Yuli used the light-fixing mirror to suppress the Black Dragon. At this moment, the Black Dragon couldn't escape even if he wanted to. The Arhut Palace disciples and the Reincarnation Dynasty soldiers were completely suppressed. After all, the Yakshas, Corpse Ghosts, and Benevolence Dynasty experts were not enough to suppress them. After a while, the 4 sword gods had already freed up their hands to help Jiangping suppress Arhut Yuan Miao. Arhut Yuan Miao and Jiangping each used the power of a nation. This power of a nation seemed very powerful, but it slowly drained with each attack. This was a borrowed power, not their own. The more they fought, the weaker they became. At this moment, Arhut Yuan Miao couldn't even leave. "Wang Ke, why are you back? Where's my master? Where's the great, dark Bodhisattva?" Arhut Yuan Miao exclaimed. The battle in the distant sky shook the world. However, the black fog and golden light were too strong. Others could not see the battle clearly. However, the Miyagi Mountain Sea understood that this was the battle between the great light Bodhisattva and the great dark Bodhisattva. Their victory would decide the outcome of this battle. Yet none of them came. There was only the Dharma idol of the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the sky. Who was it? Only Wang returned. Arhut Yuan Miao anxiously wanted to know the truth from Wang Ku. Who won? Who won? Our Hut Yuan Miao said anxiously. None of your business. Wang Ke scolded, glaring at him. Our Hut Yuan Miao. How is it none of my business? Damn it! The battle between light and darkness decided everything. Wang Ke, how are things over there? Huang Yuanjiao called out from the distance. Master's wife, don't worry. We won. If we delay a little longer, it will be over. Wang Ke called out. All right, Huang Yuanjiao answered. You won. Impossible. You must be lying. You are deliberately trying to lower our morale. The great, dark Bodhisattva must have won. You saw that the situation was not right, so you came over to scare us. You must be lying to us. Our Hut Yuan Miao roared, glaring. You're crazy. Wang Ke scolded and ignored Our Hut Yuan Miao. Our Hut Yuan Miao. Our Hut Yuan Miao became even more anxious as he watched Wang Ke fly towards the Rui 3 treasures. Wang Ke, explain it to me. Explain it to me. Who won? However, the distant Wang Ke didn't pay any attention to Our Hut Yuan Miao. How is it? Wang Ke looked at Wang Tin Feng. The Rui 3 treasures are too powerful. They cannot escape, and the impact is too strong. At the same time, the divine Rui needle keeps attacking, exhausting them. The 4 of them can only stick together and use their full strength to form a barrier to resist. This barrier is extremely powerful. However, as long as we break this barrier, I am certain that they will be severely injured. At the very least, the divine Rui needle can hold 2 of them in place. Wang Tin Feng said. Let me take a look. Wang Ke lowered his head to look. He saw Yasushi Simon push aside a bit of the rotating smoke of the samsara disc, revealing the 4 people inside. The protective shield in front of the 4 was very strange. It seemed to be pieced together by 4 different things: countless broken bones, countless snowflakes, the golden swastika symbol, and countless black clouds. The 4 powerhouses each activated a part of it, and the 4 special energies resisted the impact of the 3 Rui treasures. Zhu Hongyi, Nie Qingqing, come over. Wang Ke called out. Boom! In the distance, Zhu Hongyi and Nie Qingqing, who were surrounding Our Hut Yuan Miao, flew over. Our Hut Yuan Miao had the help of the 4 sword gods, so he could not escape at all. Wang Ke, Zhu Hongyi asked out of curiosity. Take a look at their shields. Can you break them? Wang Ke looked at the 2 of them. Bone see divine power? Zhu Hongyi's pupils constricted. Snow see divine power? Nie Qingqing narrowed her eyes. How is it? Wang Ke looked at the 2. This is a divine power that uses all its strength to form a super strong defense. Such a defense can block attacks from people several times stronger than it. Similarly, as long as we break the divine power's defense, it will be fine. This is because the main body behind the divine power is extremely weak. Zhu Hongyi said. Oh. Wang Ke looked at Nie Qingqing. Nie Qingqing nodded. However, the combined super defense formed by the 4 of them using all their strength is extremely powerful. Break their defense? Can you break the bone see divine power and snow see divine power? Wang Ke looked at the 2. The 2 looked at each other. Zhu Hongyi said, they are sky demon species, and so are Qing-er and I. Qing-er and I can try to merge our bone seas with theirs, and Qing-er can merge her snow sea with theirs. After that, we can use all our strength to counteract and pull them out. However, when we pull them out, Qing-er and I will be defenseless. At that time, don't worry. I will protect you when the time comes. Just do your best. As long as we remove their defense and use the wishful needles to freeze 2 of them, the remaining 2 won't be able to do anything. Let's do it. Let's go down together. Wang Ke said. Wang Ke, won't this be dangerous? Amethyst frowned. Don't worry. I'm full of anger right now. Dangerous? They are just a bunch of beginners of the immortal ascension realm. If they can put me in danger, kill them. Wang Ku shouted, glaring. P.S. First update. Chapter 980. Among the 3 Rui treasures. Mo Shur San, Black Lotus demonic god, White Lotus demonic god, and Gong Shanhai's main body were standing back to back. The 4 of them attacked at the same time as a barrier formed by the combination of their mystiques and powers appeared in front of them, blocking the impact of the 3 Rui treasures. The 3 of them had holes in their clothes. Clearly, they were in a sorry state when they were fighting alone. Cough, cough, Miyagi Shanhai. When is the great darkness Bodhisattva coming? Why isn't he here yet? Black Lotus demon god asked weakly. If he doesn't come, we'll be worn down by the 3 Rui treasures. White Lotus demon god said anxiously. Miyagi Shanhai. Morpheus asked anxiously. Miyagi Shanhai's expression was ugly. You're all heavily injured and weak. Aren't I the same? We've all just entered the martial god realm. Aren't I equally miserable? Master isn't here, so there's nothing I can do. What's the situation outside? Morpheus asked anxiously. The great light Bodhisattva and the great darkness Bodhisattva are fighting in the sky. We don't know the outcome of the battle. Miyagi Shanhai said gloomily. What do we do now? If this continues, how long can our barrier last? Black Lotus demon god said anxiously. If this continues, we'll only become weaker and weaker, until we're completely exhausted. White Lotus demon god said with an ugly expression. If we're weak, Wang Tin Feng and the rest must be exhausted, right? Black Lotus demon god said worriedly. No, they're not exhausted. Miyagi Shanhai said with an ugly expression. What? They're activating the 3 Rui treasures. The 3 Rui treasures can also absorb the surrounding spiritual energy. This also means that they don't need to exhaust much. Otherwise, how can the 3 of them trap the 4 of us? Miyagi Shanhai said with an ugly expression. What do we do now? I feel that I'm getting weaker and weaker. If this continues, we'll be exhausted to death. White Lotus demon god said anxiously. Wait until my master, the great darkness Bodhisattva wins. We'll be saved, Miyagi Shanhai said anxiously. But what if the great darkness Bodhisattva loses? White Lotus demon god asked. No, impossible. Impossible. Miyagi Shanhai was unwilling to accept this conjecture. If the great darkness Bodhisattva lost, it would mean that the great light Bodhisattva had won, and he would lose everything. Miyagi Shanhai was unwilling to accept this reality. Boom! At this moment, 2 loud noises came from outside the protective shield that the 4 of them had activated. Bone sea theurgy, bone sea fusion. Snow sea theurgy, melting snow sea. When the 2 voices sounded, the barrier in front of them shook. What's going on? Morpheus's expression changed. Damn it, it's Zhuhongyi. He's fusing his bone, sea domain with mine. He wants to remove my barrier. Black Lotus demon god exclaimed. It's Niechingqing. Her snow, sea domain has fused with me. She also wants to remove my barrier. White Lotus demon god said anxiously. The 2 of them are only in the martial god realm. You 2 are in the immortal ascension realm. How can they destroy your theurgy? Morpheus glared. Even if they can't remove it, they can weaken the power of our barrier. When they fuse their theurgy with mine, they're also fusing with each other. They're weakening the power of our barrier. Black Lotus demon god said with an ugly expression. They're destroying my barrier? Miyagi Shanhai's expression changed. You've already done your best, and they're also doing their best. This means that they're defenseless. I'll kill them. Morpheus glared. As he spoke, Morpheus extended his hand out of the barrier and attacked Zhuhongyi and Niechingqing. Boom! With a loud noise, Morpheus' palms were knocked back. Miyagi Shanhai looked through the gap. Is that Wang Ku's big ball primordial spirit? It blocked your palms? Wang, Ku is protecting Zhu Hongyi and Nie Qingqing. Rumble. Due to Morpheus' attack, the barrier shook. At the same time, the wishful divine needles pierced towards Morpheus' hands. Ah! Morpheus let out a painful scream before retracting his hands. Wang Ku and the two wishful divine needles are protecting Zhu Hongyi and Nie Qingqing? Miyagi Shanhai's expression changed. If we won't hurt them, our barrier will collapse. Now we can't go out. White Lotus Demon God said anxiously. Then what do we do now? Are we going to let them destroy our barrier? Black Lotus Demon God asked anxiously. Morpheus's expression was extremely ugly. I just used the might of the Immortal Ascension realm on Wang Ku, but Wang Ku is completely fine? This doesn't make sense. The four of us can't split up. Once we split up, it'll be very difficult for us to reunite. When that happens, they'll attack us one by one, and we'll be finished. Miyagi Shanhai said anxiously. Damn it. Black Lotus Demon God looked anxious. Now, can we only let them destroy our barrier? White Lotus Demon God also had a look of fear. Then what do? We don't have any external help now. Wang Ku, Zhu Hongyi, and Nie Qingqing can also bully us. Black Lotus Demon God said anxiously. The three wishful divine treasures are not targeting them, so they'll naturally be fine. White Lotus Demon God said with an ugly expression. What do? Miyagi Shanhai asked anxiously. Charge out. At most, we'll fight to the death. At the very least, we'll be able to kill Wang Ku, Zhu Hongyi, and Nie Qingqing. Black Lotus Demon God said savagely. Kill our way out? White Lotus Demon God's expression turned ugly. Once they fought to the death, their group would be in even more danger. No, there's still a chance. Morpheus said solemnly. What? Everyone looked at Morpheus. Ask for external help. Morpheus said solemnly. What external help? At this point in time, how can there be external help? White Lotus Demon God said in surprise. My Sky Demon race was created by Master Demon King. We all have our own divine abilities. I have a divine ability that can send a person's primordial spirit to a specific place. Morpheus said solemnly. What? Everyone looked at Morpheus. White Lotus Demon God, Black Lotus Demon God, split a wisp of your primordial spirit and assist me with all your strength. I can send your remnant primordial spirits to Master. Master has the Sky Demon Pearl that I gave him. Your remnant primordial spirits can appear from Master's side. Morpheus said, You can ask Master to save us? Black and White Lotus Demon God said in pleasant surprise. However, it will consume a large amount of your energy, half of the energy in your bodies. Morpheus said, So be it. It's better than waiting for death. Morpheus, do it. White Lotus Demon God said anxiously. Just one person will be enough. There's no need for me and White Lotus Demon God to go together, right? Black Lotus Demon God said. There's only a 50% chance of success. Therefore, the more people who go, the better, to avoid failure. Morpheus said solemnly. All right. Black Lotus Demon God nodded. Boom, boom. Morpheus immediately placed his palms on their backs. Split the primordial spirits. Split the energy. I'm going to activate it. Morpheus said solemnly. Done. The two shouted. Go. Morpheus shouted. Boom! Suddenly there was an explosion in their bodies. Two streams of light, one black and one white, rushed out of the protective shield and out of the Daluo golden bowl. They soared into the sky and disappeared into the horizon. What's going on? What went out just now? Wang Ku, who was outside, exclaimed. I don't know. I didn't see it clearly. Amethyst shouted from outside. It looked like two streams of light that disappeared in a flash. But it's definitely not human. The four of them are still trapped. Wang Tinfeng shouted. Then don't worry about anything else. Continue, Wang Ku shouted. It seems like Black Lotus Demon God's Bone Sea superpower has weakened? Zhu Hongyi asked curiously. White Lotus Demon God's Snow Sea superpower has also weakened. Nie Qingqing was also curious. Isn't it better that it has weakened? Let's break their protective shield quickly. By then, they won't be able to escape even if they have wings. Wang Ku shouted. All right. Immediately, both parties continued to attack. At this moment, the two streams of light soared into the sky. It seemed like they were following some sort of invisible trajectory. In a short while, they arrived at the demonic god's capital. Boom! The two streams of light rushed into a main hall in the demonic god's capital that was shrouded in rainbow light. Inside the main hall was Wang Gushan, who was in seclusion. Immortal Wang Gushan sat in the main hall. In front of him, two streams of light flashed and turned into the White Lotus Demon God and Black Lotus Demon God's afterimages. Plop! The two primordial spirit remnant consciousnesses immediately knelt down. My lord, save us! My lord! White Lotus Demon God said anxiously. My lord, we have been tricked by Wang Ku. My lord, save us! Black Lotus Demon God also knelt down anxiously. However, Wang Gushan was still sitting cross-legged in front of him. He did not open his eyes. Why are you here? Wang Gushan said slowly with his eyes closed. My lord, we have been tricked by Wang Ku. We are now surrounded by Wang Ku, Amethyst, and Wang Tinfeng. If my lord does not save us, we will die. My lord! Black Lotus Demon God said anxiously. My lord, save me! White Lotus Demon God also kowtowed. Wang Gushan ignored him and said calmly, Tell me everything. Yes. The two immediately described everything that had happened on Arhot Island. My lord, it's too late. My lord! My lord, Purple Lotus Demon God is dead. Red Lotus Demon God is dead too. If my lord does not save us, we will die there. My lord! The two were anxiously crying for help. Only then did Wang Gushan slowly open his eyes. However, Wang Gushan was not anxious at all. Instead, he looked at the two with extreme calmness. Save you? Wang Gushan said calmly. We are the Lord's servants. We are loyal to the Lord to the death. We are willing to die for the Lord. The Lord even bestowed us with the heavenly Tao Immortal Ascension Pearl. Lord, please help us. The remnant consciousness of the White Lotus Demon God kowtowed. My Lord, we are loyal to you. Red Lotus Demon God and Purple Lotus Demon God have been killed by Wang Ku. Please save us. Black Lotus Demon God also kowtowed anxiously. Wang Gushan sneered. You said you are loyal to me? Yes, yes. My lord, why did you? The two finally felt that something was wrong and looked at Wang Gushan in surprise. Then how could you forget what I told you? Wang Gushan said calmly. What did my lord tell us? The two asked blankly. 1,000 years ago, I went to war against the good faction. Before I was sealed, I brought a large number of demon path experts to participate in the war. Only the 4 of you were left behind. I did not let you participate in the war that destroyed the Central Divine Continent. What did I tell you before I went to war? Wang Gushan said calmly. At that time, my lord, in order to protect the evil emperor, my lord trapped the evil emperor and did not let the evil emperor participate in that war. My lord told the 4 of us to guard the evil emperor. White Lotus Demon God recalled. My lord told the 4 of us to protect the evil emperor, even at the cost of our lives. Black Lotus Demon God suddenly seemed to realize something. Yes, 1,000 years ago, I saw you as my most trusted subordinates. I did not let you participate in the dangerous war, and also gave you my most important task. I gave you my most important little Xian to protect. I told you to protect little Xian with your lives. Protect little Xian with your lives. You risked your lives very well. Very well, Wang Gushin said calmly. However, this calm tone caused the two of them to suddenly fall to the ground in fright. Previously, when their lord gave them the heavenly Tao immortal ascension bead, they thought their lord had completely forgotten about the matter of the past. Only now did the two realize in horror that their lord had not forgotten. He even remembered it clearly and was brooding over it. He told the four of them to protect the evil emperor with their lives, while the four of them almost killed the evil emperor. Their lord did not forget. Their lord remembered. Their lord remembered it clearly. My lord, we were wrong. My lord, please spare our lives. Black Lotus Demon, God, kowtowed in horror. Only White Lotus Demon, God's expression, suddenly changed. My lord, you hate us? You hate us? Then why did you give us the heavenly Tao immortal ascension bead? You did it on purpose. White Lotus Demon God looked at Wang Gushin's cold expression and trembled in horror. The reason why Wang Gushin's expression was calm was because, when he looked at him, it was as though he was looking at a dead person. P.S. Second update. Chapter 981. Arhut Island. Within the Rui, 3 treasures. As the primordial spirit remnant consciousnesses left with half of the White Lotus Demon God's and Black Lotus Demon God's powers, the original defense of the 4 instantly became extremely weak. White Lotus Demon God, did your primordial spirit remnant consciousnesses see Master? Hurry up! Zhu Hongyi and Nie Qingqing are about to break through your sea of bones and sea of snow. Hurry up! Morpheus shouted anxiously, but at this moment the White Lotus Demon God and Black Lotus Demon God suddenly revealed a look of horror. What's wrong with you? Why are you so frightened? What happened? Miyagi Shanhai exclaimed. No, no, no. The 2 demon gods screamed in horror. It was also at this moment that Wang Ke shout came from outside the barrier. Now, Wang Ke shouted, boom! With a loud bang, all the power of the Rui 3 treasures gathered in front of Wang Ke. The weak shield was hit by the grand sun, primordial fire, that Wang Ke spat out and suddenly exploded. Not good. Attack! Morpheus exclaimed. Morpheus and Miyagi Shanhai immediately pounced forward. The White Lotus Demon God and Black Lotus Demon God's expressions changed greatly at this moment because their primordial spirit remnant consciousnesses saw Wang Gushin's attitude. Wang Gushin's attitude made their hearts stop in horror. It was a look of abandonment, a look of looking at a dead man. No, Master, you gave us the heavenly Tao immortal ascension bead so that the evil emperor could kill us and then transfer it to the evil emperor? No. The White Lotus Demon, God, trembled in horror. Master is not surprised at the death of the Red Lotus Demon God and Purple Lotus Demon God. Master already knew. Everything was under Master's control. Master wants to kill us? No, no, no. The Black Lotus Demon God was also horrified. At this moment, there was a loud bang and 2 Rui divine needles shot towards their foreheads. When the Rui divine needles were in front of them, the 2 suddenly realized that something was wrong and wanted to resist. Buzz, 10,000-year goo? The 2 stiffened and cried out in shock. Boom! The moment Wang activated the 10,000-year goo, 2 divine needles pierced into their foreheads. The 2 of them instantly stopped moving. On the other side, Wang transformed into the great sun and welcomed the final counterattack of Morpheus and Mayamahai. Wang shielded the weak Zhu Hongyi and Nie Qingqing behind him. The heavy blows of 2 early-stage immortal ascension cultivators slammed into the great sun. However, this heavy blow was not enough for Wang to break through Wang Ke's defenses. It was even painful. After all, the 2 of them were not as strong as Mo Ba. Thus, their attacks only turned into Wang Ke's turbid quintessential essence, which was then spat out by Wang Ke. The great sun spat out laser-like flames, instantly causing Morpheus and Miyagi to stagger. What? Morpheus cried out in shock. Morpheus knew that Wang Ku was strange. However, he did not expect Wang Ku to be able to block him and Miyagi. He was only a martial god. Separate Morpheus and Miyagi. Don't let them come over, Wang Ku shouted. Okay. Yasushi Simon, Lust, Amethyst, and Wang Tin Feng, who were outside, shouted. Rumble. Instantly, a huge whirlpool appeared in the space and sucked Morpheus and Miyagi away again. Miyagi, hurry up and save White Lotus Demon God and Black Lotus Demon God. Otherwise, we will all die here today. Morpheus cried out in shock. However, it was difficult for him to move at this moment. Send Zhu Hongyi and Nie Qingqing out first, Wang Ku shouted. Instantly, Shimen Jing pulled the two of them out of the room. Wang Ku turned back into his human form and walked toward the White Lotus Demon God and Black Lotus Demon God who were frozen. It was not that he was unwilling to bring the two of them out. However, the 3 Rui divine needles could only unleash greater power when they were together. At this moment, the 2 Rui divine needles had frozen the 2 demon gods. Even so, the 2 demon gods seemed to be struggling. Fire! Wang Ku shouted. Boom! The turbid true origin exploded and Wang Ku was immediately enveloped in the grand sun, primordial fire. Under Wang Ku's control, no one could see what was inside. With the great solar undying sword in hand, Wang Ku glared and slashed out. Rumble. The fire raged and no one could see what Wang Ku and the 2 demon gods were doing inside. Vaguely, there seemed to be 2 beams of golden light flashing. All right, bring us out. We can leave the Rui divine needles behind and continue to deal with Morpheus and Miyagi Shanghai, Wang Ku shouted. All right, boom. A huge suction force pulled Wang Ku, the Black Lotus Demon God, and the White Lotus Demon God out. The fire slowly subsided. However, everyone could guess what was going on. After all, the 2 demon gods had just been frozen. What else could Wang Ku do in such a short time? After Wang Ku came out, he saw 2 more corpses on the ground. They were the White Lotus Demon God and the Black Lotus Demon God. The 2 corpses were being rapidly absorbed by a golden pearl in the corpses. In a short while, the 2 corpses were gone, completely absorbed by the 2 golden pearls. Old Zhu, Old Nya, 1 for each of you. Hurry up. Wang Ku handed over 2 golden pearls. The 2's eyes lit up. Without any hesitation, they swallowed the pearls. In an instant, a large number of dots appeared on their bodies. Teacher, that was the Heavenly Tao Immortal Ascension Pearl, right? Yasushi Simon looked jealous. It's none of your business. Control the 3 Rui divine treasures well. There are still 2 Immortal Ascension realms inside. Wang Ku glared at Yasushi Simon. This game was set up by him. Of course, he would distribute the items himself. Besides, you brat, aren't you satisfied with the benefits you received? I haven't settled the score with you for losing 1 billion kilograms of spirit stones. Teacher, the White Lotus Demon God and the Black Lotus Demon God died just like that? There doesn't seem to be any storage bracelets in their clothes. Yasushi Simon stared at the tattered clothes on the ground again. Wang Ku glared at Yasushi Simon. I already told you. It's none of your business. Do your own thing. Of course, the storage bracelets on their bodies would go to me. Why did you say that? Are you crazy? Yasushi Simon's face twitched. He could only nod helplessly. After taking care of the White Lotus Demon God and the Black Lotus Demon God, only Miyagi Shanghai and Morpheus were trapped in the Rui divine treasures. At this moment, Miyagi Shanghai's heart was completely cold. The 4 Immortal Ascension realms could barely hold on. Only Morpheus and himself were left. Could they still hold on? At this moment, Morpheus and Miyagi Shanghai stood back to back, attacking the Rui divine needles at the same time. Morpheus, can you still find help? Miyagi Shanhai asked anxiously, "Where can I find help?" "I don't know if the primordial spirits of the White Lotus Demon God and the Black Lotus Demon God have found Master. If they didn't, then—" Morpheus was also in despair. "Then what should we do now?" Miyagi Shanhai asked anxiously. "Miyagi Shanhai, we're in big trouble because of you." Morpheus's face was filled with grief and anger. "What do you mean by big trouble because of me?" "It's all because of your subordinates." Miyagi Shanhai glared. "Sai, let's not talk about that. How about this? You and I will stand back to back and resist the attacks of the Rui Divine Needles. Let's continue to fight. I only hope that the great, dark Bodhisattva will win soon." Morpheus was depressed. "That's the only way." Miyagi Shanhai was depressed. The two of them stood back to back, resisting the attacks from all directions. In the outside world, Wang could not enter the Rui Divine Needles again. Instead, he looked at the two battlefields outside. Not far away, as the battle dragged on, Jiang Ping and Arhut Yuan Miao's strength continued to weaken. The two of them had already exhausted the power of a nation. "Jiang Ping, step back." Wang Ke shouted, "Okay." Jiang Ping answered and stepped back. Clearly, Jiang Ping was also struggling. If he did not step back, he would be seriously injured. When Arhut Yuan Miao saw that the pressure had decreased, he turned around and was about to run away. As for the four sword gods, they could not stop him at all. They were instantly pushed away by him. Amitabha. Suddenly, a Buddhist chant resounded. Bujia had suddenly appeared in front of Arhut Yuan Miao and sent out a palm strike. "Huh!" With a loud explosion, Arhut Yuan Miao's body stopped moving. "Bujia, you have been hiding at the side to conserve energy?" Arhut Yuan Miao said in shock and anger. "Junior brother, the sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it's too late." "You should turn back," Bujia said solemnly. "The sea of bitterness is boundless. Turn back to the shore before it's too late? Ha! Ha ha ha! It's already come to this. How can I turn back?" "Impossible! Impossible!" Arhut Yuan Miao said malevolently. "If you don't turn back, I will send you back," Bujia said in a deep voice. "With just you? You have been trapped in the initial level martial god realm for so many years. What do you have? No, your injuries are completely healed. Your strength just now was peak martial god realm." Arhut Yuan Miao cried out in shock. Amitabha, Bujia stepped forward. With a single step, golden light shone brightly. "Buddhist sex cultivation genius? You are still that Buddhist sex cultivation genius? You were schemed against, and your cultivation couldn't get any closer. The great light Bodhisattva just came out not long ago. You actually... Arhut Yuan Miao cried out in shock. "Junior brother, if you continue to be so stubborn, this poor monk will be the one to convert you. Junior sister was the closest to you back then, but you actually refined her into a clone. Since Master isn't here, I should be the one to discipline you as your senior brother. Now it's not too late. Flying cometh peak." Arhut Bujia waved his hand. Buzz! Suddenly a golden light flashed. A huge mountain appeared above Arhut Bujia's head. Following that, Arhut Bujia instantly pressed down on Arhut Yuan Miao. Huh! With a loud explosion, Arhut Yuan Miao was instantly suppressed. At this moment, he was supporting the huge mountain with an extremely unsightly expression. The shadow of his eldest senior brother from back then shrouded him once again. Arhut Yuan Miao realized that he was no match for Arhut Bujia. Despair filled his face. Wang Ke watched as Arhut Yuan Miao was slowly being suppressed by Arhut Bujia. Then he looked at the final battlefield, a black dragon. The black dragon was being attacked by Zhang Lier, Huang Yuanjiao, and Wang Yuli's light-fixing mirrors. At this moment, most of the scales on its body were shattered. It was in a sorry state. Even so, it was not defeated. Wang Ku, a few of you come and control the Daluo Golden Bowl. I'll deal with Wei Wei. Lust suddenly called out. Wang Ku looked at Lust. Don't worry. I've already discussed this with the Daluo Golden Bowl. As long as a large amount of energy is poured into it, it will be fine. It will control its strength. Furthermore, Miyazaki's main body and Morpheus inside are already spent. Lust called out. Zhang Lier, Masteress, Jiang Ping, Four Sword Gods. All of you come together and pour your energy into the Daluo Golden Bowl. Hand the black dragon over to Lust. Wang Ku shouted. Okay, everyone answered. Instantly, a group of people charged toward the Daluo Golden Bowl and replaced Lust to hold the Daluo Golden Bowl. A surge of energy poured into the bowl. Rumble! The Daluo Golden Bowl shook for a while. However, it continued to maintain the power of the 3 Rui treasures. The black dragon felt relieved and immediately charged toward the 3 Rui treasures. Almighty Dragon of Heaven, revered Ksitigarbha! Lust shouted. Lust's Ksitigarbha Dharma form instantly merged into a huge Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva. It reached out to grab the black dragon. Boom! The black dragon and Lust fought fiercely. P.S. End of the 3rd watch. Chapter 982. Outside Arhut Island, above the sea, the Lust transformed into Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva and clashed with Black Dragon. The huge impact caused a huge tsunami as the two fought further and further away. Gradually, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat on Black Dragon's back. No matter how Black Dragon struggled, it could not break free. Roar! Black Dragon roared and charged into the sea. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva sat on its back and entered the sea together. They entered the sea together and soared into the sky together. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Buddhist light completely enveloped Black Dragon, causing it to fly slower and slower. The weight of all Buddhas, Black Dragon exclaimed. The weight of all Buddhas is greater than mine. Gong Shanhai, let's see if you can still carry me. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said solemnly. Impossible. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Tao is the weight of all Buddhas. One must have a strong heart to cultivate it. Even Master can't do it. How can you? Black Dragon exclaimed. Your primordial spirit come out of Black Dragon's body. Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva said solemnly. I don't believe it. I don't believe it. You just reached immortal ascension realm. How can you? Black Dragon roared. However, Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva's Dharma idol seemed to be getting heavier and heavier. In just a short while, Black Dragon could no longer carry it. It sank bit by bit into the depths of the sea. Can't move? It felt like it was carrying the weight of a planet on its back. Even Black Dragon showed a look of despair. Black Dragon struggled in horror. However, it could not break free. Black Dragon understood that it would not be long before lust expelled its primordial spirit when it could no longer resist. No. Black Dragon let out a mournful cry of unwillingness at the bottom of the sea. In another place, Arhut Yuan Miao was being suppressed by Arhut Bujia with the Flying Mountain. At this moment, he could no longer hold on. It seemed like he would be unable to move at all in the next moment. Master, save me! Arhut Yuan Miao shouted at the radiant Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the distance. Gong Shanhai was about to lose all hope. He was about to be completely suppressed, and his only hope was that the great, dark Bodhisattva would win. He shouted, bringing with him a Buddhist voice, and shot towards the Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva in the sky. The radiant Ksitigarbha Bodhisattva was none other than the Great Light Bodhisattva, who was currently refining the memories of the great, dark Bodhisattva. Vile spawn, haven't you caused enough trouble? The Great Light Bodhisattva bellowed. When the voice rang out, it caused Arhut Yuan Miao to shiver. It was the Great Light Bodhisattva, not the Great Darkness Bodhisattva? Was what Wang Ke said true? The Great dark Bodhisattva had lost? Was it over? Was everything over? High in the sky, Wang took the light-fixing mirror from Wang Yuli. Wang Yuli, all right, leave the rest to me. Wang Ke said, all right. Wang Yuli handed the storage bracelet to Wang Ku. When Wang Ke saw it, his expression changed. Wang Yuli, the storage bracelet I gave you previously had 500 million caddies of spirit stones. Why are there only 30,000 caddies of spirit stones left? I used it. Didn't you see it just now? Wang Yuli said. But how could it be used so quickly? Did you embezzle it? Wang Ku exclaimed. How could he have spent so much money in such a short time? Wasn't he more prodigal than Yasushi Simon? Embezzlement, my ass. Am I such a person? Wang Yuli jumped up in anger. Aren't you? That's 500 million caddies of spirit stones, and it's gone in such a short time? Wang Ku glared. Wang Ku, I've been watching. Wang Yuli secretly hid about 5 million caddies of spirit stones. The venerable father suddenly flew out. Wang Yuli. Wang Ku looked at Wang Yuli with a dark expression. I was helping you, and you sent someone to spy on me? Wang Yuli glared. Who told you to do that? Wang Ku glared. What I'm taking is my service fee. Didn't we agree on this earlier? Service fee. Wang Yuli glared. Bullsh *T. Why didn't you say that if the venerable father wasn't watching, you would have taken double the service fee? Wang Ku glared. Wang Yuli. 5 million caddies of spirit stones. I just let you look at yourself in the mirror. And you still want to embezzle it? Are you still human? Wang Ku glared. Bah! Who said I was embezzling? I deserve it. Wang Yuli glared. But that's not right. How did the 500 million caddies of spirit stones disappear? Wang Ku's expression changed. That's the immortal ascension realm. Of course, the consumption of spirit stones is high, Wang Yuli said. Wang Ku looked at the storage bracelet reluctantly and carefully put it away. Initially, he wanted to use the light stabilizer mirror to defeat Miyagi Shanhai's clone. However, he decided to forget about it. Every bit he could save was a bit. It was shameful to waste it. You guys protect yourselves. I'll deal with Miyagi Shanhai myself. Wang Ku lowered his head and looked at Arhut Yuan Miao ready to attack. At that moment, Arhut Yuan Miao suddenly shouted, Senior brother, I was wrong. Senior brother, please forgive me. I was wrong. Arhut Bujia, who was in the middle of the battle, was stunned. He saw Arhut Yuan Miao, who was about to be suppressed, tremble. A shadow appeared from his body, and Arhut Yuan Miao suddenly fainted. Miyagi Shanhai, you? Arhut Bujia exclaimed. Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit came out of Arhut Yuan Miao's body? Eldest senior brother, you're right. The sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and the shore is before it's too late. Junior brother has turned back. Senior brother, please give me a chance. Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit suddenly knelt down. You, Arhut Bujia's eyes widened in shock. I'm already shameless enough. This Miyagi Shanhai is even more shameless than me. Seeing that he was about to lose, he immediately admitted defeat. Senior brother, we used to follow behind you. All these years, I was bewitched by Master's negative will. I did many wrong things. However, Master's negative will is also a part of Master. I was wrong. However, I have always listened to Master's words. I have always listened to Master. Senior brother, I had no choice. Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit suddenly cried. Looking at Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit crying, Bujia paused. Reaching out, Bujia kept the flying mountain and grabbed the unconscious Arhut Yuan Miao. Senior brother, the great darkness bodhisattva, is also a part of Master. I didn't betray Master. It's just that Master's split made me choose the side of Master's negative will. Now, Master's positive will and negative will have merged into one. I didn't betray Master. Senior brother, I was wrong. Senior brother, please help me. Miyagi Shanhai immediately looked at Arhot Bujia, pleadingly. Bujia frowned. Previously, he hated Miyagi Shanhai to death. However, the great darkness Bodhisattva was also a part of Master. Bujia, be careful of Miyagi Shanhai's sneak attack. Wonka flew over and shouted, No, it's impossible. I really turned back. Didn't Master always say that I should repent and become a Buddha? I repent, I turn back. Senior brother, you also told me that the sea of bitterness is boundless. Repent, and you will see the shore. I'm turning back now. You have to bring me to shore. Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit cried out anxiously. Bujia's expression turned extremely unsightly. Senior brother, although I've done many wrong things, I ultimately didn't commit a grave mistake. In addition, I'm following the orders of Master's negative will. Senior brother, please help me. Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit grabbed onto Bujia's sleeves and pleaded, Miyagi Shanhai, I can forgive you, but what about Junior sister? What about Master? Bujia frowned. Senior brother, please forgive me. I can redeem myself through meritorious service. I can redeem myself through meritorious service. I can redeem myself through meritorious service. I only hope that when Master blames me, Senior brother can put in a few good words for me. Senior brother, I beg of you. Junior brother knows his mistake. Miyagi Shanhai stared at Bujia nervously. Redeem yourself through meritorious service? How can you redeem yourself through meritorious service? Bujia stared at Miyagi Shanhai. Although he felt that Miyagi Shanhai's actions were shameful, they grew up together after all. In addition, the great darkness Bodhisattva was also a part of his master. Bujia's heart softened a little. Watch me, watch me. Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit cried out. Boom! A loud explosion could be heard from the bottom of the sea. It was another Miyagi Shanhai's primordial spirit that emerged from the black dragon's body. At the same time, within the Rui 3 treasures, Miyagi Shanhai's main body and Morpheus were standing back to back as they defended against the attacks from all directions. Miyagi Shanhai, what's the situation outside? Has the great darkness Bodhisattva won? Morpheus cried out anxiously. He won. My master has won. Morpheus, activate the barrier with all your might. I'll gather my strength and attack. After that, I'll call for Master. Miyagi Shanhai's main body said, All right. Morpheus did not suspect anything as he took over the defense on Miyagi Shanhai's side. To Morpheus, Miyagi Shanhai was on the same side as him. Looking at how Miyagi Shanhai was gathering his strength, Morpheus revealed a look of anticipation. Miyagi Shanhai, are you done? Why isn't the great darkness Bodhisattva here yet? Morpheus cried out in anticipation. He's here. Kill. Miyagi Shanhai roared. Boom! Miyagi Shanhai immediately slashed out. It was as if he was cutting Morpheus into pieces. He avoided Morpheus's vital points and instantly turned Morpheus into a skeleton. Only a little bit of flesh was left on his body. Ah! Morpheus instantly lost the ability to fight and let out a miserable cry. Pa! Miyagi Shanhai grabbed Morpheus's skeleton and shouted, I caught Morpheus. I'm on the same side. I caught Morpheus. You! Why did you betray me? Morpheus stared at Miyagi Shanhai. Morpheus, you can't turn back, but I can. I'll use your body to redeem myself. I'm sorry for offending you. Miyagi Shanhai said. Miyagi Shanhai, you liar. We were deceived by you. We were deceived by you. Morpheus cried out in despair. He and the 2 demon gods were doing well in the demonic god city. In the end, they were tricked by Miyagi Shanhai to deal with Wang Ku. In the end, the black lotus demon god and the white lotus demon god died, and he was injured to this extent. This was the first time he was so badly deceived. There's no choice. You're an evil demon, and I'm a righteous one. Righteous and evil can't coexist. Everyone has the right to kill evil demons. Miyagi Shanhai immediately distanced himself from Morpheus. Morpheus stared. You're F asterisk King Bullsh asterisk T. How can you say such shameless words? Miyagi Shanhai's main body and Morpheus suddenly had an internal conflict. The people controlling the 3 Rui treasures were also stunned. What's going on? Why are the 2 of them suddenly killing each other? Eldest senior brother, I've captured Morpheus. Eldest senior brother, I've redeemed myself. Eldest senior brother. Miyagi Shanhai's main body and his 2 Yuanshin avatars shouted. In the outside world, Wang Ke stared at Miyagi Shanhai's Yuanshin avatars. What the F asterisk CK? Did I underestimate Miyagi Shanhai's shamelessness in the past? Bujie flew over with a strange expression on his face. Wang Ke, what do you mean? Amethyst looked at Wang Ke in confusion. What is this? You're surrendering in the middle of the fight? Wang Ke, can you leave Miyagi Shanhai to Yuan Miao, Gongwei, and Master? Bujie pleaded. Wang Ke frowned. What else can I say at this moment? Divine Rui Needle, freeze them first. Wang Ke could only say, I won't resist. Come, freeze me. Freeze me. Eldest senior brother, I sincerely accept your punishment. Eldest senior brother, you have to put in a good word for me. Miyagi Shanhai's main body shouted emotionally. Morpheus, why did I fall into the hands of such a person? I can't accept this. I can't accept this. P.S. First update. Chapter 983. Arhot Island. Both Morpheus and Miyagi Shanhai had a Rui divine needle pierced between their eyebrows. Miyagi Shanhai, you betrayed me. You will not have a good ending. Morpheus stared at Miyagi Shanhai with hatred. I'm willing to betray you, the lackey of the great demon, for the survival of the righteous. Tui. Miyagi Shanhai was also immobilized. Morpheus, what sin have I committed? Why did I believe this shameless Miyagi Shanhai this time? Not only did I suffer a great loss, but I was also betrayed by Miyagi Shanhai in the end? Damn it, I can't accept this. I can't accept being betrayed by Miyagi Shanhai. Morpheus had a lot of things to say. However, when he saw Miyagi Shanhai's proud expression after being immobilized, Morpheus did not know what to say. All that was left was anger and resentment in his heart. Wang Ke, this Morpheus. Wang Tin Feng frowned. You guys go first. Leave Morpheus to me. Wang Ke shook his head. Morpheus can't be killed? No, if Morpheus can kill him, I can do it too. However, can I do it in front of everyone? What if the news that I can kill the sky demon is leaked? All right. Wang Tin Feng nodded. Wang Tin Feng took a step forward and was about to leave. Huang Yuanjiao, who was not far away, saw that her brother was about to leave. She had a complicated expression on her face. However, she bit her lips and did not say anything. Let's go. Wang Tin Feng waved his hand. Amethyst, Zhu Hongyi, and Ye Qingqing immediately followed Wang Tin Feng into the sky and headed towards the demonic city. Disciples of the Arhut Palace, can't you see the situation clearly? Arhut Bujie said in a low voice. Stop it, all of you stop it. Didn't you hear me? Miyagi Shanhai shouted. At this moment, Gong Shanhai's 2 primordial spirit clones had both returned to his main body. His main body was frozen, but he could still speak. Instantly the battle stopped. Lust also carried Gong Wei from the sea. However, Gong Wei was still unconscious like Arhut Yuan Miao. Evidently, it would take some time for him to wake up. Wang, Ku, Zhang Lier, and the others stood on Arhut Island and looked at the great light Bodhisattva in the distant sky. Everything was waiting. After waiting for another half a day, the great light Bodhisattva in the sky finally retracted his primordial spirit Dharma form under the boundless golden light. At this moment, he stood alone in the sky with an extremely unpleasant expression. Great light Bodhisattva, are you still not done yet? Wang Ke shouted as he looked into the distance. In the distance, the great light Bodhisattva frowned as he looked down. With a step, he arrived at Arhot Island in an instant. Master, this disciple knows his mistake. Please punish me. Miyagi Shanhai immediately shouted. Master! Arhot Bujia described what had happened to the great light Bodhisattva. The great light Bodhisattva looked at this disciple with a complicated expression. Master! This disciple was only obeying the orders of the great, dark Bodhisattva. This disciple knows his mistake. Miyagi Shanhai anxiously begged. Miyagi Shanhai. The great light Bodhisattva said in a low voice. Yes, master. Miyagi Shanhai immediately said anxiously. The great, dark Bodhisattva did indeed order you to kill my main body. I don't blame you. However, the great, dark Bodhisattva asked you to plot against junior sister? Did he ask you to murder her? The great light Bodhisattva said coldly. This disciple knows his mistake. Master, please give this disciple a chance to redeem himself. Miyagi Shanhai immediately begged. Bujia is pleading on your behalf. I know that with your means, you can definitely persuade Yuan Miao and Gong Wei to plead on your behalf. However, I don't want to listen. I can't tolerate sand in my eyes. A mistake is a mistake. If you want to redeem yourself, you have to accept the punishment. Otherwise, with your actions, even 10 punishments won't be too many. The great light Bodhisattva said coldly. This disciple is willing to accept the punishment. Miyagi Shanhai immediately said respectfully. The first punishment is to cripple your cultivation. All your cultivation techniques will be destroyed. The great light Bodhisattva said coldly. Miyagi Shanhai's face immediately turned pale. Yes. The second punishment is to expel you from the sect. From now on, don't say that you are my disciple. The great light Bodhisattva said coldly. Yes. Miyagi Shanhai said bitterly. Humph. Do you want me to do it? Or do you want to do it yourself? The great light Bodhisattva looked coldly at Miyagi Shanhai. Miyagi Shanhai's face turned pale. He looked at Bujia, who was not far away. Bujia put his palms together. Clearly, he did not dare to interfere. Miyagi Shanhai looked at the unconscious Gong Wei and Arhot Yuan Miao and smiled bitterly. Master? No, great light Bodhisattva, I have one last request. Miyagi Shanhai said. HM? The great light Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes and looked at Miyagi Shanhai. This disciple knows that he has committed grave sins. I am extremely grateful that the great light Bodhisattva spared my life. This disciple has let down junior sister Yuan Miao and Xiao Wei. This disciple wants to make up for it. Can I give all my cultivation techniques to Yuan Miao and my reincarnation dynasty to Xiao Wei? This disciple has no other request. This is all I ask to make up for my mistakes. Miyagi Shanhai pleaded. You want to give the reincarnation dynasty to Gong Wei and your cultivation techniques to Yuan Miao? Bujia was shocked. My cultivation techniques were given to me by the great light Bodhisattva. It is an external force. I have not completely refined it yet. I can pass it on. I beg the great light Bodhisattva to grant me my wish. Miyagi Shanhai pleaded. The great light Bodhisattva narrowed his eyes and looked at Miyagi Shanhai. Humph, you have a good plan. Zhang Lear looked at Wang Ke curiously. Has Miyagi Shanhai come to his senses? Come to his senses? He is just trying to protect himself. Wang Ke said disdainfully. His cultivation has been crippled and he has been chased out of the sect by the great light Bodhisattva. What else can he do? Can he still protect the reincarnation dynasty? There is no way he can protect it. He might as well take it out now to earn a favor. Firstly, Yuan Miao and Gong Wei might not pursue Miyagi Shanhai's wrongdoings after they receive the benefits. They might even protect Miyagi Shanhai. Although Miyagi Shanhai has lost his cultivation, it is not impossible for him to cultivate again. He is paving the way for himself. Wang Ku explained. This Miyagi Shanhai is really a jerk. Zhang Li'er glared at him. What can we do? After all, he is Gong Wei's biological father. We should let Gong Wei and Yuan Miao deal with him in the future. Outsiders shouldn't interfere, Wang Ke said. Zhang Li'er glared at Miyagi Shanhai. Great Light, Bodhisattva, I really want to make it up to Yuan Miao and Gong Wei. Please grant my wish. Great Light, Bodhisattva, Miyagi Shanhai pleaded. Master. Bujia looked at the Great Light, Bodhisattva expectantly. The Great Light, Bodhisattva looked at Miyagi Shanhai coldly and said, Miyagi Shanhai, from now on, you are no longer my disciple. If I find you doing evil again, you won't have a chance to live. Thank you, Great Light, Bodhisattva. Thank you, Great Light, Bodhisattva, Miyagi Shanhai said emotionally. Finally his life was saved. Xing. The wishful divine needle emerged from Miyagi Shanhai's glabella. Miyagi Shanhai was instantly able to move. He bowed respectfully to the Great Light, Bodhisattva. Release your primordial spirit to resist, the Great Light, Bodhisattva said in a deep voice. Yes, Miyagi Shanhai replied respectfully. Buddhism's Jindu, primordial spirit separation, Prajna Permitha. The Great Light, Bodhisattva struck Miyagi Shanhai's chest with his palm. Miyagi Shanhai's back seemed to be stripped of endless energy, forming a golden ball on his back. Ah! Miyagi Shanhai cried out in pain. Miyagi Shanhai's hair turned white as snow. He was aging at a speed visible to the naked eye. Go! The Great Light, Bodhisattva waved his hand. Instantly, the primordial spirit energy, stripped from Miyagi Shanhai's body, rushed toward Arhut Yuan Miao. Wang. Arhut Yuan Miao's body shook as he was enveloped in a golden light. Master? Junior sister? Arhut Bujia said worriedly. When Yuan Miao wakes up, it's almost time for him to undergo the immortal ascension tribulation. You and Venerable Father will take care of him, the Great Light, Bodhisattva said. Yes, Arhut Bujia nodded. At this moment, Miyagi Shanhai had become extremely old. With great difficulty, Miyagi Shanhai took out the Reincarnation Dynasty's imperial seal. Citizens of the Reincarnation Dynasty, listen up. I, Miyagi Shanhai, have committed many sins in my life. I am ashamed to face the world and my daughter. Today, I will pass the throne of the Reincarnation Dynasty to my daughter, Princess Gong Wei. Please bear witness to this. Miyagi Shanhai said weakly. Roar! A dragon's roar suddenly came from the merit cloud in the Reincarnation Holy Capital. Miyagi Shanhai's voice spread across the world. The entire Reincarnation Dynasty looked at the Reincarnation Holy Capital in shock. Countless officials were shocked. No one expected the Reincarnation Dynasty to change today. Roar! The merit cloud turned into a golden dragon and rushed toward the imperial seal. When Miyagi Shanhai placed the imperial seal in the arms of the unconscious Gong Wei, countless merit clouds also surged into Gong Wei's body. In an instant, Gong Wei's body shone with golden light, and a faint aura of fear exploded. The merit clouds flowed for a while before they came out of Gong Wei's body. They rushed into the sky above the Reincarnation Holy Capital and spread out again. When Gong Wei was unconscious, he somehow inherited the throne of the Reincarnation Dynasty. Greet the Reincarnation Empress, Miyagi Shanhai shouted. Not far away, a group of Reincarnation Dynasty soldiers looked conflicted. However, they still knelt down. Greetings to the Empress. Long live the Empress. The soldiers of the Reincarnation Dynasty said respectfully, Great Light Bodhisattva, I accept my punishment. Miyagi Shanhai sat on the ground weakly. The great Bodhisattva of Light looked at this disciple who was expelled from his sect and sighed softly. Great light, Bodhisattva. How is it going after you refine the memories of the great, dark Bodhisattva and the sky demon? Wang asked curiously. The great Bodhisattva of light's expression suddenly turned ugly. The situation doesn't look good. What's wrong? Everyone asked curiously. The Demon King wants to turn everyone in the world into demons. He wants to turn everyone into demons. Then he wants all demons to die. The great light Bodhisattva said in a deep voice. What? He wants everyone to die? You mean the demons are also victims? Huang Yuanjiao asked in surprise. The great Bodhisattva of light frowned and said, Mo Ba died too thoroughly and some of his memories were damaged. However, it can't be wrong. The Demon King wants all living things to die. He wants all the evil spirits in the world to die. This is what Mo Ba remembers. Why? What is the Demon King trying to do? As he spoke, the great light Bodhisattva suddenly turned his head and looked at Morpheus, who was frozen in place. Why does the great demon want to create demons? I always thought that the great demon wanted to spread his orthodoxy. Why? Why does the great demon still want to kill demons? Why? The great light Bodhisattva stared at Morpheus and asked agitatedly. What did you say? Mo Ba is dead? You refined his memories? Impossible. This is impossible. Morpheus looked at the great light Bodhisattva in horror. Let me ask you, why does the great demon want to kill demons? All demons are the inheritors of the great demon's orthodoxy. Why does he want them to die? The great light Bodhisattva asked agitatedly, turning everyone into demons and then reaping their lives. The great demon wants to destroy all life on planet Divine Continent. Why? P.S. Second update. Chapter 984. The Evil Shrine. The evil emperor held a swaddle in his arms as he looked at the excited Wang Tinfeng, Zhu Hongyi, Amethyst, and Ye Qingqing. Your Majesty, as you wished, the 4 lotus demon gods are all dead. Even Morpheus has been captured by the righteous faction. It's almost impossible for him to come back. Wang Tinfeng congratulated the evil emperor excitedly. The dots on Zhu Hongyi and Ye Qingqing's bodies said it all. This was the effect of eating the Heavenly Path Immortal Ascension Pearl. Their cultivation was increasing rapidly, and it wouldn't be long before they reached the Immortal Ascension realm. Thank you, Your Majesty, for helping the Devil Lord. Amethyst said respectfully. Your Majesty, are you unhappy? Wang Tinfeng asked curiously. All right, you may leave. I understand. The evil emperor was silent for a moment. Yes. The 4 of them were confused. Wasn't the evil emperor the one who wanted to kill the 4 lotus demon gods? Why was the evil emperor unhappy? Everyone left in confusion. The evil emperor sat on the dragon throne. He touched the swaddle in his hand and turned to look at the wall. Not far from the wall was the hall where Wang Gushin was in seclusion. Husband, I didn't want to kill your confidants. Even if they ganged up to kill me, I didn't want to kill them. I didn't want to make you unhappy. But this time, I felt that I had to do it. I avenged Long Yu. I'm very happy, but I can't feel happy. Husband, when Long Yu recovers and you come out of seclusion, you can blame me if you want. I'm not happy, but I don't regret it. The evil emperor looked at the wall and mumbled to himself. At this moment, the evil emperor held the swaddle in his hand and patted it gently. There was sadness in his eyes, but more than that, there was determination. Looking at the sunset outside the hall, the evil emperor was in a daze for a moment. The evil emperor's words were very soft, as if he was talking to himself. However, the moment the evil emperor finished speaking, Wang Gushin, who was meditating in the Rainbow Hall not far away, suddenly opened his eyes. Wang Gushin turned his head and looked in the direction of the evil god hall. A trace of gentleness flashed through his eyes as he smiled. Then, Wang Gushin closed his eyes and meditated again. Reincarnation. Imperial Palace. Boom! A loud sound came from the distant horizon, and then a woman covered in golden light walked over. This woman was none other than Arhut Yuan Miao, who had awakened. Arhut Yuan Miao. Gong Wei stood beside the great light Bodhisattva with a complicated look in his eyes. Yuan, mother, have you ascended to the mortal realm? Arhut Yuan Miao looked at Gong Wei with a complicated expression and nodded. Then Arhut Yuan Miao looked at the great light Bodhisattva. Thank you, master. Arhut Yuan Miao bowed respectfully. Great light Bodhisattva, why don't you let me kill that Morpheus? Who knows? He might even spit out another heavenly path immortal ascension pearl. Wang Ku persuaded. The sky demon can't be killed, Arhut Yuan Miao said. Wang Ku rolled his eyes. That's because you can't kill him, not me. However, this matter couldn't be brought to light. I've already killed him once. When Morpheus revived, he didn't spit out the Heavenly Path Immortal Ascension Pearl. His Heavenly Path Immortal Ascension Pearl has been completely refined. The great light Bodhisattva said. But Wang Ke frowned. I want to keep Morpheus because Mo Ba's memories aren't complete. I have to start with Morpheus. Later, I'll look for Miss Wang to discuss the Sky Demon and the Great Demon. Morpheus will be of great use. The great light Bodhisattva said solemnly. What great use? You still want to pry into his memories? I can help you, Wang Ke said. No need. You'd better not use your methods. The great light Bodhisattva said with a complicated expression. Obviously, Wang Ke's ability to kill the sky demon made the great light Bodhisattva attach great importance to him. Is the sky demon really unkillable? Wang Ke raised his eyebrows. Master, you've extracted the sky demon's memories? Why can't the sky demon be killed? Why can they keep reviving? Arhut Yuan Miao asked curiously. Sky demon? The sky demon is a race created by the Demon King. It's a special race created by the heavenly path, Arhut Yuan Miao said. Oh, what about it? Wang Ke didn't understand. The heavenly axiom has a perfect record of every heavenly demon's situation. Every once in a while, the heavenly demon will provide feedback to the heavenly axiom. As long as the heavenly demon dies, the heavenly axiom will sense it and gather its power. According to its perfect record, the heavenly axiom will reconstruct its body and revive it. In other words, every time the heavenly demon is killed and reborn, it does not become stronger. Instead, it returns to its peak state from the last heavenly Tao record. It does not become stronger. It only returns to its peak state. Therefore, it gives people the illusion that it becomes stronger after being killed once, Arhut Yuan Miao said. The great light Bodhisattva nodded. Wait, you mean that the sky demon has a data backup with the heavenly path? Every time the sky demon dies, the heavenly path will clone an identical sky demon according to the data backup? Wang Ke stared. Data backup? Clone? I don't understand what you're talking about, but it should be something like that. The great light Bodhisattva was slightly stunned. Then doesn't that mean the sky demon is invincible? It doesn't matter who it kills, and there's a system backup after being killed? Why are they so timid sometimes? Wang Ke asked curiously. The great light Bodhisattva explained, because every time it revives, it consumes the power of the heavenly path. This power is controlled by the great demon. Every time the sky demon revives, it consumes a part of the great demon's power. Naturally, they don't dare to cause trouble for the great demon. Wang Ke's eyes lit up. So, this is the reason why you want to keep Morpheus alive. The great light Bodhisattva smiled. That's right. Knowing this information is extremely important to us. The next step is to capture the sky demon. Capture the sky demon for what? Of course it was to kill them. Constantly killing them. Constantly reviving them. This was exhausting the great Demon King's strength. To the righteous path, this was extremely good news. Wang Ke, take care of yourself. After I've discussed this with Miss Wang, you can come and meet us again. In Mo Ba's memory, the heavenly path is about to be completely refined by the great demon. When that time comes, the great demon will be able to free up his hands and force everyone in the world to become demons. Then he will reap the lives of all the demons in the world. We have to be quick. At the very least, we have to find out why the great demon wants to kill the demons. The great light, Bodhisattva, said solemnly, "Grandmaster, you might be worrying too much. With Wang Ke's cowardly personality, you don't have to worry that he won't take care of himself." Gong Wei said with a smile, "So what if I'm cowardly? If you're not afraid of death, why don't you die for me to see?" Wang Ke glared at Gong Wei. The great light, Bodhisattva, nodded and finally looked at Wang Ke. "After some time, when Miss Wang comes out of seclusion, I'll ask Zhang Tianshi to come and find you together." Great light, Bodhisattva, I'm just an ordinary person. There's no need for you to keep an eye on me. Wang Ke's expression changed immediately. With great power comes great responsibility. The great light, Bodhisattva, said solemnly. Wang Ke's expression stiffened. "It has nothing to do with me. I'm not responsible. I'm just an alien. What responsibility do I have to your planet? The great demon is obviously an extremely powerful existence. Do you want me to take the blame for you? Do you think I'll be convinced by your chicken soup for the soul? Are you kidding me?" The great light, Bodhisattva, didn't speak to Wang Ke anymore. Instead, he looked at Yuan Miao and Bujia. "In that case, I'll bring Morpheus to Xianghua and Miss Wang first." "Yes." Arhat Yuan Miao bowed, respectfully. The great light, Bodhisattva, swung his sleeves and took a cage not far away. He stepped into the sky and headed in the direction of the benevolent god's capital. "Wang Ke, I've heard about this from my husband." "Thank you," Gong Wei said with a smile. "Just one sentence is enough? Give me actual benefits." Wang Ke glared. "I've already given the evil dragon's heart flame to Zhang Lier this morning. Zhang Lier is refining and absorbing it in her room. It's not like you don't know that." Gong Wei glared. "But look, because of my arrival, your family of 3 has all ascended to the immortal realm. Also, you've obtained such a great empire. You want to use a ball of fire to pay off such a great benefit? You know that I've suffered a great loss because of you this time," Wang Ke said gloomily. Wang Ke had really suffered a great loss. More than 1 billion kilograms of spirit stones had been used in the light stabilizing mirror. Secondly, his cultivation had increased by 1 level and he was 1 step closer to being cremated. More importantly, he had used up a country's human emperor's merit points. Wang Ke was about to vomit blood from this loss. "Money? No." Gong Wei shook his head. Wang Ke glared. "You're the human emperor of a country now. Can't you bear to part with such a small amount of money? It's all lust debt. Also, you've spent a large sum of my labor fees to hire experts from various countries to help you. It's only right that you pay back what you owe. Do you want to go back on your word? I have an IOU here. It's from Lust. Do you want to take a look? I've just taken charge of a country. Do you think I don't need money? If I give you money, how can I buy people's hearts? Do you think I don't want the reincarnation dynasty anymore?" Gong Wei glared. "Ah, didn't you dislike meddling in things in the past? Do you really want to be the emperor now? Isn't that tiring?" Wang Ke asked curiously. "So be it. It's only a little more than 20 years. Gong Wei said. "A little more than 20 years? What do you mean? Do you plan to give the reincarnation dynasty back to Gong Shanhai?" Wang Ke was puzzled. "Of course not. Gong Shanhai has caused us so much trouble. It's good enough that my mother and I didn't pursue him or seek revenge. Why should we give the reincarnation dynasty back to him? This is what I deserve." Gong Wei glared at him. "Then you said a little more than 20 years?" Wang Ke was puzzled. "My husband and I have discussed it. Since we've reached the immortal realm, we'll find a way to have a chubby baby next year. After 20 years, when the baby grows up, I'll pass the throne to my son. Gong Wei said proudly. Wang Ku, you're so thoughtful. Now you're even thinking about how to have a baby? Then, give me all your merits as the human emperor. In order to help the great light, Bodhisattva, I used all my merits on the great light, Bodhisattva. You can owe me the money first. If you don't give me your merits, I'll go and find the great light, Bodhisattva. Let her be the judge. How can you be so shameless as to deny your debts? Honest people like us can't shed tears after sweating and bleeding. Wang Ku argued with his eyes wide open. Merits? Gong Wei looked at the merits cloud above his head. That's right. Today, you have to give it to me even if you don't want to. Wang Ku said firmly. Today, I, Gong Wei, will give all my merits as the human emperor of the reincarnation dynasty to the god of war, Wang Ku of the war god Hull. Gong Wei shouted, roar, boom. Suddenly, half of the merits above the merits cloud fell from the sky and enveloped Wang Ku. Wang Ku's eyes lit up. He quickly and carefully put them away. Finally, he took them back. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 985. Outside a large hall in the Samsara Palace, Wang Ku was waiting patiently. Lear, you didn't hide in the room the last few times you devoured the divine flames. Why are you hiding in the room this time? Wang Ku was puzzled. Don't come in. Zhang Lear shouted from the room. Why? Why can't I come in? Wang Ku was puzzled. This time, my divine flames have reached a critical point. The black lotus ghost flame, white lotus ice flame, and evil dragon heart flame that you secretly gave me have changed my body. I can turn back into a human. Zhang Lear said, turn back into a human? Really? Wang Ku was pleasantly surprised and immediately rushed into the main hall. Don't come in, don't come in. Zhang Lear said anxiously, why don't you come in? Let me see. Ha ha ha. You finally turned back into a human. Do you know how anxious I've been these days? Wang Ku was overjoyed. Bang! Wang Ku pushed the door open and entered. In the hall, the huge purple phoenix was still standing there. Wang Ku was stunned for a moment. Aren't you going to turn back into a human? Why are you still in the form of a phoenix? I said I can turn back into a human. I did mean I can turn back into a human. Purple Phoenix said, isn't it the same? What's the difference? Wang Ku stared at it. I said some, not all. The Purple Phoenix shouted. What do you mean? Wang Ku was confused. Look at my feet. Purple Phoenix said. Wang Ku looked down and saw that Purple Phoenix's feet were no longer phoenix claws, but human feet. Wang Ku was stunned for a while. He stared at the feet of the phoenix and was silent for a while. I feel like I'm still a little bit away. Purple Phoenix said. What do you mean a little bit? Wang Ku stared. That's right. My hands and feet can turn back into a human. Not only my feet, but also my hands. Look, Purple Phoenix said. However, the tip of the Purple Phoenix's wings suddenly transformed into a pair of slender jade hands. However, growing at the bottom of the phoenix's wings, it didn't seem right no matter how he looked at it. How is it? The breakthrough this time was huge, right? Do you feel anything? The Purple Phoenix asked expectantly. Wang Ku, why aren't you saying anything? The Purple Phoenix glared at her. Wang Ku's face kept twitching as he said, It's a little painful to the eyes. You despise me? The Purple Phoenix glared angrily. No, how about this? Let's think about it from another perspective. I'll become a primordial spirit with 2 arms and 2 legs. How would you feel? Wang Ku said. With that, his figure flickered and the great sun appeared. It was a big ball with 2 eyes and a mouth. Wang Ku used magic to condense 2 legs and a pair of hands. It looked like an egg with 4 toothpicks stuck in it. No matter how one looked at it, it was strange. How is it? Do you feel anything? Wang Ke asked. Purple Phoenix. How could this thing feel anything? However, Zhang Lier also understood how Wang Ke felt. I can't do anything. Maybe it's because I don't have enough divine fire. The Purple Phoenix said gloomily. Return to your original form first. There'll be time in the future. Wang Ke said. Bam! Wang Ke returned to his human form, and Zhang Lier returned to her phoenix form. What do we do now? Zhang Lier said gloomily. If only you could reach the immortal ascension stage. Wang Ke also looked gloomy. At this moment, one of Wang Ke's subordinates flew over quickly. Master, there's something wrong with the Yanluo dynasty. Wang Ke's subordinate said respectfully. What did you say? Wang Ke said with a glare. I haven't even rested for a few days, and something has happened again? Celestial Master Island. We haven't been able to contact the two Zhang managers for a few days. Wang Ke's subordinate said respectfully. What are Zhang Jingdao doing? Didn't we tell them to stay in the Celestial Master Palace? Zhang Lier said. Don't worry about them. Zhang Jingdao must have seen something good and gone to take advantage of it. It's fine, Wang Ke said. Is it fine? Zhang Lier said worriedly. It's fine. Do you think I don't know him? If something happens, he'll be the first to run. Wang Ke said. That's good. Zhang Lier nodded. All right, continue to keep an eye on them. Also, continue to look for news of the divine fire. Wang Ke ordered. Yes. Wang Ke's subordinate stepped away. Are Zhang Jingdao and Zhang Xinshu really fine? Zhang Lier said worriedly. They're definitely fine. Yanluo dynasty in a large hall in the imperial palace. Ah. Huangju, I'm going to die if you hit me again. Ah. Zhang Xinshu let out a miserable shriek. It was Zhang Xinshu who was hung up and being whipped by Huangju. Speak. Are you still not going to speak? Huangju said malevolently. What do you want me to say? Ask me. Zhang Xinshu screamed in pain. Where's the divine fire in Zhang Lier's body? Why isn't there any divine fire? Why? Huangju said as he whipped Zhang Xinshu. Ah, I don't know. Help. Zhang Xinshu was in pain. However, even with that being the case, Zhang Xinshu did not reveal Zhang Jingdao's secret. The reason for that was because Zhang Xinshu knew that if he were to reveal it, the two of them would definitely end up in an even more miserable state. Damn it, you're so stubborn. Let's see how long you can be stubborn for. Huangju continued to whip him. Not far from Huangju, a golden phoenix was engulfed in raging flames. It screamed in pain. On the other side stood King Yanluo and Taoist Jumiao. Taoist Jumiao, have you forgotten about my father? Why did you harm us? Why did you conspire with King Yanluo to harm us? Why did you release Huangju? He's a demon, Taoist Jumiao. Zhang Xinshu screamed in pain. Not far away, Taoist Jumiao looked at the golden phoenix engulfed in raging green flames with an unsightly expression. Zhang Xinshu, are you still not going to speak? Taoist Jumiao said coldly. What should I say? I don't know. Zhang Xinshu said in pain. Zhang Lier, if you don't speak, we'll beat Zhang Xinshu to death. King Yanluo shouted. At this moment, the golden phoenix only screamed in pain, but didn't speak. Damn it! I've spent so much fortune fire on you. With this fortune fire and the other divine fires you obtained, you should be able to reach the immortal ascension realm. Why did all the divine fires in your body disappear? Why did all my fortune fire sink into the sea? This is ridiculous. Why didn't you react at all after wasting so much of my fortune fire? Taoist Jumiao said gloomily. King Yanluo said in a heavy voice, It seems that we have to be ruthless. We used Zhang Donglai to threaten them. If they don't speak, we'll kill Zhang Donglai. King Yanluo, are you of the righteous Tao, or a demon? Taoist Jumiao, don't you care about your relationship with my father? Zhang Xinxiu said anxiously. Relationship? It's just a show, Taoist Jumiao said in a heavy voice. We really don't know, we really don't know. Don't you all know that my sister's cultivation went awry? My sister can't even make a sound now. She's already very miserable. What do you want? Zhang Xinxiu cried out. Taoist Jumiao and King Yanluo looked at each other. They had no choice but to ask Zhang Xinxiu. After all, how could Zhang Xinxiu's experience be better than theirs? But in this period of time, they had to use Zhang Lier's body to set up a peerless formation. Logically speaking, Zhang Lier's body was a primer. Once she entered the formation, success would follow naturally. But in the past few months, they had spent countless resources on Zhang Lier's body, but the formation could not be activated. Wasn't that infuriating? They had no choice but to whip Zhang Xinxiu and reveal their vicious side. They had to try everything they could, but they still could not get anything out of them. Could there be a problem with this Zhang Lier's body? Huang Ju asked. That shouldn't be the case. I watched her body grow up. Damn it, Taoist Jumiao said gloomily. Should we use Plan B? King Yanluo frowned. Plan B? If we use Plan B, why would I bother controlling Zhang Lier all these years? Don't you know that without Zhang Lier, the difference is like heaven and earth? Taoist Jumiao said anxiously. Then what should we do? King Yanluo frowned. Continue. Today, use all the resources I prepared on Zhang Lier and try to activate the immortal formation in one go. Taoist Jumiao said. All of it? If we fail, then wouldn't all the things you prepared for so many years be for naught? King Yanluo asked curiously. Don't worry about that. Begin. All of you help me. Begin. Taoist Jumiao said anxiously. Rumble. Suddenly, countless green flames filled the golden phoenix's body. However, there was no reaction from the golden phoenix's body. No, there was a reaction. It was as though her body was about to explode and her body swelled up. The next day, whoosh! Taoist Jumiao was in despair. Why? Why did the other sky demon succeed, but I failed? Why? Taoist Jumiao was dispirited. Did we use all the resources? Huang Ju said with an ugly expression. At this moment, King Yanluo rushed in from outside the palace. Mo Jumiao, something happened. We just received news that Zhang Lier appeared in the Reincarnation Dynasty and is ambushing the great demon god with Wang Ke. King Yanluo said. What did you say? Zhang Lier is in the Reincarnation Dynasty? Bullshit. Isn't Zhang Lier here? Taoist Jumiao said with a glare. It's true. See for yourself. 3 different sources of information. All of them are the same. King Yanluo passed the information to Taoist Jumiao. Taoist Jumiao looked at it for a while, then stared at the golden phoenix. If Zhang Lier is in the Reincarnation Dynasty, then who is this? It can't be. King Yanluo's expression changed. Immediately, King Yanluo flew in front of the golden phoenix and pushed aside the flames covering her body, revealing her square head. This is... Did we burn her head during this time? King Yanluo said with uncertainty. When we captured Zhang Lier that day, Zhang Lier was wearing a bamboo hat. We sent her into the formation and burned her head. During this time, her head was wrapped in flames. What about this one? Huang Ju also looked at the square head. You aren't Zhang Lier, Taoist Jumiao suddenly exclaimed. This was the only possibility that led to his failure. Otherwise, why would he fail when the other sky demon succeeded? Who are you? Who are you? Damn it! Taoist Jumiao slapped the golden phoenix in terror. Bang! The golden phoenix's body shrank back, and she returned to her human form. She was a big fatty, and she was currently foaming at the mouth. Her eyes were white, and she was twitching. Zhang Jingdao, King Yanluo exclaimed. I wasted all my resources on that damn fatty Zhang Jingdao. No, no, this can't be true. Taoist Jumiao roared in terror. Bang! King Yanluo splashed Zhang Jingdao with a basin of water. You actually pretended to be Zhang Lie? Why did you pretend to be Zhang Lier? If you aren't Zhang Lier, why didn't you say so earlier? Taoist Jumiao roared. You didn't ask me. That day at the Celestial Master Hall, you knocked me out with a stick. Then, when I woke up, I was burned. You also said that you couldn't let outsiders know about this, and that you would kill anyone who found out. I didn't dare to speak for the past few days. Also, although the fire hurt a little, I found the pain to be quite exhilarating. So, I am innocent. Can you let me go? Zhang Jingdao said expectantly. Taoist Jumiao. P.S. First update. Chapter 986. Goodness Divine Palace. Goodness Divine Palace. Goodness Battle God Huang Yuanjiao and Zhang Shilai were standing outside the Goodness Divine Palace. Father, can I go in when you are talking? Zhang Shilai said gloomily. In any case, he was the great benevolence battle god. What matter was so important that it was not his place to interfere? Wait outside. Zhang Tianshi glared at him. Zhang Shilai looked gloomy. Clang! Zhang Tianshi entered the Goodness Divine Palace, and the door of the palace closed. Then a golden light flashed and shrouded the palace, preventing anyone from peeping in. Zhang Shilai, you have also reached the immortal realm? Huang Yuanjiao asked curiously. That's right. I am now standing at the top of the world. Zhang Shilai said proudly. Why are you not qualified to attend the meeting inside? Huang Yuanjiao said disdainfully. Zhang Shilai's face stiffened. This was the most uncomfortable thing for him. Father and Xianghua were having a meeting and he was not allowed to attend? How infuriating. How would I know? Maybe my father did it on purpose. Huang Yuanjiao, do you know the difference between the immortal realm and the martial god realm? Zhang Shilai said proudly. What difference? A few days ago we were at the Reincarnation Dynasty and killed 2 immortal realm experts. By the way, Brother Tinyuan's disciple, Wang Ku, is also at the martial god realm. He seems to have killed 4 immortal realm experts, 1 for each sword. They are easy to kill. Huang Yuanjiao said. Zhang Shilai stared at Huang Yuanjiao. Bullsh *T. Damn it, immortal realm experts are easy to kill? Who are you lying to? Ask around if you don't believe me. Who doesn't know about the War God Temple now? Huang Yuanjiao said disdainfully. She then turned around and left. Zhang Shilai looked at Huang Yuanjiao's back and was stunned. You want me to ask? Are you telling the truth? How is this possible? While still in disbelief, Zhang Shilai also went to ask the Combat God Temple's champion. There were 5 people sitting in the Good Temple. Xianghua, Simon Shunsui, Miss Wang, Zhang Tianshi, and the Great Light, Bodhisattva. Miss Wang, Zhang Tianshi, the 2 of you have also recovered to your peak. That's great. The Great Light, Bodhisattva, took a deep breath and said, We are all in the 8th tier of the Immortal Ascension realm. The time it took to recover is about the same. Great Light, Bodhisattva, you have already found the secret of the Sky Demon? Miss Wang asked solemnly. Yes, we have been in the abyss for 1,000 years. We have exchanged what we should say. This time I'm afraid. The Great Light, Bodhisattva, described the secret of the Sky Demon. Hearing the Great Light, Bodhisattva's description, everyone raised their eyebrows. There was joy, fear, horror, and worry. After the Great Light, Bodhisattva finished speaking, the temple fell into silence. This matter must be told to the world. Xianghua said solemnly, But will the world believe us if we tell them? The righteous path is fine, but what about the demons? Will they believe that the great demon wants them dead? Miss Wang said solemnly, The current leader of the evil Alpha Capricorni faction is the corpse emperor of the southern divine continent. I can go there personally. Xianghua said solemnly, Corpse emperor? Ha ha ha, Jiang Huang, aren't you afraid of being killed by the Corpse Emperor if you go to the southern divine continent? You deceived his precious daughter and even gave birth to a daughter, Serene Moon. Are you going to tell the Corpse Emperor? The Corpse Emperor will want to kill you. Miss Wang gloated. Miss Wang, when did I deceive her? Xianghua frowned. Don't give me that. The daughter of the Corpse Emperor, the previous Corpse Ghost Empress, was my good friend. Huh. Do you think I don't know what you were thinking back then? Only that girl is heartless enough to let you succeed. Humph, that girl is easy to fool. But her father, the Corpse Emperor, is not easy to fool. If you go, you will definitely be courting death. Eldest young, Miss Wang sneered. I will bring Serene Moon with me, then. Xianghua frowned. Ghost Serene Moon? Oh, Serene Moon is the granddaughter of the Corpse Emperor. The Corpse Emperor only has one granddaughter. You might really be able to fool him. Miss Wang frowned. I will talk to the Corpse Emperor. Buddhism and Taoism, with the status of the great radiant Bodhisattva and celestial Master Zhang, it shouldn't be a problem. As long as the higher-ups decide, it should be easy to promote, said the virtuous emperor. Do you think it's easy? The Taoist sects are not peaceful now. Even the Buddhist sects are not peaceful. If there are spies from the demons, I'm afraid. Zhang Tianshi frowned. Where there is a will, there is a way. We can try. The great light, Bodhisattva, said solemnly. That's the only way. Zhang Tianshi nodded. I feel that we should wait a little longer. Simon Shunsui said. Everyone looked at Simon Shunsui. Zhang Shalai was not qualified to participate in today's meeting, but Simon Shunsui was able to come. It was clear that everyone approved of him, not because of his strength, but because of his wisdom. I feel that the most important thing right now is to find all the sky demon. The great demon can completely control the heavenly axiom at any time. Now, the sky demon is a part of the great demon's strength. This part must be controlled by us as soon as possible. Simon Shunsui said in a low voice. Oh, everyone was puzzled. Great light, Bodhisattva, you just said that Wang Ku could kill the sky demon. Simon Shunsui looked at the great light, Bodhisattva seriously. Yes, you said that Wang Ku killed the sky demon. That's equivalent to affecting the heavenly axiom's record of the sky demon. How did Wang Ku do it? Zhang Tianshi was also surprised. Great light, Bodhisattva, are you sure? Wang Ku, how could he? Xianghua was in disbelief. Only Miss Wang suddenly narrowed her eyes. She seemed to be deep in thought, but her eyes were full of doubt. She was not sure. I won't lie about this. The great light, Bodhisattva, shook his head. Have you asked Wang Ku the reason? Zhang Tianshi immediately asked. Everyone naturally believed in the great light, Bodhisattva's character. It's not like you don't know about that sly Wang Ku. He was afraid that I would find out, so he did his best to erase all traces. He even gave me a gift so that I wouldn't tell anyone. How could he tell me the truth? The great light, Bodhisattva, smiled bitterly. You received a gift from Wang Ku? Zhang Tianshi was stunned. He only knows how to do crooked things all day long. Giving gifts? How did Serene Moon fall for him? Xianghua glared angrily. Miss Wang seemed to be deep in thought. I want to meet Wang Ku. There are some things I want to ask him. What do you want to ask? I have all the information on Wang Ku, Xianghua said. Miss Wang shook her head, unwilling to say anything. With the great light, Bodhisattva, as witness, it must be the truth. No matter what the reason was, Wang Ku was able to kill the sky demon. This is also a joyous matter for the righteous faction. However, I want to criticize the great light, Bodhisattva. This matter is of great importance. How could you casually speak of it? Simon Shunsui suddenly looked at the great light, Bodhisattva. Ah, the great light, Bodhisattva was stunned. That's right. You already received a gift from Wang Ku. You betrayed Wang Ku behind his back. That's not honest of you. Zhang Tianshi laughed. Aren't I wholeheartedly for the righteous faction? We all have the righteous faction in our hearts. Naturally, there's no problem. The great light Bodhisattva laughed. What if there's a spy for the great demon among us? Simon Shuansue's expression was cold. The great light Bodhisattva's expression stiffened. Simon Shunsui, aren't you going too far? Xianghua frowned. No, I just want to remind everyone that the news of Wang Ke being able to kill the sky demon is to stop here. Not a single word of it can be leaked. Even if the leaders of the Buddhist and Taoist sects, even if Emperor Jiang himself comes, they're not to speak of it. Simon Shunsui said coldly. Simon Shunsui, are you? Xianghua said in shock. I was personally arranged by Emperor Jiang to come to the central continent to assist your majesty. Emperor Jiang gave me an imperial decree. Now, I'm using this imperial decree. You are not to speak of the news of Wang Ke being able to kill the sky demon to anyone else. Even if the great emperor himself comes, it's not allowed. Shimin Shunsui said with a cold face. Simon Shunsui, there's no need to use the imperial decree that father gave you on Wang Ke. This is... Xianghua said in shock. Xianghua, are you listening? Simon Shuansue's expression stiffened. Xianghua's expression stiffened. He felt very uncomfortable, but he still nodded. Okay, don't worry. I won't speak of it. Simon Shunsui, is this very important? The great light Bodhisattva asked in shock. Simon Shunsui was silent for a while. I don't know what the future will be like, but the news you just gave me reminded me of something. Besides Mo Ba, there's another one, Mo Shiba, who has been hiding in the 100,000 mountains. He's also gone, and the last place Mo Shiba appeared had traces left by Wang Ke. I'm afraid that it was really Wang Ke who killed him. This. Everyone looked at Simon Shunsui in shock. I don't know how Wang Ke did it, and I'm not sure if this ability of Wang Ke's will be useful when we face the great demon in the future. But I know that in the past 3,000 years, even if he only killed a small sky demon, it was the first time that the great demon's plan was broken. The great demon's invincible body, the great demon's invincibility, the great demon's invincibility. Everything that the great demon did was to crush the world. Now, Wang Ke had a small accident for the first time. Perhaps this small accident will develop into a fatal wound for the great demon in the future. In this case, we must protect him and not let anyone know. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. Everyone in the hall was silent for a while and then nodded. Although Wang Ke only killed the sky demon, it was still a small step on the right path. I will have a good talk with Wang Ke. Don't worry. Forget about this matter. What I'm going to talk about next is how to deal with Morpheus. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. Morpheus? Refine his memories? You have seen his stubborn attitude. Unless we ask Wang Ke to kill him again, we will definitely try to refine his memories, kill him for real, and find a way to extract his memories. However, Mo Shi-Sen isn't like Mo Ba. Mo Ba was fused with my negative will for 1,000 years before I was able to extract most of his memories. I'm afraid Mo Shi-Sen's memories will be even less, said the great light Bodhisattva. No, I'm going to release Morpheus. Simon Shunsui said solemnly. Release? Everyone was shocked. They had finally caught Morpheus, and now they were going to release him? Releasing a demon will gather the hearts of the world. Why not? Simon Shunsui said confidently. What do you mean? Xianghua said with a frown. I want to use Morpheus to fish out all the sky demon in the world. Didn't you want to catch all the sky demon in the world? There's no need to find them. We can use Morpheus to lure them all out. This Morpheus is the most important. Once the sky demon is eliminated, the world will be clear and the righteous and evil paths will be clear. At that time, you can tell the righteous and evil sides the secret of the great demon's destruction. Simon Shunsway said. P.S. Second update. Chapter 987. Yanluo Shin Capital, inside a large hall in the imperial palace. Zhang Jingdao and Zhang Xinqiu were hung up. Zhang Jingdao's body was covered with countless whip marks. At this moment, King Yanluo, Daoist Jumiao, and Huang Ju stood in front of him. Huang Ju was holding a whip. He was the one who whipped Zhang Jingdao earlier. Daoist Jumiao angrily said, "Continue whipping, don't stop." King Yanluo advised, "Mo Jio, forget it. If you continue, Zhang Jingdao will die." Daoist Jumiao said, "Yeah, he's already beaten beyond recognition. If you continue whipping him, he won't be able to spit out all the resources you used. Moreover, when Zhang Jingdao is being whipped, I feel like he's enjoying it. It seems like the more we hit him, the more excited he gets. It's disgusting." Huang Ju also advised. King Yanluo advised, "Let's move on. We still have to continue." "Damn it, damn it, damn it," Daoist Jumiao angrily said. King Yanluo asked, "Why don't we just forget about Zhang Li'er?" "No, the immortal array is already set up. Moreover, we've delayed for so long. Isn't it all for Zhang Li'er? Zhang Li'er's body is the best filtering artifact. I want Zhang Li'er. I must get her back," Daoist Jumiao said solemnly. King Yanluo frowned. "But you've wasted all your resources on Zhang Jingdao." Daoist Jumiao said, "Even without those things, can I borrow them? It's not like I'm the only sky demon in this world. At worst, I'll compensate them with more things." "But Zhang Li'er is at Reincarnation Shin Capital. According to our intelligence, there are many experts there." King Yanluo frowned. Daoist Jumiao looked at Zhang Jingdao and Zhang Xinqiu, who were covered in wounds, and narrowed his eyes. "No need. Just send someone to inform them. Use Zhang Jingdao and Zhang Xinqiu to threaten Zhang Li'er to return." "Who should we send? Others don't know our situation here," Huang Ju said with a frown. Adept Jumiao and King Yanluo both looked at Huang Ju. Huang Ju's expression changed. "You want me to go?" Huang Ju was extremely unwilling to do so. He had seen the intelligence report. What was the situation at the Reincarnation Dynasty? That was a big shot in the Immortal Ascension realm. What if he couldn't come back after going there? "You can refine a doppelganger," King Yanluo said. "To refine a doppelganger, I need to split my own primordial spirit. This is bad for my future cultivation. Normally, only those who can't cultivate for a long time will try to split their primordial spirit to refine a doppelganger to strengthen themselves. Most people don't want to have flaws in their primordial spirit. This is bad for me," Huang Ju said with difficulty. King Yanluo glared at Huang Ju. "Have you not refined enough doppelganger? You've already given up. Why are you still making excuses? If I wasn't in charge of Mo Jio's formation, I would have split my own primordial spirit. Why are you still making excuses?" Adept Jumiao also looked at Huang Ju coldly. "If you want to return to Devil Suppression Hell, I can send you back." No, I'm just saying." Huang Ju's expression stiffened. "Don't worry. Zhang Donglai, Zhang Jingdao, and Zhang Xinqiu are all in our hands. Zhang Li'er will definitely submit," Adept Jumiao said in a deep voice. "That's the only way," Huang Ju sighed. 10 days later, in the same main hall, Huang Ju's face was much more haggard. He sat on a chair with Adept Jumiao and King Yanluo standing in front of him. "Did you find him?" Adept Jumiao asked expectantly. "I found him. The doppelganger I refined found Wang Ku. There's a volcanic island near the Arhot Palace. Wang Ku brought a group of people and Zhang Li'er into the volcanic lava. I don't know what they're looking for," Huang Ju said with a frown. "Quick, send your doppelganger over. I want to talk to Zhang Li'er directly," Adept Jumiao said expectantly. "All right," Huang Ju replied. At the same time, on an island in the sea west of Reincarnation God Capital, Wang Ku and Zhang Li'er flew out of a volcanic crater. This volcanic crater doesn't have the earth core divine flame. Don't worry, there are a few volcanic craters over there. We can slowly search for them, Wang Ku said. All right, the purple phoenix, Zhang Li'er nodded. Patriarch, there's someone coming over. We stopped him. He said he wants to see Matriarch Zhang Li'er. One of Wang Ku's subordinates said respectfully. He's looking for me? Zhang Li'er said in astonishment. Oh, bring him over, Wang Ku said in puzzlement. Soon, Huang Ju's doppelganger was brought over. Because it was a refined doppelganger, it looked nothing like Huang Ju. Who are you? Are you looking for me? Zhang Li'er asked curiously. Hee. Huang Ju's doppelganger sneered and was about to speak. Slap. Wang Ku slapped Huang Ju's doppelganger's face. Damn it. Old man, what's with your expression? You're looking at my wife and you're showing a perverted expression? Are you courting death? Beat him up. Wang Ku glared and scolded. Yes. Immediately, a group of subordinates rushed over. Rumble. After a round of beating, Huang Ju's doppelganger screamed, Wang Ku, stop! It's me. Zhang Jingdao, Zhang Xinqiu, and Zhang Donglai are in my hands. If you hit me again, they'll die. Huang Ju's doppelganger threatened Wang Ku with the truth. Wang Ku looked at him with disdain. Damn it. Trying to show off in front of an expert? Trying to show off in front of an expert? This liar is trying to trick me? Beat him up. Beat him until his mother can't recognize him. Yes. Rumble. Ah, I'm telling the truth. Damn it. Wang Ku, I'm Huang Ju. I'm Huang Ju. Huang Ju's doppelganger shouted. Do you think I'm easy to trick? Continue beating him up. Damn it. Huang Ju is already suppressed in the fiend suppression hell. You're pretending to be Huang Ju? Do you think we're stupid? Beat him up. Wang Ku glared. Yes. In order to claim credit in front of Wang Ku, the group of Wang Ku subordinates attacked with all their might. As long as they didn't kill him, they attacked with all their might. Soon, Huang Ju's doppelganger's mouth was dislocated. He screamed for a long time, but no one paid him any attention. Lear, let's go. Let's go take a look at the volcano, Wang Ku said. Okay, Zhang Li'er nodded. At the same time, in the main hall of the Yanluo dynasty, Daoist Jumiao and King Yanluo looked expectantly at Huang Ju's main body. How is it? Did you see Zhang Li'er? Did you reveal your identity? I'll tell you, and you'll repeat it to get Zhang Li'er back. Daoist Jumiao looked expectantly at Huang Ju's main body. Huang Ju glared at Daoist Jumiao and King Yanluo. They didn't believe me and beat my doppelganger, Daoist Jumiao. King Yanluo. In order to make haste, the doppelganger I refined this time was weaker, so my doppelganger was in pain and I felt it myself. Ah, Huang Ju said with an unsightly expression. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and find Wang Ku, Daoist Jumiao said gloomily. Yes, however, they won't stop until this beating is over, Huang Ju said. Hurry up, Daoist Jumiao glared. Above the western sea, Wang Ku and Zhang Li'er once again rushed to the mouth of a volcano and entered the depths of the lava to search for the divine flame. After searching for half a day, the two returned in disappointment. Not again. How infuriating, Zhang Li'er said angrily. Don't be anxious. Take your time. Wang Ku shook his head. Just as the two were about to continue flying, a subordinate flew over. Patriarch, that person has already been beaten to the point that even his mother can't recognize him. However, he still wants to see you and say that he's really Huang Ju. The subordinate said respectfully. Bring him over, Wang Ku said. Soon, Huang Ju's doppelganger, who had been beaten to a pulp, was brought over. What's this? It's not that person from before. Wang Ku was stunned. Patriarch, it's still him. We just hit him a little too hard, so he looks a little swollen. A subordinate said. A little swollen? Huang Ke said with an odd expression. This person was already completely purple. Huang Ke, I'm really Huang Ju's doppelganger. I'm only here to deliver a letter. Huang Ju's doppelganger didn't dare to laugh this time. He didn't even dare to look at Zhang Li-er, and immediately said, Huang Ju's doppelganger? Who are you trying to fool? Huang Ke said disdainfully, I'm telling the truth. It's up to you whether to believe me or not. However, the life and death of Zhang Jingdao, Zhang Xinshu, and Zhang Donglai will depend on your attitude. Huang Ju's doppelganger said coldly. You said you're Huang Ju's doppelganger. Then let me ask you, when I first met Huang Ju, what shoes were I wearing? Huang Ke asked. Huang Ju's doppelganger was stunned. How many years ago was that? Who would still remember what shoes you were wearing? You can't tell me, right? You're still pretending to be Huang Ju's doppelganger? Huang Ke said disdainfully. I can tell you some of our previous battles. I can. Huang Ju's doppelganger immediately said. Isn't that something that can be easily found out? Do I need you to tell me? Huang Ke said disdainfully. I'm real. Daoist Jiu Miao asked me to deliver a message to you. Zhang Jingdao and Zhang Xinshu have already been captured. If you don't return quickly, they will die. Huang Ju's doppelganger said solemnly. That's getting more and more ridiculous. Daoist Jiu Miao wants to harm my younger brother? What kind of joke is that? Daoist Jiu Miao loves my younger brother the most. Zhang Li said disdainfully. That's right. Zhang Jingdao's escaping skills are top-notch. How could he be captured by you? Also, with your weak appearance, you want to capture them? Huang Ke said disdainfully. You, what do I have to do to make you believe me? Huang Ju's doppelganger said angrily. Old man, I'm the one who used this trick of yours. You still want to trick me? Damn it, what's wrong with this world? There's actually a swindler in the central divine continent who dares to trick me? Tell me, who's the person behind you? Huang Ke glared. Huang Ju's doppelganger was stunned. I'm not lying. Daoist Jiu Miao is behind me. Daoist Jiu Miao is the sky demon Mo Jiu. Huang Ke's face twitched. You really are a talent. Even now you're still being stubborn? I'm not. I'm telling the truth. Huang Ju's doppelganger said angrily. Bring him back and slowly pry open his mouth. Ask him who's the one who's targeting me. He doesn't want to live anymore. Mother asterisk her. Do you think I'm easy to bully? Huang Ke said angrily. Yes. A group of Huang Ke's subordinates replied. I'm not lying. I'm telling the truth. I'm Huang Ju. Daoist Jiu Miao is the sky demon Mo Jiu. He's currently capturing Zhang Jingdao, Zhang Xinshu, and Zhang Donglai. He's negotiating with you. I'm telling the truth. Huang Ju's doppelganger said angrily. You're a tough nut to crack, but it's fine. My subordinates are experts at interrogation. Let's see if you can still be stubborn after being tortured. Huang Ke said disdainfully. Remember, you must pry open his mouth. I don't want to hear the results of your interrogation. I don't want to hear the lies he's spouting now. Huang Ke looked at his subordinates. Yes, the subordinates rubbed their fists and looked at Huang Ju's doppelganger. I'm telling the truth. Huang Ju's doppelganger cried out as he was dragged away. Old thing, you lied to the patriarch just now. If you dare to say another word, we'll beat you until you're looking for your teeth all over the floor. One of Huang Ke's subordinates threatened with a glare. I didn't. Think about how you're going to explain yourself. Humph. If you use those words to fool the patriarch again, we'll take your life. The subordinates threatened like wolves and tigers. Huang Ju's doppelganger was dragged away in despair. At the same time, in the imperial palace of the Eastern Yama dynasty, how was it? When Zhang Li heard that Zhang Xinshu, Zhang Jingdao, and Zhang Donglai were captured by us, she was so scared that she kept begging for mercy, right? Daoist Jumiao looked at Huang Ju's main body expectantly. Huang Ju's main body widened his eyes. How should I explain this? P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 988. Yama Imperial Palace in a large hall. King Yanluo and Daoist Jumiao stared at Huang Ju, their expressions ugly. Why is it so difficult for you to do something? Your clone is still being beaten? It has been 2 days and it's still not over? It's true. Whenever my clone speaks the truth, they will beat me up. They will only listen to my explanation if I lie. Huang Ju said with an ugly expression. Why? Why is it like this? King Yanluo glared at him. Wang could told me not to let his subordinates believe what I said and to find out the mastermind behind my clone. His subordinates blindly trusted Wang Ku and didn't distinguish between right and wrong. My clone is about to be beaten to a pulp. Huang Ju said with grief and indignation. What should we do now? Daoist Jumiao glared at Huang Ju. You were just sent to deliver a message, but you were beaten to such a state. What else can you do? Speaking of which, when you first angered Wang Ku said you were looking at Zhang Lier lecherously. Zhang Lier is in her phoenix form. Are you crazy? What kind of look is that? King Yanluo complained. I didn't. I just chuckled. Huang Ju said with grief and indignation. Why did you chuckle? King Yanluo glared at him. Huang Ju! How the hell would I know why I laughed out loud at that time? All right, let's not waste time. Let's think about how to get Zhang Lier back. Daoist Jumiao said coldly. Reincarnation dynasty has Lust, Gongwei, and Arhut Yuanmiao. There are at least 3 immortal ascension realm cultivators. The Great Light, Bodhisattva, might be even more terrifying. You and I can't go there now. Only Huang Ju can go there personally. King Yanluo looked at Huang Ju. Huang Ju's expression froze. Go there personally? Do you think I can come back alive? I'll refine another doppelganger. My main body can't go. I can refine another clone. Huang Ju said excitedly. Make another one. Adept Jumiao frowned. By the way, why don't you refine Zhang Jingdao, Zhang Xinqiu, and Zhang Donglai? If any one of them goes there with their identities, Wang Ke should be convinced. King Yanluo said in a deep voice, They are already martial gods. It will take at least half a year to refine them into clones. Can you afford to wait that long? Huang Ju asked. Reverend Jumiao and King Yanluo's faces sank. I'll refine a doppelganger and bring Zhang Jingdao over. At that time, I'll let Zhang Jingdao say that I've subdued Zhang Jingdao. Wang Ke will probably hesitate to attack, and Zhang Lier should believe Zhang Jingdao's explanation. Huang Ju said again, Bring Zhang Jingdao over? He's our hostage to threaten Zhang Lier. King Yanluo said in a deep voice, No, it's enough to have Zhang Donglai and Zhang Xinqiu threaten Zhang Lier. Zhang Jingdao doesn't really matter. Huang Ju said, Are we going to let Zhang Jingdao go just like that? Reverend Jumiao's face is filled with unwillingness. This is the only way. Since you've angered Zhang Jingdao, can't you just capture him again in the future? Huang Ju said in a deep voice. Reverend Jumiao's expression changed for a moment before he finally nodded. Huang Ju, I don't want anything to happen to you again. Don't worry. There won't be any problems bringing Zhang Jingdao over this time. I'll refine a doppelganger in 2 days. We'll be there in 2 days, Huang Ju said in a deep voice. All right. The 3 of them reached an agreement and sealed Zhang Jingdao's cultivation once again. 2 days later, Huang Ju's new doppelganger will bring him to the Western Reincarnation Divine Capital. The 3 of them once again wait in a large hall. Huang Ju, has your new doppelganger found Zhang Lier? Reverend Jumiao asked in a deep voice. Soon, soon, Huang Ju said with an unsightly expression. Soon? What do you mean soon? If he found her, then he found her. If he didn't, then he didn't. What do you mean soon? King Yanluo said with a glare. My doppelganger has already arrived at the plaza where Wang Ku and Zhang Lier are, Huang Ju said with a strange expression. Plaza? The two of them stared at Huang Ju. It's a huge plaza in the reincarnation divine capital. Huang Ju flew over with a cage covered by a black cloth. This time, Huang Ju's doppelganger was much more careful than before. This time, he didn't recklessly charge around. Zhang Jingdao was his trump card. He couldn't reveal his trump card before meeting Zhang Lier. Therefore, he covered him with a cage. At this moment, Huang Ju's doppelganger was looking at a large sign erected in the plaza. It said, Wang Ku and Zhang Lier Plaza. Seeing the large sign in the plaza, Huang Ju was stunned for a moment. Holding the cage, he didn't know what to say. I haven't gone to find Wang Ku yet, and Wang Ku is already waiting here? Fellow Taoist, may I ask if you're here to find the great kindness battle god Wang Ku and the celestial master halls, substitute Hall Master Zhang Lier? A Wang clan disciple immediately stepped forward courteously. Huang Ju's doppelganger was stunned. The clan head and matriarch have been waiting for a long time. If you really find the divine fire that the clan head wants, please line up over there. Once the divine fire is confirmed to be real, the Shenwang Company will definitely reward you according to its value. The Shenwang Company doesn't cheat anyone. Just yesterday, someone gave us a wisp of the earth core divine fire and received 5 million kilograms of spirit stones. He even received a VIP card from our Divine King supermarket. What VIP card? Huang Ju's doppelganger was stunned. You should trust the reputation of our Shenwang Company. Since 10 days ago, the Shenwang Company announced that they were buying all the divine fires in the world at a high price. Many people have come to sell their divine fires. Unfortunately, most of the divine fires are fake. However, since you're here, we won't let you come for nothing. Here, fill in the registration card. Your number is 3,400, and there are 684 people in front of you. It will be your turn soon. The Wang clan disciple said respectfully. Huang Ju's doppelganger held a small number in his hand. His expression froze. I'm looking for Wang Ku and Zhang Lier. I have something important to tell them. Huang Ju glared at him. Fellow cultivator, I advise you to calm down. The clan head and matriarch aren't seeing anyone right now. A few days ago, someone pretended to be Huang Ju and slandered the matriarch's foster mother. They were very unhappy, and they're still having a good time in prison. Don't tell me you want to make a scene too? By the way, may I know who you are? The Wang clan disciple asked curiously. Huang Ju's doppelganger. If I say that I'm Huang Ju, are you going to arrest me and torture me? However, it's useless for me to reveal that I'm Zhang Jingdao in front of you. What if I don't have any effect? Wouldn't I have come here for nothing? The Shenwang Company follows the rules. The clan head and matriarch won't be going out for the next few days. They're in charge of meeting the people who brought the divine fires here. Since you brought the divine fire here, why don't you line up? Everyone has to follow the rules. This is basic courtesy, right? The Wang clan disciple advised. Huang Ju's doppelganger was silent for a moment. What should I do now? Looking at the long line not far away, Huang Ju's heart was in a mess. Of course, if you don't want to line up, why don't you return your number plate to me and I'll give it to someone else? The Wang clan disciple said. Me. Huang Ju grabbed the number plate and refused to let go. At the same time, in a palace hall in the Yen Luo divine capital, there are 684 people in front of you. You're lining up? King Yen Luo stared at Huang Ju. Huang Ju was silent for a moment and nodded. How is that possible? Why are you lining up? Didn't I tell you to threaten him? Do you need to make an appointment to threaten him? Why do you need to line up? Who does Wang Ku think he is? King Yen Luo said angrily. Taoist Master Jumiao's face twitched. He did not expect that Huang Ju would not be beaten and instead line up. Is he crazy? Maybe it's true. After all, Wang Ke has been looking for the divine fire for Zhang Lier. It's no longer a secret. Didn't we receive news about it in the past few days? Wang Ke and Zhang Lier can't find the divine fire themselves, so they spread the net and asked everyone in the world to help them find the divine fire. This should be true, Taoist Master Jimiao said with a frown. Then what do we do now? Is Huang Ju really going to line up? King Yanluo stared. In order to trick Zhang Lier back, I'm afraid we can only line up, Taoist Master Jimiao said. Line up? I'm going to threaten Wang Ke and Zhang Lier. If we line up to meet them, won't we lose face? Huang Ju said with an ugly expression. King Yanluo and Taoist Master Jimiao. Outside the Yanluo divine capital, in a secluded mountain, at this moment 5 figures were standing, looking at the distant Yanluo's divine capital. The 5 of them were none other than Wang Ke, Zhang Lier, Zhang Tianshi, the Great Light, Bodhisattva, and Miss Wang. Wang Ke, is what you said true? The Great Light, Bodhisattva, frowned. That's right. A few days ago, when Huang Ju's clone came to threaten me, I recognized it at a glance. The body he refined was a disciple of the sage Master Hall. Half a year ago, we were playing mahjong and he lost a lot of money to me. Before he could pay me back, he suddenly flew in front of me. I knew something was wrong. I caught him off guard, but I didn't expect the sage Master Hall to be in trouble. Wang Ke frowned. You did it on purpose? Zhang Lier asked curiously. Of course it was on purpose. A few days ago, the disciples of the Wang family said that they couldn't see Zhang Xinxiu and Zhang Jingdao. I didn't pay much attention to them, but after a few days, I didn't hear any news about them. Those days were payday. That old fellow Zhang Jingdao usually slacks off, but when payday came, he would definitely be the first to go to the finance department. But when he didn't come, I knew something was wrong. Wang Ke said in a low voice. So, you set up a fog in the reincarnation divine capital and then secretly brought me to the benevolent divine capital to ask the Great Light, Bodhisattva, for help? Zhang Lier asked curiously. Of course. I didn't expect Miss Wang and Zhang Tianshi to be here too. That's great. I'll have to trouble the 3 of you to help me save the 3 of them. Wang Ke looked at the 3 of them. Help? That's my son, my grandson. It's only right for me to come. Zhang Tianshi glared at Wang Ke. Wang Ke, after this, I have something to ask you, Miss Wang said in a low voice. Don't worry. We'll talk after we're done here. Right now, I've locked onto their location. They're in the imperial palace of the Yama divine capital. Later, I'll have to trouble everyone to cooperate and save the Zhang family. Wang Ke's eyes flashed with determination. P.S. First update. Chapter 989. Outside Yanluo's divine capital, Miss Wang, Zhang Tianshi, and the Great Light, Bodhisattva, looked at the palace, shrouded in black fog in the distance. Are you sure it's in the palace? The Great Light, Bodhisattva, frowned. Of course. Although I don't believe Huang Ju's doppelganger on the surface, I still sifted through the information and got some general information. They seem to be preparing some kind of array to make use of Lier's physique. Then they are only missing Lier. They are in the palace. Wang Ke said solemnly, They need my precious granddaughter's physique? Array? Don't worry about it. Let's rush in and take a look. I'll smash the array. Zhang Tianshi frowned. Wait, Zhang Tianshi. You have been bragging to me that you are proficient in all kinds of arrays. Then, do you know what array is in front of us? Are you going to rush in just like that? Are you going to push through it? Wang Ke asked curiously. Who's bragging? This penniless Taoist never lies. Celestial Master, Zhang glared. The palace is shrouded in black fog. I can't see through any array. Miss Zhang frowned. Zhang Tianshi, can you tell me what array Lier's physique is useful for? Wang Ke asked curiously. I don't know. I've never seen it before. Zhang Tianshi frowned. Wang Ke stared at Zhang Tianshi. You don't know it? Then why are you bragging to me? Zhang Tianshi glared at Wang Ku. There are so many arrays in the world. Moreover, new arrays are being created every day. How can I know all of them? When I said that I am proficient in all kinds of arrays, I just want to feel it and understand it. Go in and feel it? Won't you be exposed? How can you do that? You are not capable enough. Don't mess around. Wang Ku rolled his eyes. You brat, who is not capable enough. If you continue to be so rude, I won't allow you to marry my precious granddaughter. Zhang Tianshi glared. Wang Ku said disdainfully, we are free to love. None of your business. All right, stop arguing. Do you still want to save Zhang Donglai and the others? Miss Wang asked with a frown. My son, of course, we have to save him. Let's go in now. Zhang Tianshi stood up and said, Don't, Miss Wang. Great Light Bodhisattva, help me block them. Look at the situation now, it's so dangerous. How can you rush in without a battle plan? What if there's danger? Wang Ku glared. That's right. Zhang Lier also stared at her grandfather. Zhang Tianshi's face stiffened. Why did his granddaughter side with an outsider? With the strength of the three of us, other than Wang Gushin, who else in the central divine continent can stop us? No matter where we go, we can sweep through everything. What danger is there? Zhang Tianshi glared at Wang Ku. I'm not saying that we are in danger. I'm saying that my father-in-law, Zhang Donglai, Zhang Jingdao, and Zhang Shinxiu are in danger. If we rush in and alert Daoist Jumiao, what if they kill your son and grandson in an instant? Do you want them to die? Wang Ku glared. Zhang Tianshi's face stiffened. He was speechless for a moment. That's right. Dad and the others are still inside. Grandpa, you can't act recklessly. Listen to Wang Ku. Zhang Lier immediately said. Zhang Tianshi. Damn it. She forgot about her grandpa now that she has a lover? I know you are strong, but we are not here to kill. We are here to save people. We must have a battle plan. Wang Ku said solemnly. What battle plan do you have? I took a look at the palace just now. It's already shrouded in black qi. It's obvious that there's a large array protecting it. No one is allowed to come out, and no one is allowed to go in. If we don't break the array, how do we get in? Sneak in? Now that no one is allowed in, how do we sneak in? Zhang Tianshi frowned. Think of a way to lure them out. Wang Ku said in a low voice. How do we do that? Everyone looked at Wang Ku. Didn't you say that King Yanluo used to be your senior brother? Does he have any relatives? I'll send someone to announce the death and lure King Yanluo out. Then we'll beat him up. Wang Ku looked at Zhang Tianshi. Zhang Tianshi was stunned. Announce the death and beat him up? That's right. That's the simplest and most effective method. Wang Ku said. Wang Ku is right. Zhang Lier also nodded. Zhang Tianshi was silent for a moment. It seems that King Yanluo has no relatives. We can announce the death. What about King Yanluo's master? Wang Ku asked. Master died long ago. Zhang Tianshi shook his head. Wang Ku stared at Zhang Tianshi. Not even one. Really. He only has me as his junior brother. He doesn't have any friends in Taoism. Your method definitely won't work. Zhang Tianshi said. Wang Ku frowned and pondered for a moment. Suddenly, he stared at Zhang Tianshi. You, why are you looking at me? Why is your gaze so terrifying? Zhang Tianshi stared. No, King Yanluo has relatives and friends. Doesn't he have a junior brother? Wang Ku's eyes lit up. What junior brother? Isn't his junior brother? I mean me? Zhang Tianshi stared at Wang Ku. Yes, let's announce the death and say that you're dead. Then, we'll trick King Yanluo into coming out. How about that? Wang Ku looked at Zhang Tianshi. Zhang Tianshi looked at Wang Ku with a black face. So your plan is to announce the death of me? But I'm alive and well. How can I be dead? Zhang Tianshi looked reluctant. You're not really dead. You're faking it. It's fake news to trick King Yanluo into coming out. Wang Ke said. But you have to give me a reason? I'm at the 8th tier of the Immortal Ascension stage. How can I die for no reason? Who would believe me? What's the cause of death? Zhang Tianshi stared. You're already dead. Why do you need a cause of death? It's just sudden death. Just say it. Even if you self-destructed because of a mistake in your cultivation. If you want to die, there are plenty of ways. Wang Ke glared. Zhang Tianshi. Come. I have some face-changing medicine. Apply some on everyone's face. I've leveled up. When we announce the death, we can sneak in together. Wang Ke said. As he spoke, Wang Ke took out a small porcelain bottle. What are you doing? Trust me, my battle plans have never failed before. They'll definitely succeed. Once we save Zhang Xinshu and the others, you'll be able to sweep through them. Wang Ke urged. How can King Yanluo fall for such a small trick? Zhang Tianshi said reluctantly. Trust me, everything is for your son and grandson. Wang Ke persuaded. Zhang Tianshi pondered for a while. Although Wang Ke spoke rudely, he was indeed thinking for his son and grandson. Come, apply it on your faces. Remember, your cultivation is especially high. You can definitely resist the medicine. Give up resisting and disguise yourselves. Wang Ke handed the small porcelain bottle to Zhang Tianshi. Wang Ke, if we don't succeed, I'll settle the score with you. Zhang Tianshi glared at Wang Ke. Zhang Tianshi listened to Wang Ke. Simon Shunsui said that although Wang Ke is a little reckless, he has great luck. Perhaps he can save your son and grandson safely. Miss Wang said. I trust Wang Ke. Apply it. When you're done, give me the face-changing medicine. We want to apply it too. I also want to see how I can disguise myself. Great Light Bodhisattva said with a smile. Okay, I'll try. Zhang Tianshi nodded. Then Zhang Tianshi scooped up a big spoonful and applied the face-changing medicine evenly on his face. He let go of all resistance and let the medicine penetrate deep into his pores and skin. Pissed, 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 pissed. Zhang Tianshi's face suddenly smoked, and then blood blisters quickly grew. His face was unrecognizable in an instant. In an instant, Miss Wang, Great Light, Bodhisattva, and Zhang Lier all took a step back, looking horrified. Face-changing medicine? Is this poisonous acid? This is disfigurement. Come, you guys apply it too. Zhang Tianshi handed over the face-changing medicine. Are you kidding? You call this a disguise? I won't apply it even if you beat me to death. Miss Wang said angrily. That's right, Amitabha. I don't want this fake appearance. Great Light, Bodhisattva, also said firmly. I don't want it. Wang Ke, I don't want this. Zhang Lier also shouted. What's wrong? Isn't it good to disguise myself? Zhang Tianshi took out a mirror and looked at it doubtfully, looking at the face in front of him that seemed to have been blasted into a bloody mess. Zhang Tianshi suddenly exclaimed, Wang Ke, what did you apply on me? What is this? Don't move, don't expel the medicine. This is the effect I want. Look, who else can recognize you as Zhang Tianshi now? Wang Ke immediately stopped him. Zhang Tianshi. Don't talk about other people recognizing me now. I don't even King recognize myself. How can I still look at this face? Wang Ke, you call this a disguise? Zhang Tianshi glared. That's right. This way, we can go and report the death. Then who will recognize you? It's best if we can trick King Yanluo into coming out. Even if we can't, we can still sneak in. This is a disguise medicine that I've developed. It's been upgraded many times and used many of the world's most precious poisons. Come, Great Radiant Bodhisattva, Miss Wang, why don't you try it too? Wang Ke advised. In your dreams. Eldest Miss Wang glared at him. Impossible. Great Light Bodhisattva, also glared. It was a woman's nature to love beauty. No matter how Wang Ku persuaded the two girls, they wouldn't agree. Aya, when I asked for your help previously, you were so straightforward. Why are you all making excuses at the last minute? Really? Wang Ku glared. Wang Ku, forget it. These female cultivators definitely care about their looks. Let's go. Zhang Tianshi said helplessly. All right, great light, Bodhisattva, Miss Wang, you and Lear stay here and watch. Wait for our signal. If there's any danger, you two immediately come to our aid. Wang Ku said immediately. Okay, the three girls answered in unison. Wang Ku, apply it. It's your turn, Zhang Tianshi advised. Wang Ku nodded and applied a little bit of the disguise medicine. Pist, 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 pist. Smoke rose from Wang Ku's face, making Wang Ku look like he had a lot of acne. Of course, it was just acne. It was much better than Zhang Tianshi's bloody face. Why did you only apply so little? You should apply more, Zhang Tianshi complained in his heart. Why do I need so much? It's fine as long as others don't recognize me. I'm not like you who likes to have bloody blisters on my face. My girlfriend is here, so I have to pay attention to my image. Wang Ku glared. Zhang Tianshi stared at Wang Ku. How can this be? No, this seems to be fine. Why don't I try it like you? Don't. This is good for you. You can act pitiful when the time comes. I'll be in charge of bragging. All right, let's go. Wang Ku urged. Why don't I change it? Zhang Tianshi looked anxious. Don't change it. It's too late. Your son and grandson could die at any time. Do you still want your face? Wang Ku urged. Zhang Tianshi's bloody face darkened. Damn it, I can only do this. But my handsome appearance. Why did I fall into Wang Ku's trap? P.S. Second update. Chapter 990. Yanluo's divine capital. Within a large hall in the imperial palace, King Yanluo and Adept Jumiao were both staring at Huang Ju's true body. It's been 2 days. Why is your clone still in line? Haven't you seen Zhang Lear yet? Adept Jumiao stared. Soon. There's still a dozen people in front of me. It'll be my turn soon. Huang Ju said with an ugly look on his face. Who knew that it would be so hard to see Wang Ku and Zhang Lear in the reincarnation dynasty? In the past 2 days, King Yanluo and Adept Jumiao had urged him countless times, but there was nothing he could do. He was in line, just as Adept Jumiao and King Yanluo were getting anxious. The voice of King Yanluo's subordinate suddenly rang out from outside the hall. Your Majesty, the disciples of the Celestial Master Hall have gathered outside the Imperial Palace. They wish to see your Majesty. The guard outside said respectfully. The Celestial Master Hall. King Yanluo and Adept Jumiao were both startled. Creak! The door opened, and King Yanluo stared at the guard. Why is there someone from the Celestial Master Hall here? What are they doing here? King Yanluo stared. Many people from the Celestial Master Hall have come. It seems as though most of the people from Celestial Master Island have come. They say that Zhang Tianshi has died and that they wish for your Majesty to make the decision. The guard said respectfully, Zhang Tianshi is dead. King Yanluo stared at the guard. Impossible. How could Zhang Tianshi have died for no apparent reason? Didn't he just escape from the abyss and enter seclusion to recover? Who spread the false news? Taoist Nine Lotus glared and walked out of the hall. It's from the Daisen Dynasty's War God Shrine. 2 battle generals have come to report the death of Zhang Tianshi. They were serving Zhang Tianshi when he was in seclusion. For some reason, Zhang Tianshi suddenly self-destructed, injuring his son, Zhang Shilai. At this moment, Zhang Tianshi's dismembered corpse is on War God Mountain. Zhang Shilai has arranged for people to come back and report the death of Zhang Tianshi to the War God Shrine. At the same time, your majesty will go to the war god shrine and send Zhang Tianshi off for the last time. That guard said respectfully. Zhang Tianshi, self-destructed from his cultivation? How is that possible? Taoist Nine Lotus cried out in shock. It's true. The Zhang clan's main branch have all gone. The two people who came to report the death also brought a letter from the war god shrine. They wanted to personally deliver it to your majesty and personally invite your majesty over. They are now outside the imperial palace. Many judges from the war god shrine have also come to invite your majesty to pay respects to Zhang Tianshi. Your majesty, they can't enter the imperial palace, so they are causing a ruckus outside, that guard said. Taoist Nine Lotus and King Yanluo looked at each other, their faces filled with disbelief. Could it be that they are lying to us? Self-destructing from cultivation? But if it is a lie, isn't this death too fake? Who would cultivate to the point of self-destructing after ascending to the immortal realm? Isn't that sick in the head? Perhaps Zhang Tianshi is really dead? He was eager for quick success and wanted to break through to a higher cultivation level, but failed and ended up injuring himself instead? King Yanluo frowned. But of all times, Taoist Nine Lotus said gloomily, I'll go and see what's going on. I definitely won't leave at this time. King Yanluo said in a low voice. Taoist Nine Lotus nodded. King Yanluo didn't leave the imperial palace. Instead, he stepped into the air and looked out of the imperial palace's array. Substitute Celestial Master Zhang Lier is missing, and so is Zhang Xinshu. Could they have received the news and gone ahead? Ask your majesty. After all, Zhang Tianshi's death is no small matter. Why is our Celestial Master Hall so ill-fated? It's one thing for Huang Ju to be a demon, but Zhang Tianshi still hasn't returned. How could he be dead? The two of you, are you lying to us? Outside the imperial palace, a group of judges from Celestial Master Hall looked anxiously at Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi. However, at this moment, Zhang Tianshi's face was covered in blood and flesh, and his face was beyond recognition. Just one look at him was enough to make one's heart skip a beat. As for Wang Ku, his face was covered in pimples, and his face was indistinguishable. Wang Ku lowered his voice and said hoarsely, Why would I lie to you? Look at my senior brother. He was still quite a distance away from Zhang Tianshi's seclusion when he was caught in the explosion. Look, is this face still human? You didn't see how tragic the explosion was. The group of judges looked at Zhang Tianshi's face with pity. How tragic! Only Celestial Master Zhang glared at Wang Ku. Isn't this face of mine all because of you? Why did Zhang Tianshi self-destruct? A judge asked angrily. We don't know. Anyway, he was badly injured. Zhang Shilai, the god of war, was close to the explosion, and one of his arms was blown off. We were far away, so we were also seriously injured by the aftermath of the explosion. At that time, one of Celestial Master Zhang's eyeballs was still wrapped in flesh and blood, and it exploded in front of us. That was really... Wang Ku seemed to be very sad. His eyeballs were blown out. The group of judges exclaimed in horror. Yes, his eyeballs were blown out. Later, when we cleaned up Zhang Tianshi's body, it was all black. What a sin! Wang Ku described to everyone with spittle flying everywhere. Yes, Zhang Tianshi died a terrible death. A group of judges from the Celestial Master Hall said sympathetically. Only Zhang Tianshi stared at Wang Ku at this moment. Your eyeballs were blown out. You came to report the death, so what? Do you have to be so detailed? You didn't stop talking all the way from Celestial Master Island to here. This group of judges from the Celestial Master Hall had become your loyal audience. Are you here to report the death or to tell a story? Although he was angry, Zhang Tianshi couldn't expose him. He could only stare at Wang Ku and listen to him curse. Oh, your companion was really traumatized by the explosion. Look, his face is beyond recognition. It's still green and purple. Someone criticized Zhang Tianshur's face. Zhang Tianshur. Everyone, that's not the main point. The main point is that Zhang Tianshur's funeral can't be done so carelessly. That's Zhang Tianshur from your celestial master hall. I heard that he was King Yanluo's junior back in the day. Therefore, this time, under the orders of Zhang Shilai, we have to invite King Yanluo to personally send Zhang Tianshur off. Wang Ke said. Yes, of course. Let's go together. That's right. Let's bring Zhang Tianshur's coffin back. Your Majesty is in seclusion. No matter how important the matter is, can it be more important than Zhang Tianshur's death? That's right. Let's beat the heavenly drum together and invite your Majesty out of seclusion. Beat the heavenly drum. There was no need for Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshur to do anything. A group of judges from the Celestial Master Hall formed a large force and forced King Yanluo to come out. The sound of the heavenly drum sounded, startling all the people in the city and causing them to cast curious looks. The news of Zhang Tianshur's death spread. Although the people were confused, they also knew the importance of the Celestial Master Hall to the Yanluo dynasty. How could the human emperor be indifferent to the death of a celestial master? Even the officials from the government offices who dared to come did not dare to stop the group of disciples from the Celestial Master Hall. They even helped to ask for an audience with the human emperor. As a result, the group that forced King Yanluo to come out grew larger and larger. Inside the palace, King Yanluo's face turned ugly. Could it be that Zhang Tianshur is really dead? King Yanluo frowned and pondered. Outside, the two generals of the War God Hall who came to announce the death of King Yanluo formed a sharp contrast. One of them was clamoring with spittle flying everywhere, as if he wanted to let everyone in the city know. The other one was a taciturn gourd. His face was beyond recognition, alternating between green and purple. Zhang Tianshur originally thought that Wang Ke's announcement of the death of King Yanluo would only be known by a few people. Who would have thought that Wang Ke wanted the whole world to know that he was dead? When everyone knew that he was not dead, how could he get out of this situation? Did he not want his face anymore? This is the war god token that Zhang Shilai sent to invite King Yanluo. I can't lie. Zhang Tianshur is now completely dead. Zhang Shilai wouldn't dare to announce his father's death, would he? Wang Ke kept shouting. The imperial palace's gates remained closed, causing the Heavenly Master Hall's magistrate, countless officials, and countless commoners to become anxious. Could something have happened in the imperial palace? How about we break in and take a look? We have to break the imperial palace's formation. Let's do it together. Under Wang Ke's encouragement, everyone began to break the imperial palace's formation. King Yanluo's eyelids twitched. How could this be? The imperial palace had a formation set up by Taoist Jumiao. How could they break it? No, they had to deal with it. Otherwise, there would be no peace today. Outside the city gates, under Wang Ke's encouragement, everyone was about to make a move. Quang! The imperial palace's gates suddenly opened a crack, and a guard slowly walked out from the black fog shrouding the gate. Your Majesty has decreed that the two emissaries of the War God Hall should enter the imperial palace to discuss the matter in detail. The guard said solemnly. Wang Ke and Zhang Tianshur glanced at each other and immediately said, "Okay." Your Majesty has decreed that once he confirms what the two emissaries have said, he will personally lead the two emissaries to investigate the truth of Zhang Tianshur's death. Disciples of the Heavenly Master Hall, there is no need to wait outside the imperial palace. You may go to the Daisan dynasty to pay your respects to Zhang Tianshur. The guard solemnly said. The disciples of the Heavenly Master Hall glanced at each other and nodded. They had all come to wait for your Majesty to come with them. Since your Majesty would not come with them, they would leave first. Your Majesty has decreed that all officials should do their jobs and do their best to appease the people. You may disperse. The guard respectfully said. Yes, the officials replied. The crowd around the imperial palace quickly dispersed. and Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi followed the guard into the imperial palace. Quang! The moment they entered the imperial palace, the gates slammed shut. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi glanced at each other, excitement flashing in their eyes. Although they had not managed to trick King Yanluo into leaving, they had still managed to sneak in. The two of them had come to save someone, so they would wait until they found the person. But just as the two of them were about to follow the guard, a group of guards suddenly lunged at them. Bang! The guards immediately attacked Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi naturally did not want to expose themselves, so they were pressed to the ground and had their cultivations sealed by the guards. Of course, given their abilities, how could the guards seal their cultivations? They had only done it on purpose. What are you doing? What are you doing? I want to see King Yanluo. I want to see King Yanluo. Wang Ku yelled in agitation. Shut their mouths, one of the guards shouted. Immediately, Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi's mouths were gagged. Not far away in the sky, King Yanluo coldly glanced at the death informants who had just been captured. Clearly, he did not even have the time to deal with them. Take them away and interrogate them. Then make them turn into demons. If they do not have any important information and are unwilling to turn, kill them. King Yanluo coldly said. Yes, one of the guards in front of him replied. Turning his head, King Yanluo did not care about the two death informants and returned to wait for Huangju's news with Reverend Jumiao. King Yanluo had sent everyone away with his decree and said that he would take the two death informants to investigate the truth behind Zhang Tianshi's death. Therefore, even if the disciples of the Taoist Master Hall rushed to the Daisan dynasty's good shrine and did not see King Yanluo, it did not matter. After all, King Yanluo had gone to investigate the case. As for the two death informants, these two weaklings could be easily subdued by a few guards. How big of a storm could they cause? How could he have the energy to interrogate them? I still have to wait for Huangju's clone to line up. P.S. End of the third watch. Chapter 991. Yanluo's divine capital in the palace. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi pretended to have their cultivation sealed and were escorted by a group of guards to a hall in the palace. When they entered the hall, there was a passage that led downwards. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi looked at each other and did not speak. They were slowly escorted down the passage by a group of guards. After walking down some stairs, a huge underground space was revealed. What's going on? The entire underground of the palace has been hollowed out. Moreover, there are almost 100 levels below. There are so many people locked up here. There must be more than 1 million of them, right? Zhang Tianshi exclaimed. The underground palace in front of them was too huge. It was like a huge abyss with countless cages around it. There were countless prisoners in the cages. 1 million people? 1 million people. Where did so many people come from? All of them were locked up here? That's not right. Why aren't these prisoners moving? Wang Ku asked in surprise. All the prisoners stood motionless in the cages as if they were zombies. There were talismans on their foreheads. If not for the heartbeat, Wang Ku would have thought that they were zombies. Oh, why did you spit out the cloth strips in your mouths? Do you want to die? Don't you know fear when your cultivation is sealed? A guard immediately grabbed at Zhang Tianshi. Bang! Zhang Tianshi flipped his hand and slapped the group of guards to the ground. They could not get up. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi stopped pretending. They immediately stood up and looked at the huge abyss of the underground palace. Seal the exit first. Let's take a look. Wang Ku said, Do I need you to tell me that? Zhang Tianshi rolled his eyes and immediately took out a horsetail whisk to seal the entrance. Who are you? What are you doing? From afar, there seemed to be prison guards who specialized in guarding prisoners. However, in an instant, they were all frozen by Zhang Tianshi. They widened their eyes and looked at Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi in disbelief. Wang Ku immediately did a check. Wang Ku frowned and said, I made a rough estimation. The 1,000,000 people imprisoned here are actually all evil devils. Moreover, I discovered that they are all evil devils with high cultivation bases. Evil spirit? Evil demon? These prison guards are all evil spirits. Even the guards who captured us are evil spirits? When did King Yanluo's palace become a den of demons? Zhang Tianshi exclaimed after inspecting the place. More importantly, the Wraith prison wardens are imprisoning millions of Wraith devils. This isn't right. Aren't they all evil spirits? Wang Ku asked curiously. None of them are from the righteous Tao. All of them are demons. Did senior apprentice brother fall into the demonic path in the end? Zhang Tianshi said with an ugly expression. Wang Ku's expression suddenly changed. This is the most mysterious place in the Yanluo dynasty, the Fiend Prison. Fiend Prison? Zhang Tianshi looked at Wang Ku. After your doppelganger suppressed the Dragon Emperor more than 200 years ago, a fiend prison appeared in the Yanluo dynasty to imprison all the captured evil devils. When the Yanluo dynasty waged war against the demonic Dao dynasty, all the captured evil devils were sent to the fiend prison. All this time, no one knew where the fiend prison was. So it's here? Under the palace. What is King Yanluo trying to do? Wang Ku asked curiously. Fiend prison with millions of evil devils? Even the weakest of these evil devils are at the golden elixir realm. Zhang Tianshi's expression changed. 200 years of accumulation. Naturally, there are many evil devils. What are they trying to do? Wang Ku asked curiously. Pa, Zhang Tianshi awakened one of the prison guards. Speak. Why are these evil devils imprisoned here? Why are you also evil devils? Zhang Tianshi glared at him and interrogated. Save me, your majesty. The prison guard immediately shouted. Pa! Zhang Tianshi slapped the prison guard until he collapsed to the ground, covered in blood. I'm asking you a question. Speak, or I'll kill you immediately. I don't know. I don't know. I've been loyal to your majesty since I was young. Then one day I listened to your majesty's orders and became evil devil. Then I was placed here. We're only here to guard this place. We don't know. The prison guard said in horror. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi interrogated the other evil devils. However, the other evil devils were the same. None of them knew the situation. They were only following orders. Senior brother became evil devil? How is that possible? Zhang Tianshi said with an ugly expression. I remember that King Yanluo is an orthodox cultivator. Becoming evil devil? Maybe his clone became evil devil, but his main body didn't? Wang Ku asked curiously. Zhang Tianshi's expression was ugly. Obviously, he didn't know the reason either. However, Zhang Tianshi glared and immediately tore open the clothes of a guard. Rip! Zhang Tianshi, what are you doing? Why are you tearing his clothes? Why are you staring at his butt? You're not a pervert, are you? Wang Ku exclaimed with his eyes wide open. You're the pervert. Zhang Tianshi immediately glared at Wang Ku. Look for yourself. Wang Ku looked curiously. This person has a tattoo? A spider? Look again. Zhang Tianshi immediately tore open the clothes of another person. He saw that there was also a spider mosquito tattoo on the person's chest. They're a couple? A couple tattoo? Wang Ku stared in shock. What the hell are you talking about? They're two men. What couple? It's not just the two of them. It's everyone here who has a spider tattoo. Zhang Tianshi said. Wang Ku immediately began to investigate, whereupon his eyes went wide. Sure enough, everyone had a spider tattoo. It's not just these prison guards. Look at all the immobilized prisoners. Every one of them has a spider tattoo. These 1,000,000 people all have a spider tattoo. Zhang Tianshi said solemnly. So many. Wang Ku's expression was strange. Buzz! At this moment, the spider tattoo on everyone's body trembled. Black threads seemed to emerge from each tattoo and rush to the 10 places above the fiend prison. They disappeared in a flash. What was that just now? Wang Ko asked curiously. I don't know. However, these spider tattoos are not simple. They seem to be triggered by something and rushed to the 10 places above the fiend prison. There should be something there that connects these 1 million evil spirits. Zhang Tianshi said with a frown. It's really strange. However, it's more important for us to find them. Let's ask them first. Wang Ke said. Zhang Tianshi nodded. Speak. Where are Zhang Donglai, Zhang Xinshu, and Zhang Jingdao? Zhang Tianshi was torturing a prison guard. I don't know. Smack. I really don't know. Stop. Smack. Senior, please spare us. We're just ordinary guards. We don't know anything. Smack. After a series of interrogations, they did not get the information they wanted. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi were depressed. Why don't we go out and look for them? Wang Ku asked. All right. Zhang Tianshi nodded. Although he was full of doubts about the fiend prison, his son and grandson were more important. After the two sealed all the prison guards, they went back the way they came. Soon they stepped out of the hall. Although there were still many guards walking around the palace, Zhang Tianshi could still easily avoid these ordinary people with his cultivation. This hall. Zhang Tianshi pointed at a hall and said, How do you know this place? There's a sound barrier and soundproof array here. How do you know Zhang Jingdao is in there? Wang Ko asked curiously. I don't know if they're inside or not, but I just saw the million evil spiders' tattoos emit rays of light in 10 different directions. This is one of the main halls where the million rays of light are heading. These 10 places must be related to my son, Celestial Master Zhang said. Oh, Wang Ku was curious. This hall was also shrouded in black gas, and there were many guards at the door. However, this was not a problem for Zhang Tianshi. With a wave of his hand, all the guards fainted before they could scream. Zhang Tianshi waved his hand, and the guards were thrown into the hall of the fiend prison. Chujiang Holy Hall? Wang Ku was curious. The two of them walked to the entrance of the Chujiang Holy Hall and pushed it open. Instantly, they saw a figure standing in the hall, surrounded by black gas. King Yanluo? Woo woo! Wang Ke cried out in shock. When Wang Ke cried out, Zhang Tianshi used a spell to seal Wang Ke's voice. He told Wang Ke not to alarm others. This is... Zhang Tianshi cried out in shock. No, this is not King Yanluo. It looks exactly the same. Wang Ke said in shock. They saw King Yanluo in a dragon robe standing in the hall. However, at this moment, King Yanluo seemed to be surrounded by countless black spiders. He stood there motionless. Countless spiders emitted black gas that enveloped King Yanluo, soaking him in the black gas. King Yanluo had fangs in his mouth, and there was a spider tattoo between his eyebrows. He seemed to be meditating. This is King Yanluo's doppelganger? Is it the doppelganger of the evil demon? Wang Ke said in shock. No, it's not here. Let's go to the next hall. Zhang Tianshi said. Although Zhang Tianshi was also surprised, he was worried about his children and grandchildren and did not linger. Soon, they found another hall where millions of prisoners were connected. Qingguang Divine Hall. Wang Ke read out the name in shock. Like Chujiang Divine Hall, this hall was guarded by a large number of guards. Using the same method, the two quickly opened a gap in the hall. Instantly, they saw the inside. Another doppelganger of King Yanluo, fangs in his mouth and surrounded by countless spiders. What is going on? Wang Ke said in shock. Qingguang Divine Hall, Chujiang Divine Hall, Yanluo Divine Hall. There are 7 others. Could it be that he wants to create the 10 kings of hell? Every king of hell is King Yanluo's doppelganger? Zhang Tianshi said in shock. The 10 kings of hell? Wang Ko asked curiously. This is a Taoist legend. Senior brother can't really do it, can he? Zhang Tianshi said in surprise. What Taoist legend? Wang Ko asked curiously. Gather the 10 kings of hell and break through to the immortal realm in one fell swoop. However, the conditions are extremely harsh and much more difficult than our normal cultivation. How could he? Zhang Tianshi frowned. Let's find our son and grandson first. Wang Ku advised. Zhang Tianshi stared at Wang Ku and said, That's my son and grandson. Don't take advantage of them. Who's taking advantage of them? I'll help you find them. Wang Ku stared at him. The 10 kings of hell? Let's go to the next hall. Celestial Master Zhang's eyes were filled with anxiety as he walked. Wang Ku followed, closely behind. P.S. First update. Chapter 992. Yanluo's divine capital, in a hall in the imperial palace. King Yanluo and Daoist Jumiao looked at Huangju. Isn't it your clone's turn? Have you met Zhang Lier? Daoist Jumiao asked. Huangju's face stiffened. No, they're being unreasonable. What's unreasonable? King Yanluo asked. My clone has been in line for 2 days, and it's finally my turn. I thought I would be able to meet Zhang Lier once I entered the hall. But the Xinhuang Company's employees said that I had to go through a check to see if I had the divine fire. If I had the divine fire, I could enter. If I didn't, I couldn't. Huangju said. What the hell? Check. Before meeting Zhang Lier, they had to check the divine fire? King Yanluo glared. They said that there were many people who came to scam money. Wang didn't have the time to check the authenticity, so the Xinhuang Company's employees had to do a check in advance. Huangju said with an ugly expression. Then, why didn't they check the moment we received the number plate? We've been in line for 2 days, and this is the last step. What's the point of checking now? Didn't we wait in line for 2 days for nothing? King Yanluo glared angrily. That's right. What's more infuriating is that I said I didn't have it. I wanted to leave, but they didn't let me. They said that I was carrying a cage and that it might be contraband. They wanted to check it before letting me go. Huangju said angrily. That cage can block divine sense and is covered with cloth. Zhang Jingdao is trapped inside. Did you check the Xinhuang Company's employees? Daoist Jumiao's expression changed. No, of course I wouldn't let them check it. But all of a sudden, a group of God King's security guards rushed up and snatched it from my hands. My clone wanted to fight for it, but was pressed to the ground and beaten up by them. They're being unreasonable. Huangju said angrily. Exposed? Daoist Jumiao asked. I've been exposed. Zhang Jingdao has been exposed. I've been captured by them. My doppelganger was caught by them. I shouted that I wanted to see Wang Ku and Zhang Lier, but the group of security guards didn't give me a chance to speak. They beat me and dragged me into the prison. Yes, it's the prison where my previous doppelganger was imprisoned. Ah, now my 2 doppelganger meet. Huangju said. King Yanluo. Daoist Jumiao. Your doppelganger was beaten again? What should he do now? Have we waited for so many days in vain? Don't worry. Fortunately, Zhang Jingdao has fallen into their hands and should be delivered to Wang Ku soon. At that time, once Zhang Jingdao tells the truth, they will interrogate Huangju's clone. King Yanluo comforted himself. Keep waiting? Adept Jumiao was so angry that his liver hurt. How many days had he waited? This Huangju couldn't even say a single word to Zhang Lier. How could he still do anything? Keep waiting? Do you know what I've been through these days? Just as the 3 of them were silent for a long time, a guard shout suddenly came from outside the palace. Your Majesty, this is bad. I don't know where the guards of the Chujiang Shrine went. There's not a single guard at the entrance of the Chujiang Shrine. Your Majesty, the guards of the Qinguang Shrine left their posts without permission. I don't know where they went. When we were patrolling, there was not a single person. The guard's voice made King Yenluo's expression change. Something happened to the Chujiang shrine? King Yenluo exclaimed. What? That shouldn't be the case. Your doppelganger in the shrine shouldn't have been touched. If it had been, I would have sensed it if the spider had changed its position. It hasn't been touched, Taoist Jumiao said doubtfully. Even if it hasn't been touched, something is wrong. I have to go take a look. King Yenluo anxiously wanted to go out. I'll go too, Taoist Jumiao said anxiously. Clearly, there were 2 people in the 10 shrines who couldn't afford any mishaps. Even if there was a trace of abnormality, they had to get to the bottom of it. The 2 of them hurriedly ran out. Only Huang Ju didn't go. Huang Ju was exhausted. In just a few days, he had already split into 2 Yuan spirit doppelgangers. It was equivalent to his Yuan spirit being torn apart twice. He was incomparably weak. Even when he was talking to Taoist Jumiao, Huang Ju's main body was still seated. How could he have the time to go out and investigate? Seeing King Yenluo and Taoist Jumiao leave, Huang Ju ignored them. Not only was he weak, more importantly, he could sense that his doppelganger was being whipped. Mother ***, is this retribution? I whipped Zhang Jingdao and Zhang Shenxiu. Now, my doppelganger is being whipped by them. It hurts. Don't hit me anymore, bastards. Huang Ju revealed a pained expression. It wasn't that Huang Ju didn't want to cut off the connection. The key was that his doppelganger had to talk to Zhang Li'er over there. He had to wait for Zhang Li'er to find out about his doppelganger from Zhang Jingdao and ask him about it. This also meant that Huang Ju had to maintain contact with his doppelganger and endure the torture of being whipped at all times. Mother ***, why? The security guards of the Shenwang Company are all crazy. Why do they keep whipping me? Who taught them that? Huang Ju looked at Zhang Shenxiu, who was hanging not far away in pain. Zhang Shenxiu had fainted. Huang Ju took out a bucket of water and splashed Zhang Shenxiu awake. Am I dreaming? No. Zhang Shenxiu woke up with a start. Awake? Since you're awake, let's continue, Huang Ju said malevolently. Zhang Shenxiu's face stiffened. Continue? Continue what? Huang Ju's face turned grim. They whipped me, so I'll whip you. I'm going to hit you. What? It has nothing to do with me. I'm innocent, Zhang Shenxiu exclaimed. Huang Ju endured his weakness, picked up the long whip, and walked towards Zhang Shenxiu again. Pa! Pa! Ah! Ah! Zhang Shenxiu screamed under the whipping. Scream all you want. Even if you scream yourself hoarse, no one outside can hear you. This hall is soundproof. No one outside can hear you. Only those inside can hear you. It's useless even if you scream yourself hoarse. Huang Ju whipped him to vent his anger. In the Yama Palace, black gas shrouded the palace. Wang Ku and Zhang Tianshi ran quickly. Over there are no guards outside the Biancheng shrine. Let's go there, Wang Ku shouted. There are no guards there. What's there to see? Let's go to the reincarnation shrine. Zhang Tianshi shook his head and pointed in another direction. There are many people patrolling here. Look at this first. Wang Ku glared. What's wrong with patrolling? I have a way to make them unable to see me. Zhang Tianshi glared. It's not about the solution. What if you accidentally knock the guards out? We will be exposed as long as there is a shout. Isn't it better that there are no guards in the Bian City Divine Hall? Li Mu asked. And it's close to us. Wang Ku glared. With that, Wang Ku pulled Zhang Tianshi and went straight to the Biancheng shrine. There are no guards here. How can my son and grandson be inside? There are no guards at all. Do you think they're stupid? My son and grandson are hostages. The place must be heavily guarded. How can they let them go? This is the most basic logic problem. Zhang Tianshi said disdainfully. However, Wang Ku had already pushed open the door of the main hall. He saw Zhang Shenxiu hanging in the air and being whipped. Zhang Tianshi. Ah, stop hitting. It's none of my business, Zhang Xinshu shouted. Shout all you want. The more you shout, the more comfortable and balanced I feel. Shout. Huang Ju continued to whip him. Ah, ah, ah. The scene in the main hall made Zhang Tianshi silent for a long time. Zhang Tianshi naturally recognized his grandson at a glance, as well as his son who was lying not far away. Wang Ke really found them. King Yanluo and the others are crazy. Aren't they holding my son and grandson hostage? Why aren't they on guard? Where's your logic? Wang Ke walked to the main hall in surprise. He found them. After pulling Zhang Tianshi into the main hall, Wang Ke immediately closed the door. This was to prevent the patrolling people from seeing them. Bang! The door of the main hall closed, but the person whipping Zhang Xinshu did not turn around. Perhaps Huang Ju thought that King Yanluo and Taoist Master Jumiao had returned. They would not say anything if he hit Zhang Xinshu. Ah, 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 help! Save me! Wang Ke, save me! Zhang Xinshu shouted agitatedly. Others might not recognize Wang Ke's pimpled face, but Zhang Xinshu was familiar with it. After applying allergy medicine to his face, he recognized Wang Ke immediately. Wang Ke! Ha ha ha! Zhang Xinshu, are you still trying to trick me? You're still looking for death at this time. How can Wang Ke be here? Are you looking for a beating? I'll fulfill your wish. Huang Ju laughed and continued to whip. Pa! Suddenly, Huang Ju's whip was caught by a large hand. Taoist Master Jumiao, King Yanluo, I'm angry and want to hit him. What's wrong with you? Huang Ju turned his head in confusion. However, when Huang Ju turned his head, he saw a large slap. Pa! The slap landed heavily on Huang Ju's face. Motherf, asterisk cur. How dare you hit my good grandson? Are you looking for death? Zhang Tianshi shouted angrily. What? Huang Ju was already weak. The slap caused him to spin a few rounds. Is it Grandpa? You also applied allergy medicine? Zhang Xinshu suddenly asked agitatedly. It's your grandpa. That's right, Wang Ke said. With that, Wang Ke saved Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Xinshu went limp and fell to the ground. Why didn't you help me? I was your scapegoat and was beaten for a long time. Zhang Xinshu looked at Wang Ke angrily. You're not your sister. You're a man. Why should I help you? I still want to see how your father is doing. Wang Ke glared at Zhang Xinshu. Zhang Tianshi? Wang Ke, how did you get in? How did you get in? Huang Ju exclaimed. Rumble. Zhang Tianshi immediately took action and sealed Huang Ju's cultivation. At the same time, he looked anxiously at his son and grandson. It's okay. Zhang Donglai isn't injured. Zhang Xinshu only suffered some superficial injuries. You just have to help him remove the seal, Wang Ke said. Boom! With Zhang Tianshi's help, Zhang Xinshu recovered quickly. However, his body was badly mutilated and it was not easy to heal. Where's Zhang Jingdao? Wang Ke looked at Zhang Xinshu. I don't know. I was knocked out by them. I don't know. Zhang Xinshu said blankly. Wang Ke turned to Huang Ju and said, Tell me, where's Zhang Jingdao? Huang Ju's face froze. Aren't you in reincarnation fairy capital? Why are you here? I'm asking you a question. Why aren't you answering? Where's my grandson, Zhang Jingdao? Zhang Tianshi glared at him and scolded. Ah, Zhang Jingdao was taken away by the security guards of Xinhuang Company. He was taken away by Wang Ke's men. He's not here. Huang Ju's face changed. Oh, your cultivation was sealed by Zhang Tianshi. How dare you lie to me? He was taken away by my security guards? Why didn't I receive any news? How dare you lie to me? You're courting death. Wang Ke glared at him and said angrily. As he spoke, Wonka picked up the long whip beside him and started hitting him. Pa, pa, pa. I'm telling the truth. Stop hitting me. I'm not lying. Zhang Jingdao was really taken away by your men. I'm telling the truth. Stop hitting me. Huang Ju screamed. Damn, do you think I'm easy to fool? You're still being stubborn? Still being stubborn? Let's see how long you can be stubborn. Tell me, where's Zhang Jingdao? Wang glared at him and roared. Pa, pa, pa. I'm telling the truth. Why? My two doppelgangers are being beaten by you. My real body is also being beaten by you. It's true. Why do I have to be beaten for telling the truth? Stop hitting me. Huang Ju's shrill screams echoed throughout the hall. P.S. Second update. Chapter 993. Yama Imperial Palace. King Yanluo and Daoist Jumiao inspected the various halls of the Imperial Palace. Daoist Jumiao's face sank as he said, Fortunately, your clones are fine. Only the guards at the entrance are missing. King Yanluo's face sank as he said, Impossible. In the past few days, they have all turned into demons. Moreover, they're my loyal subordinates. How could they leave their posts without permission? Fiend suppression hell? Daoist Jumiao suddenly cried out in alarm. King Yanluo's face also changed. The two of them rushed towards the main hall of the fiend suppression hell. Upon entering, they immediately discovered a group of unconscious people lying on the ground. Not good. The two of them immediately pushed aside the unconscious demons and rushed towards the bottom of the fiend suppression hell. Upon entering, they saw that all the jailers were unconscious on the ground. Moreover, all of their cultivations had been sealed. King Yanluo suddenly cried out in alarm. There's something wrong with the two generals from the War God Temple who came to report the deaths. Daoist Jumiao looked at the countless demons in the fiend suppression hell and sighed. Fortunately, this place hasn't been destroyed. Buzz. King Yanluo woke up a jailer and stared. What happened just now? Who were those two? Your Majesty, Your Majesty? The jailer was shocked. Speak. King Yanluo stared. I don't know. However, I heard one of them call the other Zhang Tianshi. I'm not sure. The jailer said anxiously. Zhang Tianshi? Daoist Jumiao cried out in alarm. He's back? Damn it, he's back. It's him? Was he acting just now? He snuck into the imperial palace. King Yanluo cried out in alarm. Daoist Jumiao quivered. No, we can't wait any longer for Zhang Lier. Let's start now. Let's start now. Start now. Then I'll return to the Bian City God Temple now. King Yanluo said anxiously. No, there's no time. Hurry. I'll activate the formation now. You just need to fly to the Bian City God Temple in the Fiend Suppression Hell. Also, your body is a body of the righteous Tao. Immediately devour the demonic seed and turn. Daoist Jumiao said. Good. King Yanluo immediately flew towards a certain direction in the Fiend Suppression Hell. King Yanluo opened a jade bottle and poured the contents into his mouth. After a short while, King Yanluo's body began to emit black smoke. His eyes turned red and two fangs appeared in his mouth. It was King Yanluo who had lost his mind. In the blink of an eye, Adept Jumiao had reached the bottom of the Fiend Suppression Abyss. Boundless heaven and earth, surging heaven and earth, chaotic desolation, vast universe, essence of extreme een, seizing devil fortune, myriad spider conversion formation, rise. Adept Jumiao suddenly shouted from the bottom of the Fiend Suppression Hell. Buzz. In an instant, countless spiders rushed out from the depths of the Hell of Exorcism and rushed toward King Yanluo. In the blink of an eye, King Yanluo was completely wrapped up. At the same time, the entire Fiend Suppression Hell blossomed with dazzling silver light. Under the illumination of the silver light, all the immobilized prisoners suddenly quivered as if they had all woken up. They all let out miserable shrieks. It wasn't just the prisoners. All the jailers, guards, and guards in the imperial palace suddenly let out miserable shrieks. Ah! Countless miserable shrieks converged, and the sound was incomparably loud. However, due to the isolation of the imperial palace's great formation, the people outside the city couldn't hear the miserable shrieks. The spider tattoos on the evil spirits' bodies suddenly transformed into huge phantoms. As they grew larger, they wrapped around the evil spirits and fiercely bit at them with their spider fangs. This caused the evil spirits' miserable shrieks to become even more intense. The venomous fangs seemed to have a paralyzing effect, causing the evil spirits to be unable to move at all. At this moment, the spider phantoms on the evil spirits' bodies suddenly spat out thread-like black beams from their tails and shot upwards in 10 different directions. Boom! King Yanluo was surrounded by countless spiders. At this moment, these spiders were connected to each black beam. Instantly, the spiders seemed to have burrowed into King Yanluo's body. Wave after wave of energy rushed towards King Yanluo. Ah! King Yanluo let out a painful shriek. However, at this moment, his cultivation seemed to be increasing rapidly. Rumble! Tribulation clouds appeared in the sky above the imperial palace. At this moment, all the evil spirits bitten by the spider tattoos were visibly shriveling up bit by bit. It was as if all the energy in their bodies was being poured into King Yanluo's body. No, it wasn't just King Yanluo. In 9 other directions, King Yanluo's doppelgangers of the other 9 kings of hell were crazily absorbing all the energy provided by the millions of evil spirits. Ah! The 10 King Yanluo woke up almost at the same time, each of them crying out in pain. At the same time, a terrifying aura was surging wildly. At the same time, in the divine hall of Bian City, Wang Ke spared no effort in beating up Huang Ju. Are you still not going to speak? Where's Zhang Jingdao? Wang Ke glared and shouted, I'm telling the truth. Your people have already taken him back. My doppelganger took Zhang Jingdao to Zhonglir, but... Huang Ju shouted gloomily, I don't believe you. Say it again. Wang Ke glared and continued to beat him. I'm telling the truth. Ah, stop beating me. Ah, this whip can hit the primordial spirit. My primordial spirit has just split into 2 doppelgangers and is extremely weak. I can't be beaten anymore. Ah. Huang Ju cried out in pain. Even Zhang Xinxiu couldn't bear to be beaten up. I don't think he's lying. I know. Wang Ke nodded. You know? If you know, why are you still beating him? Zhang Xinxiu asked in surprise. This Huang Ju tried to harm me many times. Why can't I beat him to vent my anger? As for you, Zhang Xinxiu, after being beaten up for so long, don't you want to take revenge? Do you like to be beaten up? Wang Ke stared at Zhang Xinxiu in surprise. Zhang Xinxiu's face stiffened. You like to be beaten up. Your whole family likes to be beaten up. Give me the whip. I'll do it. Zhang Xinxiu supported his weak body and stepped forward. I've already told the truth. You all believe me. Why are you still beating me? Ah, King Yanluo and Mo Jiao, come and save me. Huang Ju screamed miserably. However, Zhang Xinxiu didn't listen to him at this moment. The whip in his hand continued to beat Huang Ju. Zhang Tian, sure, okay, we've saved him. You can do whatever you want. Wang Ke said. Zhang Tianshi checked the condition of his children and grandchildren. He looked at Wang Ke with a strange expression and nodded. Just as he was about to speak, a shrill scream came from outside the hall. This hall is isolated from the sounds inside, but the sounds from outside can still be heard. What happened outside? Is it the screams of the guards? Zhang Tianshi exclaimed. Rumble. At this moment, in addition to the screams in the palace, there was a tremor. Zhang Tianshi's face changed, and he waved his hand. Bang! The doors and windows of the Bian City Divine Hall opened, revealing the scene in all directions. He saw some of the patrolling guards suddenly fall to the ground. Their bodies were crawling with an illusory spider. The spiders bit the guards. As the guards screamed, they shriveled up bit by bit. It was as if their energy was being sucked out by the illusory spiders. The spiders used their tails to send the extracted energy in 10 different directions. It was the 10 halls of Yama. This is... Zhang Tianshi exclaimed. Huangju, what's going on? What is this? What are King Yanluo and Taoist Jumiao doing? Wang Ke snatched the whip from Zhang Xinchu's hand and roared. I don't know what they're planning. Before this, I didn't know that King Yanluo had turned into a demon, nor did I know that Taoist Jumiao was Mo. In the past, Mo only met me with a mask. It wasn't until I lured the purple lotus demonic god to deal with you that I was sent to the fiend suppression hell that I learned that Taoist Jumiao was Mo. Only then did I know that Mo and King Yanluo were on good terms and that they were plotting something. But I don't know what they're up to. I don't know anything. If you don't speak, I'll beat you to death. Wang Ke lashed out with his whip. I really don't know, ah. Huang Ju cried out miserably. Rumble. Outside the imperial palace, dark clouds gathered overhead. Suddenly, lightning dragons descended from the sky, heading straight for 3 of the palaces. Wang Ke's Bian City Shrine was one of them. What's going on? Wang Ke cried out in alarm. Run! This is the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. Zhang Tianshi cried out in alarm. As he spoke, Zhang Tianshi pulled Wang Ke, Zhang Xinchu, and the unconscious Zhang Donglai away. Me too. Take me with you. My cultivation has been sealed. Take me with you. Ah! Huang Ju shouted in fear. Boom! The Bian City Shrine exploded. Not only did the Bian City Shrine explode, but the other 2 shrines also exploded with a loud bang. Inside, 2 of King Yanluo's clones were undergoing their tribulations. The explosion of the Bian City Shrine revealed the bottom of the fiend prison, where another King Yanluo was undergoing his tribulation. Zhang Tianshi grabbed everyone and looked at the hole in the fiend prison. Immediately, he saw the scene in the abyss. Millions of evil demon prisoners were also being stripped of their strength by the spider phantom. What kind of technique is this? Is it forcefully taking the strength of others and supplying it to King Yanluo? Millions of evil demons? The strength of millions of evil demons? How is it possible? Wang Ke cried out in alarm. The 10 kings of hell? King Yanluo's 10 clones all have different strengths. But I feel that the auras of all 10 King Yanluo are getting stronger and stronger. Damn it, I understand now. Zhang Tianshi suddenly cried out in alarm. What do you understand? Wang Ke asked in confusion. The great light, Bodhisattva, obtained Mo Ba's memories. The great demon wants to globalize the world and turn everyone into evil demons. Then kill them? No, not to kill, but to suck out all of their essence. All of these evil devils would become food for the great devil king? As long as they become evil demons, the great demon can tyrannically extract all their energy, primordial spirit, life, soul, body, everything? This. Zhang Tianshi cried out in alarm. Kaboom! 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 Suddenly, lightning dragons descended from the sky and rushed towards the 3 clones of King Yanluo to help them pass the Immortal Ascension Tribulation. At the same time, the lightning and fire engulfed the imperial palace. Before they finish, let's do it, Wang Ke said anxiously. Before Wang Ke could finish speaking, he saw 3 of the Yama Kings and mortal emperors charging toward Celestial Master Zhang with glittering eyes. They were so fast that they arrived in the blink of an eye. Oh no! Zhang Tianshi's expression changed. He immediately let go of Wang Ke and the other 2 clones. Boom! The huge impact caused the flames in the imperial palace to explode. The whole Yama, holy city, shook violently. This was the effect of Zhang Tianshi controlling his strength. Otherwise, Yama Holy City would have collapsed. Senior brother, are you possessed? What are you doing? Zhang Tianshi roared. Junior brother, it's you. You're here to ruin my plan. The three clones of King Yanluo glared and roared. The Immortal Ascension Realm? All of your clones have reached the Immortal Ascension Realm? Zhang Tianshi cried out in alarm. I can't let you be in front of beauties, can I? King Yanluo said maliciously. P.S. End of third watch.